Junior, obviously, it's great to get to see you here, standing in for the time being with Complexity. Can you tell me, first of all, how that overall experience has been for you, slotting in for Hauserk?
It's been fun, honestly. These guys are like a good group of guys. I enjoy playing with them. The hardest part would be adapting to their play style. It's a lot quicker than usually I play, but, it's always pros and cons because, like, I support my team, which they get more kills, but, some games I'm just, like, in the backpack, so...
I'm curious to have a little bit more insight into the processes behind Complexity, right? Because obviously you come off of yesterday, 2 best of ones you had to play yesterday. What happens overnight? What happens in terms of the practice and preparation, particularly when you're coming up against an opponent like NRG today?
Last night, after the Fluxo game, we watched it back, kind of tweaked our mistakes, fixed some stuff, and then we spent the rest of the night studying NRG, which me and Adren have a lot of reps against them in NA, so we got a pretty good idea of how they play, so we just gotta put it to use.
Okay, interesting. How much are you able to kind of give your thoughts and ideas, just considering your context at the moment within the team? How much insight were you giving for this particular game?
Me personally, I basically know most rounds what they're doing because we've played probably 20 maps within the past month, so I remember in a scrim, they were doing one of their strats, and I called it out before it happened, and Grim ran across the map and killed them all. So, as long as Grim gets the kills,
So you're like the mind reader for the side of Complexity. I like that. Read
the mind for Grim to terminate. That's the job.
Does that affect your confidence level? Are you feeling more confident considering that, you might know them, but they probably also know a little bit about you as well, right?
Yeah, but I think JT as a caller, he's pretty unpredictable. Just playing with him, he has a pretty good read for the game, most games, and he has an idea of how he wants to call. So I think that's pretty good going against NRG, so he can only hope.
Hex, it's great to get to catch up with you, as always. Coming off day one, obviously, where you guys get to play 2 best of ones, can you tell me your biggest takeaways from yesterday?
It's definitely a lot easier when you're not playing Falcons and Aurora off rip. So just keeping that in mind. And it's just really it's kind of cold in here, so that's really the biggest takeaway. Is trying to stay warm. But yeah, it's really nothing crazy. Just kind of remembering who we're playing and realizing that they're not top 5 teams. So and just kind of play our own game, and it's easier.
Speaking of who you're playing today, obviously we got a little bit of a North American derby when we're looking at the organizations again up against Complexity. Initial thoughts on that, particularly because obviously we're in Austin for the major.
This is going to be a fun game, honestly. There's going to be a lot of banter because we scrim these guys a lot. We're also all friends with them, so it's going to be very interesting. They're probably the most confident they've been. We're probably the most confident team they're going to play against. Same vice versa, because we play each other a lot. So we all know what's going to happen. So it's going to be very interesting.
I was going to ask you in particular about Junior, obviously standing in on the side of Complexity. You've obviously played with him in previous teams as well. Any thoughts on him and maybe what he's going to be bringing, considering his situation just as a temporary stand-in?
Not really. Hauserk had a lot of impact on that team. He was calling for a lot of things, and I don't think Junior is that type of player. Not really a dig against him. It's just kind of who he is. So I think they're missing a lot with Hauserk being gone. So it should be interesting. Yeah.
We haven't been missing out on your trash talk, though. I know you love to do it. You got anything particularly cooked up for today versus Complexity?
I don't think it'll be trash talk. I think it'll just be something funny against all of them. So I don't have anything cooked, but I think it'll be pretty funny still.
I think ad-lib is always the best way, Hex. Thank you.
All right, I enjoy that. A man who likes to improvise the trash talk. He's not writing anything down. He's just making it up as he goes along. I appreciate that from Hex. Dan, how are you feeling on this this fine morning, second day of the major?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Obviously, it's a little bit sad, of course, that we don't have Hauserk here to really make this full Complexity roster. And but to otherwise see 2 North American rosters facing off this early on, it's going to be a lot of fun. The fact that we had the tease already there that it's a domestic matchup. They play each other a lot. That always makes matchups a little bit weird. And you can look at statistics and stuff, but you kind of have to throw that out of the window when you get a domestic matchup where they know each other super well.
Yeah, it's especially complicated when you think about the fact that Hauserk isn't here, so a lot of the historical stuff you would look at is going to be different anyway. I think we have a bracket to look at, just to go through a couple of things. Obviously we had a bunch of matches yesterday, and we've sort of ended up in this position. There's a lot to look at, right? The most important thing is obviously 0-3 and you're out, 3-0 and you're through, and right now, a bunch of teams fighting to get there. For me personally, I think I had actually think I had Bet Boom as the 3-0, and Heroic were sort of my two that I picked. Heroic still got a chance against FlyQuest, I suppose, but Bait also doing really well, which I'm not surprised by.
No, definitely not. I think generally speaking, things are playing out as most people would have expected. I think the Complexity one is obviously not going as many expected just because Holzek is not here, so
probably.
that's fair enough. But otherwise, yeah, I think it's been an interesting showing from a lot of teams. I actually think NRG is an interesting one though, because I feel like there are quite a few people that had them as an 0-3, and
Probably true,
NRG,
yeah.
I don't know, an 0-3, it's a team. You got Nitro on there, you got OC on there. Obviously, we're going to see them here today. They're in the 1-1 right now. I feel like they got a good chance at qualifying.
I mean, if you put NRG in the 0-3, like, shame on you. You're doubting Captain America. I will not have that said about Nitro ever. I'm never going to be doing that. Now, we do have the schedule for today as well. Obviously, we're going to be watching the 1-1 team here between Complexity and NRG. So, still not exactly the most scary situation, but you never know how bad it's going to get here. So, first game coming up is going to be that. And then, we move into some best of threes later on, which I think is also pretty exciting. But yeah, some best of ones to kick off with. I kind of enjoy the best of ones. I mean, obviously, for some things, it is nice to have the depth of a best of three, but it also means for a best of one, everything is on the line. Every single round matters, and I kind of like that.
Yeah, it's a much more consolidated story of a matchup, and it's so in that respect, there's a lot more drama, I suppose, and any stories that you do get are bigger. Like yesterday when we had, Vexite just like smashing everyone, for example, or like Nikodo smashing everyone, like having these types of things happening in a best of one is like more interesting, I feel like, than in a best of three, where you kind of forget about those performances, as you go deeper.
No, that's true. I mean, the Nikodos one was especially funny because Pimp had just said on the desk, that he was, he's not doing too well, like he needs to prove more, and then he just comes out and chances everyone. Yeah, it's a classic moment. Good times. I think we can take a look at the rosters as well, just to familiarize yourselves. If you guys don't know exactly who are going to be playing on these teams, you should know by now. But if anyone's new to the major, then maybe you don't. So I'm going to start off here, obviously, with Sixy, Grim, Junior, JT, and Nyx. This is on the Complexity side. For my money, this is a team, I don't know why I'm so guilty of this. I always underestimate this lineup. Obviously, it's a shame that they don't have Holzek here, but I every time I watch them play, I think, they're better than I expect. So I hope that's going to be the truth today as well. I think JT is probably fairly underrated as a caller and everything else. And on the other side of things for NRG, I mean, Hext, we just saw the interview with him. He is known for trash talking. I'd love to see him do more than that. Bro, in their last game, was playing really super well. Obviously, he's going to be AWPing Nitro. What do we need to say? He's a legend.
Nitro is interesting because he's made the most transitions to and from Valorant of any player.
Yeah.
And just, I think, showing that he is so experienced. His individual level is going to be there.
Yeah.
Maybe not there to like the super top 5 level potentially, but it is there. And he has, in addition to that, all this experience calling teams, providing that veteran presence, which you can build a team around a player like that.
Absolutely.
And we see that with a lot of the old veterans that are still kind of playing. Like Fallen might be another example of something like that on Furia, who's having a renaissance in his career, completely changing his role and finding a lot of success. So I think Nitro is one of those players for sure.
It's kind of awesome because there definitely was one time when we would have said, okay, you can only play until you're like 28 and then you need to retire because you're not going to be fast enough. But I think a lot of players proving that's not necessarily the case, so I enjoy that. Now, before we get into the game, we obviously need to be, we have a map. We need a veto. Otherwise, we don't know where we're going. So let's see if we can figure this out. It's going to be pretty quick with it. We end up on Inferno. I think honestly, a pretty good concession. Typically on Master 1s, you should be able to find a map that you feel comfortable in. You would have a really weak map pool if all of your, if you can't at least get one of those maps through. So I think for both teams, this is going to be pretty decent. Yeah, I don't mind.
Definitely, and I think, looking at the bans there, what I was worried about for Complexity is if they let Dust 2 through, because of all the maps, if you look at the map pools of both teams, Complexity are a little bit deeper in terms of how good they are on most of the map pool, and the one area which was sketchy was Dust 2, and that is an area that, because both teams otherwise have their respective permabans that aren't Dust 2, you could have found yourself there, but avoiding that disaster, I think Complexity, and so they should give themselves every shot now to be able to use their experience as a roster, even though they have a stand-in, to overcome NRG, but we'll see. It's a domestic matchup. We've got to have that little caveat there.
I really don't know. It's such a coin flip, this one for me. I will probably favor Complexity, but I don't know. At the same point, we said this all throughout yesterday. Best of ones, if you get off to a good start, it can unravel really quickly. So I'm not going to count NRG out. I do think Complexity are going to be the favorite team here, but we'll find out. We will be back after a quick break with the game, so don't go anywhere.
First started playing Counter-Strike in 2015, and it was just some friends that I played Minecraft with. They showed me the game, and then I started playing competitively in 2019, like ESEA Open, and then 2021 when I joined Triumph. The first time I saw like I could make money doing this. The early teams, no one had like a ton of experience on those teams, so it's kind of like you're just learning together. So you grind your way in the lower ranked teams, and then you make your way higher. It's a great environment, energy. You know, we have all the NA players, so like 4 of us, 3 of us being American, 3 of us live in a house together in Texas, and then Nick is also like in the same neighborhood, so we're all like around each other, go hang out and stuff. And then Alex being from Denmark adds nice like variety.
Has it been something that's been appealing to you, is to stay local, to stay to your roots? Have you ever thought about going international?
I've definitely thought about it. It's not like it's an easy decision to make, and I definitely prefer to live in the US, but for the game, you know, it's almost like inevitable at this point that you have to be in Europe most of the time. Like if you're not qualifying to LANs, then you're really not like improving. You have to be in Europe, or at least, you know, now that teams are here, you can play them here, but you have to be playing the top level teams or it's just way too hard to improve. So it's definitely like a move in the future potentially, but right now it's not exactly necessary. Well, obviously qualifying for the major here is a big accomplishment. To be like, it's the first NA major since I like started playing competitively, so to make it really special.
Be honest, do you feel any pressure?
I mean, the pressure was qualifying. Maybe after making stage 2 and 3, there'd be pressure because you want to get to the arena in front of the home crowd, but right now there's no pressure for the rest of the season for us. We made our goals. The first goal is just to get a couple of wins here, like hopefully make stage 2 or 3. It would set us up really nicely for the next season in terms of VRS points. If we could get any sort of like decent wins here, so just making, you know, taking a stage at a time. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely nice, like you're in your home country and everyone's coming here to experience it. Austin's like a great city as well, probably one of the best cities in the US, so it's nice there's a big event here for everyone to experience.
Well, there we go. Nice save, Dan. I like it. You did it. You saved it.
Yeah.
We're gonna be heading into the game in just a couple of seconds. I'm definitely excited for it. I think this will be really fun. Do we both agree Complexity is the other favorite team here?
Ooh,
no.
It's tough. It's tough because they're just like statistically, you know, if you look at Inferno, it's of the remaining maps in the pool for Complexity, it is perhaps the weakest that they have left over. They had to ban Mirage, they had to ban Dust 2, and so they're left with the weakest of the rest of their pool, which is going to be Inferno. And the fact they don't have Holzerk is concerning. And if you add it on top of that, NRG Inferno is one of their more comfortable maps. And you add the domestic factoring. Anders, I feel like we've got a cocktail here for an NRG victory on this best of 1.
Ooh, I actually love that prediction. It would make me so happy. In a way, I'm sad that we already get the more domestic kind of matchup, because I obviously, in some sense, want all the American teams to go as far as they can here, just for the storyline.
Yes.
But again, it is the 1-1 bracket, so no one's getting knocked out in this game. Those are reserved for best of 3s. But I think that's a nice prediction. I like that. We'll see what we actually get once we head into the map.
Does that count, by the way, if Elige on FaZe gets really deep? Does it still count as a North American roster?
Oh, FaZe is an NA team, 100%.
Nice, perfect.
I've been reliably told by all my NA friends that is just how it is. So I'm not even going to argue that anymore. I just have to accept that the odds are going to be favoring NRG a little bit, which is very interesting. That's got to be the weight of Holzerk not being there. So I'm actually kind of surprised that it's pretty close, but still interesting outcome nonetheless. The game is going to be live. Complexity will be starting on that T side, and NRG on the CT side. See what we can get here. A bit of a jump. Hex already getting a bit of information, and that second jump also tells him no one's in second mid, so they're going to be ready. They got 4 people at top mid.
looking to get to that opening couple entries. A quick trade though, but still good progression, but maybe not any progression made by the T side Complexity, getting stifled slightly, going for the chase here. Hex trying to hide in balcony, good defensive kill, but still, he's going to get the bomb down.
He's already got 4 kills, Dan. See if he can get any more. 60 goes for the Hex with the pistol ace to begin the game.
Wow. Okay, how many pistol aces are we going to get in these best of ones?
Well, you and I have done 2 so far. That's remarkable. All right, well, that's unexpected, but obviously it goes back, I think, it highlights the fact that getting the information in the middle to begin with, realizing that there's going to be all these people coming. We saw them when he jumped the first time. He saw that there was no one second mid, and they could keep that 4-man setup, and obviously the fact that he gets all of them.
Jaden! Suck my fucking ass! Okay, wait, chill, don't.
Okay.
All right.
He's almost inviting too much.
Yeah, what's the U-turn there on the trash talk?
Yeah, listen.
It's so wild, he's not even sure.
That's already memorable. Thank you, Hank. He's a lot of fun. Like, he's just so well known for it here. I love it. Junior in the middle, trying to get a deagle shot off on somebody. Oh, we got Danish representation here. I almost neglected to say, but Bros, I think, top fragging in their last game, I believe. So, or in their victory up against Tyloo, was it? It's going to be a little bit of a battle in the middle. George only getting the 1, but holding on for now. Hext here, very important shot. He's going to continue to frag out. Double kill in this round.
Yeah, aggressive stuff from Complexity, looking for those kills. If they could get 1 more at least, that would be a nice way to at least prevent the economy from growing all too much for NRG, but we'll see if they can do it. Couple Galils, certainly good for the task. Good defensive setup from NRG. 3 on this A site, or towards this A site. Ooh, that's a great headshot. There's that extra damage we were looking for. Might be an opportunity for some more, but this position from OC dug into the site. I feel like it's going to be very challenging. Good damage, though, on the library player. So now this is starting to get a little close for comfort. A lot of these players are very low. Easy finish off there for OC. Just jiggling the angle. Very well done indeed. So still up with 3 players at the end of the round.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit close for comfort, perhaps, once Grim actually picked up that headshot in the pit. But fair enough. They managed to pull through in a nice way, and I appreciate that. So NRG, I mean, regardless, like we said, it's best of 1 with MR12 means getting some of these early rounds, CT side, and it will keep 3 people alive even. They can upgrade some MP9s, perhaps into, I don't know if they're going to be stealing a Galil or 2 on the other side. Yeah, definitely one of the, actually 2 Galils. I think that's really nice. I think that's a good position to be in on the CT side here. It means this is an interesting sort of bonus round for them.
Yeah, and going aggressive behind the Steve on this way, but the challenge is there from Complexity. They don't want to allow this nade to just sit here, this control to just go the way of NRG. But they might not have too much of a choice here because there's a lot of util that's really creating problems. Another smoke from Bro, and he's going to start closing the distance. Again, I love the aggression from both sides on this. Neither willing to really give up this bottom banana position. Bro, he wants to farm. He wants to farm, and oh, there we go. Oh, is he going to get taken out by the Tech 9?
How's he losing that?
I don't know.
I feel like I was on board with everything that he was doing. I kind of like the idea that he's bullying them with the SMG down there, but I don't think it's the end of the world. It doesn't probably impact the round so much. There are a couple of Kevlar vests happening there on the Complexity side, so it actually does make the MP9 quite a bit better, but I'm still not too worried for NRG at the moment. We'll see if they can find a way to do some more damage in the round here, Complexity. I think that's probably the more important thing. Bombs being brought all the way back into second mid, so they might just end up trying to jump out of the palace, or not out of the palace, but out of the apartments here. Could see Nyx is already hanging out and probably waiting for the bomb to get there.
1 deagle shot's all it takes for this round to start crumbling for NRG, but OC defends B at least. But here's another deagle. Let's see if anything can come from this. Looking for the peak. And I love the discipline here from NRG on the defense. Did we get another re-peak? No, using the cover from sight. Very well done there from NRG. And they will keep 4 players up, so the economy is growing for them as they are now about to face that full buy from Complexity.
Wow. Yeah, I think you're right, though. The discipline that was coming out, not really peaking anything. Kind of a scary. I think if OC gets 1-deked here by Junior, then it will force a rotation. Probably George would have had to have rotated on out, and then that would have been one player in the pit. So there definitely was a way to make this round work for Complexity. They just don't. But now they've got AKs. So first real buy round is coming up here.
Yeah, and let's see if NRG go hard on this banana control again, or if they're a little bit more passive. So slightly more passive. We don't see the deep banana smoke off the rip. Some mollies to at least slow the progression. And there's a later banana smoke. So that's actually going to be more value. But in the meantime, we've got the apartments creep here from Complexity as well.
Trying to get close enough that if anyone oversteps the mark, it's going to be George in the middle taking down Sixy. Hexed as well. The Galil stolen in the previous round, now coming back to haunt them. 3 versus 5. This is a big bonus round situation for NRG. They've got the MP9, they've got the stolen Galils. If they can win rounds like these early on, then the CT side economy is going to skyrocket, and it will make it so much easier to play the game a little bit later on. JT with a nice headshot to take down OC. So there is something there to play with. But apart from that, still should be a decent round. They have a big health advantage. Hex sneaking in, they line up for him. That could have been a double kill, maybe should have been. And actually that means the bomb is going to be planted now. 2v2 in the after plant.
Yes, NRG looking to go for that retake. Fast position for Nitro in the library, but has to wait for Bro to get that rotate. Arriving at top mid now. And Nitro making all the noise, suggesting there might be a creep. And they don't know if there's 2 players. Okay, well now they know where both are. Bro making his presence known. Oh, the Molotov just a little bit shy there. And the peak is good from Junior, leaving Nitro in a very tough situation. Not sure, I don't think where both players are. And this pit position is proving highly valuable right now. And I don't know if Nitro's going to have time for this one. He's trying to find at least some kills at the very end, but it's going to be denied completely. Great stuff there. Junior with the kill, and Complexity with that first all-important proper gun round.
I think the bomb going up, man, they probably both died inside of the site. So for Nitro, I think you're absolutely right. That's what he was trying to do at the end, just saying, okay, I'm not going to be able to win this. I will say, this is a 5-on-3 that NRG managed to somehow give back. Now, credit to Complexity for making that happen, but also, I think it's worth criticizing NRG over a round like this one, because this is the difference right now between NRG having maybe a 5-0 start where they just they have so much money and everything else, and now instead all the money spent into this one. MP9, they've got the AWP and OC, which is obviously a lot of fun. One of my favorite players to watch from the region in that sense. So not all that. There's the reason why. OC punishing them immediately. JT blown up, and it's gonna put some respect, I think, on his name.
Yeah, it's good movement too. He had to kind of like jiggle back into that angle, so very, very fast. And okay, the creep in the apartments. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Okay, George is gonna find it. Very important. Hex now gonna be getting caught in Vietnam. We'll see what this 4v3 now yields for NRG. They could reset Complexity. That would be a fantastic result. But they are 2 to a site here, so Complexity could still get the numbers advantage. But moving in to be against the AWP of OC here, this is going to be very challenging. Into the angle, into the reticle, and that's a very dead 60. Nice trade coming through though, and Junior will be able to claim the site at least, so it's going to be a 1v2 post-plant here for Complexity to play out.
They should never be giving up this round, and IG, again, a massive lead in this one. I love the fact that he's picking up the orb. Gotta be careful, though. 3 bullets. He only needs 2 in theory, but you really don't know. Nitro and George walking up on the other side. They've got the kit on Nitro as well, and they've got plenty of time, even a lot of grenades here. So Junior, his task, once they know where he is not going to get any easier. Deep Incendiary, they probably can guess that he's playing by the church here. They're going to speak into him. 1 missed shot, so now he has to hit every single one, and the smoke is up already. The flashbang and the defuse on top. George to get the kill, but even without it, they would have been fine. They would have won the round. Great retake coming in there for NRG. Again, I think if they lose that round from sort of keeping the troop morale high, that would have been very hard to keep things going. So huge round.
Yeah, massive for sure. And it's gonna, you know, for the mistake that you were saying about picking that 5-0, at least NRG are gonna have a similarly good shot at a dominant position.
Oh yeah.
Off of the back of this one. At the very least, the bomb went down, so Complexity can get something into this round.
This has got to be a B execute, right? They have so many Molotovs. So yeah, 1 here. I'm assuming they're going to use the rest to try and get onto the site. See what they do. Running through his JT. They really want to keep the pressure on. So far, slow down. Good counter utility coming out from NRG to make sure that they couldn't really break through like that. If they get a little bit closer, if they catch one CT that's a little bit further up so that they can, you know, they can keep the hunt on, I think they would have gone straight for it. But there's just so many grenades, they have to call it off.
Yeah, and maybe the part of the plan was to have at least 3 players on B defensively, but that's not been the case if that was the plan for Complexity. So they're going to be up against 3 on the defense here towards A. They've only got 2 smokes and a flash left, 1 smoke just utilized. They're on the apartments, so it's a very challenging situation right now for Complexity to find value. They're going to have to run and gun their way to success, but with OC connecting that shot, the chances dwindle.
Yeah, slowed down already. A 4th man is rotating in, so now they've got a really strong setup here. 40 seconds left, and about a confused spray coming out. George looked like there could have been at least a double. 40 seconds, and the bomb is going to be planted. So actually, quite a bit of success in this round, all things considered. Bro trying to sneak in early, but he gets a bullet to the face instead. OC hoping to hold on to the round with that shot on Grim. But Junior and 60 are still alive.
That was a sick headshot off of that AWP from OC, and that's going to make it doable here. Nitro trying to lead the charge here. Another headshot coming in from OC. Absolutely phenomenal work there from him in this round, and in every round he's had the AWP. That's crazy that NRG actually pick up that post plant. Again, I'm thinking that OC flick shot into pit with the single scope. That was so beautiful, and if he doesn't get that at that point, that player can create so much delay and be so problematic. So yeah, big ups to OC for that one.
Yeah, that's what bought them a chance to actually get into it a little bit. So quick little tech problem to solve before we get back into the action. I think for NRG, I mean, this is a strong position to be in. The only thing that's worth criticizing is because Complexity are these rounds really difficult, it means that Complexity are probably also can keep this momentum going for themselves. They know CT side economy is going to be low. All we need is 1 round, and we are right back into it. We've got a decent first half already. So there was a big opportunity here for NRG in this round to just, you know, close it down. If this spray works for George, then it's over, and they survive with, you know, probably 4 or 5 people alive, and everyone's just happy. Instead, it's very, very tight. 2 people left.
Dude, he fade away Steph Curry fucking.
All right. It's hard not to appreciate Hex's, you know, commitment to just being vocal and loud, and I really appreciate that. That actually is one of the things that this is another reason why it's a crime that we don't have more North American Counter-Strike. You know, a bigger community, more players. You know, just as long as we're dreaming here, one of my big hopes is that the Austin Major will inspire a new generation of people to come and play Counter-Strike in NA. Yes. Because we just need more of them. Like, there's so many people here. We've got the technology, you know, we could have all the rivalries. It would be so sick. Yeah, we need that.
We definitely do. And this match, the rivalry's not over just yet. 5-1 advantage for NRG. Full buy again for Complexity. Banana challenge is underway for both sides. A bit more conservative though from NRG this time around. The half wall smoke will be deployed, and that will slow things down for now.
I think a bit of a bait set up at the B-bomb site. They got 3 people there, but one of them playing really far in. Flash through to try and get something. That's a nice goal from Nitro. Wall back to the smoke on Grim. And he's going to start to fall back a little bit here. But I think they were kind of hoping that Complexity would go for a faster play onto the B-bomb site, and they would have been so ready for it. Still kind of works out. They trade the kill, they do a lot of damage onto JT, and now Nitro's realized there's nobody here. Smoke up, and they walk right through it. If JT heard the smoke, he's not going to be ready. He's going to think they threw that smoke defensively, and no one's pushing. Nitro, he's so smart. You have to appreciate this. The audio from that smoke selling the idea, and now he's trying to really optimize it. Gets the kill onto JT, but they know they've already been caught. There's no way to win this round.
Oh, it's so depressing for Complexity right now. Yeah, you're totally right. It's shut down. I mean, what a fast response to just push through that smoke at that timing.
It's such a sick play, right? Because it's your own smoke, so you're throwing it for the sound effect. And I'm not even blaming JT. He hears it in the, you know, somewhere in the back of his headset. He's like, oh yeah, that was the smoke going down. That means we've got like 20 seconds before you know, we can go back and check if anyone's up enough. Oh, wait a minute, no! That should never be happening. It's only 15 seconds. They cannot win this round. It would be a crime if NRG gave it away. OC trying to make sure that doesn't happen. 60. The fact that he even got anything at all in this round is so devastating. It's another round where it should have been 4 people alive, and now it's down to 2.
Yeah, at the very least, the bomb was not planted, but still, the max loss bonus at this point is going to be a 5-4 short from Complexity. But yeah, very big damage there at the end. And I wonder if how much of this timing, this type of risk-taking, if that's something that we would have seen from Nitro anyway, or if it's part of this like familiarity the two teams have with each other. Because we can't know precisely when it's like one of those moments or not. But
I mean, for me, I associate that kind of play so heavily with North American Counter-Strike anyway because of a guy called Stewie2K, who I think made that play almost legendary. So here we go, fast, but the FAMAS is going to do all the work for Hext. He's having himself a fantastic game. 14-4 with a triple in this round, an ace to start the game with. Without Hext right now, this is such a different feel. Going to be Nitro to get the last one here, but this is much more convincing.
What a response.
I've got my membership to the Hex fan club. Look at the Grim's reaction. Well, oh, I'm so into it. You know, it annoys me as well because it pisses people off on the internet. I know there are going to be people saying, why is he shouting? Why is he? Who does he think?
Turn the table, pussy!
People are going to be complaining. I'm not. I love it. This is what I live for. 7-1, NRG running away with this. Hext absolutely trash talking. And why not? He is beating them at the moment. Nyx goes down. George saving the bullets. Didn't reload. Expecting for 60 to make that jump up and blows him up. And George, okay, happened fine. He's killing people with the smoke now. But this is probably what you don't want to see. Again, it's a 5-on-2. I understand it. That's a hot round for him, but why?
Well, also, you're trying to stick it to your rivals as well. So, I don't know. There's something more going on here than just regular Counter-Strike. There's some extra levels to this.
Oh yeah.
So, Junior and JT in a 2v4. We'll see with the minute that they have what they can do with it. You know, 2 to a site, so it is a doable round, and given that both players for NRG are in the pit, it's a strong position to defend from. But at the same time, there are still ways to deal with it because you are both still stuck in the same sort of corner. So we'll see if Complexity read this setup. It's not an uncommon way to play a situation like this for the CTs.
No, it isn't. Bro is actually holding from Church because he's not sure if anyone's gone into CT spawn. Otherwise, I think he would rotate over and leave OC on Banana because they have the ult there. But yeah, he's just not sure if they could be going through this way. And it turns out, oh no, they're not going to go for it. I was going to say, if he was right about that, he would have been right 30 seconds in advance. Would have been quite a read. But regardless, you're not wrong. It is a good setup for them. Down in the pit, that dink onto JT and the grenade to absolutely knock him out of the round here. Junior hoping that he could do something. He will actually get the kill with the Molotov after his death, so that is something. But great work. You're right, though. This isn't regular Counter-Strike. It's NA Counter-Strike.
True, exactly. Yeah, it's looking pretty devastating right now. NRG's confidence is just beyond evident. You can just see, like, you know, pushes like this, for example, just like going out there to the balcony and just like doing a full spray down with the AK down second mid. I mean, that's confidence. And NRG 7-1 now on this CT side. Again, it can all turn around.
There we get a glimpse of Daps.
Yeah.
For my money, probably somebody should do like a bigger video on his contribution to NA Counter-Strike. The amount of talent that he's fostered over the years, the amount of people that he's brought up into a high level of play, probably beyond count to this point. So he's such nice and, you know, chill guy that he's never going to say it himself. But, you know, I confidently say without Daps, North American Counter-Strike would be significantly worse than it is now. So 8-1. NRG, I'm so surprised. You said you thought this should be an upset. I still didn't think so. I thought Complexity probably would still be the stronger teams in terms of the, you know, just the overall experience and everything else. But what a great time to be wrong for me, because this is such a cool run that they're on right now. 8-1, going in round number 10. And let's see what they could do here, trying to push up along Banana. Complexity need rounds right now. Grim with the entry to take down Bro, and JT to follow it up. It's worth it, but there's a third man on the site to slow them down. Again, it's that same setup as earlier, early 3 on B bomb site, and you're not expecting for there to be more people, but Junior, he doesn't even need to see him.
Massive. Yeah, now you get the guaranteed close plant 3 versus 2. This should be nigh on impossible for NRG. Totally out of position. There's still post-plant utility, although it's just 3 flashbangs. It's still going to hurt a lot. And you can see NRG just not even remotely interested in this. They haven't even considered it, Anders. They're just like in the same positions the entire time. So this will be a second round for Complexity, a much needed round. Perhaps we can get a few strung together now. But the one thing I'll say is that it's not going to give you a lot of confidence if the rounds that you win are just off of just pure rushes.
Sure.
Because there's a lot of variance with that.
Yeah, it's hard to replicate, right? You can't just say, okay, well, let's go B again, fast up banana, and hopefully it'll work out. But 2 is better than 1, I suppose. They had some money if they wanted to go for a crazy retake, but more than anything, they don't want to lose the AWP and the AK, right? It's not worth it. Yeah, great stuff here. Junior, super well played. But I think the power of that surprise is still evident in the round. You can see that they might not have been ready at all their complexity. But they get a second round. This is not over yet. If they can get up to 4, I think we've got something to fight for. Still 8-4. It's not a great first half for complexity, but it's totally winnable.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, Inferno is a weird one where you can see a team having like a really big T side and the other team has a big T side, but you can also see in another game a team have a big CT side, the other team have a big CT side. So it can be very difficult sometimes with Inferno, just based on how the teams are playing it. I think it's only the case, I think, when you get the top 8 teams where you can, I think, more reliably predict kind of how it will go, just because the fundamentals are a lot more locked in.
No, I think you're right. Like it's very, very doable. Now we get a shot of Adren on the other side, obviously.
All right, yeah.
You know, just to highlight North American, you know, former players and coaches. Another man, I think, who has like a lot of credit in the space. And again, NA Counter-Strike would just be significantly different if he wasn't there to lend his experience to the space. So
the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, like I think we should make something like that, because it is really important. It's one of the things that NA is missing in a way, and it's really cool that there are people like this whose love for the game just never fades. Really, I think it's awesome. JT to take down Bro at the start of it. That is, I mean, we said it couldn't be replicated, but they're trying to do it anyway, and with great success so far.
Yep. I like that Bro's still going for aggression like that. I think it's important to keep that pressure on the opponents, but it doesn't always work out. You've got to rely on your teammates now, doing a great job, and we'll see if they're able to do that.
I mean, he's 2-7 right now, so it's definitely been a bit of a rough game for him in that sense. Denmark trying to sabotage NA at the moment, which is rough. I apologize on behalf of my countrymen. Nitro, get a bit of a spray down, but not really getting the connection. It's George instead showing up, looking for the headshot. He'll get 2 kills at the end. It took a lot of bullets, and Nitro will find Junior through the smoke. That's all he was looking for. The bomb plant being delayed by the fact that smoke gets blown open, so it's going to cause some time here for a rotation to come in. We've got OC on the AWP and a full-on retake coming up.
Yeah, spraying for dear life. Nick's going to find something here, moving back into pool. 60 backside. They need this first headshot to come very quickly for this defense to work out. As NRG are starting to run low on time. The boost up, looking for it. Beautiful, the spray on through to find that booster, and that's exactly what will happen. Great stuff there from 60. And he's even going to finish it off with the 3rd kill. Excellent stuff there from Complexity.
Fuck those guys.
Whoa.
No, I love it.
Everybody pick it up.
I absolutely love it. 60. That's the kind of energy that I want. If I'm playing with someone, this is the major. This is what it's about. I want those kind of emotions. I'm, you know, thumbs up from me. I must say, I think this attempt at a retake for NIG was absolutely asinine. I have no idea why they wanted to smoke up and boost. It's got to be the most obvious thing that you could do. I'm not surprised that 60's looking for it. That's a CT smoke that we're watching there. Oh, isn't NA Counter-Strike just beautiful? You say what you want, but this is peak entertainment. 8-3 the scoreline. We're going into the last round of the half. Round number 12, and they had finally run out of money on the NRG side. They're down to FAMAS and MP9s and very little utility. Complexity with a chance right now to get the 4 rounds. If they could do that, win the pistol in the second half, then we've got such a battle on our hands.
Ooh, JT spotted one jumping to the side. They should be able to understand there's two in the side here. Oh, the wall attempt! And wow, he's going to find it onto Hex. That's actually a great pickup. A minute to go, 5v4, and the CTs have almost no utility. They've got it's just Nitro that has essentially all the util. And so that's at B. So if we get a rotate towards A, that's looking super nice for Complexity. We'll have to see if they figure that one out. They're pausing, they're cutting noise right now to see what exactly NRG will do, if anything.
I mean, back. How hard do you think it is for NIG right now to keep 3 people at the B bomb site? Like, it might be the only way to win, but at the same time, it's just one player, trying to hold on to A alone. So, to their credit, they haven't budged. They're committed to the stack.
And they're going to be right, I think, Candice. They're committed to Complexity now. They've only got 20 seconds to get the bomb down. So they're going to go into the stack. This is a disaster.
Yes, it is. Nitro. Nice little utility to try and see if we can put some more pressure on. There's only 14 seconds left. If they run right through, but Grim with a headshot, he picks up Nitro as well. OC trying to hold on, and he very nearly got the kills that he needed there. Maybe one more, and they just run out of time. But it's down to the double entry on Grim. And now George trying to fight his way up. Banana is not going to be allowed. JT will take him down, an 8-4 finish at the end. Complexity, they keep it alive. They're not knocked out yet here in this match. We'll see how it goes coming into the second half right after this.
My first team was Team Webster's. It's just like a local Russian team. Second one was K23. It's like a bit more famous. There was like players like Fame, Norbert, major champions. Next I moved to the Team Spirit Academy. Most famous academy team, I think the best in the world. Then I moved to Bad Boom and here I am. Academy teams, it's more about like the most basic CS that you can learn. And if you learn it well, in future you can be more creative. I think Boomich is a great leader. He's thinking about really a lot in the game, like a lot of main games. He's like have really a lot of energy, so he's screaming, like some funny things, maybe a bit curse. I played not really with a lot of agiles, but for me it's comfortable because I understand what I can do for my team, like exact role, my zone, you know. We had some bootcamp before the major. We played some online games. It was not really well, but that was important to lose in the right moment.
A lot of people say that you learn the most from your losses.
Yeah. When you are losing to team, you think that you are better. It's not about your game. Maybe it's like you're more focused, something like that. It's online games. Everyone's at home can see emotions of your teammate, can say some frustrations maybe, and we're trying to fix our main problems to perform good on the major. On LAN, it's absolutely a different game. I think we have like LAN team because Exiles or the Boomich, everyone really experienced. They like more play on LAN, so I think that's our chance to get good various points, good major things.
You're only 20 years old, right? You're super young in the grand scheme of things. Like anything that you're looking to develop?
I think already not young, to be honest, in the terms of nowadays. I think it's not the problems that can change as a team, so it's just improve individually.
Do you have any particular goals at the major? Is the goal to win the whole thing?
For me, it's much easier to play without expectations, but I think a good goal is at least Legend stage.
Well, Hex was suggesting that they should try and punch their desks a little bit, and there might have been an opportunity for that for Bro. He's very, very tough first half for him, but as a whole, obviously, NRG playing extremely well here. You can see, just punching that table. Yeah, this is a very, very emotional game. I really enjoyed it. I think this is sick. There's still an opportunity right now for Complexity. They are really far behind. Hext played a phenomenal first half, but at the end of it, Grim and Sixy, they started to really step it up, and JT had some good entries. It's not over yet.
Yeah, and also on top of that, this is the 1-1 match. So if you lose this, you're going 1-2, and that really, really sucks. The pressure is suddenly like just so much higher. Your chances could be over very shortly. But we're into the second half here, and Complexity off on that CT side. We'll see if they can recover some of this deficit that they're currently sitting on. Oh, okay, well, Bro's going to take down JT, so that's not a good start there from Complexity, and it might just get worse, but Grim at least with the trade. He's out there. He is out there looking for more, but got to be really cautious here not to give up another kill too easily, because he's only going to have one teammate left behind him, and that will be an easy rush onto the B site. In fact, his teammate's going to get dinged.
Yeah, I love Grim for trying to really make that work, but unfortunately didn't get the second kill. Bro doing quite a lot in this round, even if it's just the one kill. Here we go. Setup is going to be already on. Smoke going up, and Junior can't really block it the way that it's thrown there. Nyx actually getting a kill, and Grim finding more. He's just jiggling around, dancing around that pillar in the back. He's so fast on his feet, and finally, he does get taken down. OC able to pick him up. It's Nyx left and trying to get one. He'll get the headshot, throw the smoke onto Nitro. The bomb is never planted. You could see Nitro is just keeling over into the fountain here. No fish there to eat him any longer. OC is going to be going down at the end, and it will be the CT side to pick it up. So a massive round for Complexity. If the comeback story is going to begin, it has to begin like this.
Yeah, and I love the fearlessness that we saw from Complexity. You know, you highlighted it with Grim in particular here, right there, on Banana. Just like not really giving up any space without fighting for it, and that's so dangerous to do. But you can't be passive, you can't just be afraid and not take the right risks. So it's good to see that from Complexity there. They're going to be in a really good spot here if they can convert. As you said, no bomb plant. So we just have Glocks here for NRG. So this should be an easy round. Anders.
Why, Dan? Why are you doing that?
It's just Glocks, Anders. Glocks.
Listen, if they lose this round, then I'll send all the NRG fans your phone number, and they can just call you immediately.
Oh my god.
With a bit of thanks, perhaps. Jinxing it. It's a real thing. The caster jinx, we all know it. George also, I guess you should just highlight him. He's got 14 kills, and OC's got also 13. So they got, you know, a really, really nice trio on that NRG side, a bit of an engine. Yeah, Bro, the only one that really had a real struggle over at that B bomb side. Not that necessarily it was too felt on the team, but he definitely had a hard time individually trying to bring it up. And like I said, he was top performing in, I think, one of their last games that they ended up winning. So definitely a you know, bit of a different feel for him here, starting the day with. Scrim just no reason to do anything wild. You've got the MP9. You might as well try and put some pressure on here, but you don't have to engage too much in this fight.
Yeah, you want to bait for JT for sure, but now JT's his position's been given away, so they're going to just try to charge him down into the spray. Is not going to look good, and that's perfect there for Complexity. Exactly what they were looking for. 5 players survive, very little drama, and now moving into the next round against the 4 rifles, they're going to be in the best position, even if it goes wrong, to keep fighting.
Yeah, so nerd yourself, Dan. I know you've got to appreciate how JT, like, he uses the corner of that angle against his opponents, like falling back, so that they have to keep swinging further out of the smoke to catch him. Like, it's so annoying. But great play.
Got to go deep, Anders.
Well, I think we are going to have to do that now, because it's 6-8. This team is right back on. It looked like it was going to be a stop. It looked like Hext was going to shout his way into the 2-1 bracket instead. Trash talk his way to further victory, which I think is a very legitimate way to get there. What a grenade. OC and Bro in front, but it will be the double kill for Grim. One with the rifle, one instead with the HE, and now Nitro, a team kill on top. What is this round? 2 versus 3. MP9 at range here, and I think Nitro has a very nice Molotov to make sure that he could, you know, kind of slow the round down again and recover.
Yeah, and this round can get very weird. We'll see what Nitro does. He looks like he wants to move forwards with the cover of the smoke, but the flash is so sick. What a beautiful flash assist coming on through from Junior there for Sixy to be able to pick that one up. And now there's huge problems for Hex because, I mean, he can get the bomb, but so much space is being given, and I love that for Complexity. They've taken that space towards second mid and mid, so they can really understand precisely what Hext is doing, even if he resets here, because he does have essentially a minute to play the entire map with, and he's going to move back. And so Nyx will have options to either engage or just give information and fall back onto the site.
Yeah, I think this kind of an off angle is huge, right? This is so hard for Hex to ever check this. Walking up, you can see, I don't even think that's a mistake from Hex.
Yeah.
Just how could you? It would take you an hour if you had to, micro peek every angle from all the way from banana to A. Not going to happen.
It's a great spot for sure.
This setup. Look at how much they got caught, and they still hold on. Again, not necessarily Nitro. Sometimes weird as sound, you actually have to shoot your teammates like that, because otherwise you both die.
By the way, that was actually, I don't think you can get more of a perfect pop flash than that. So
right.
Shout outs to Junior. But yeah, interesting also because NRG, they went very aggressive there with the rifle round. They didn't try to do a slow default. They just hammered banana. That was the plan. So we'll see if NRG get into one of those spots where their economy just gets kind of wrecked. Hello, Org on Grim. Okay. Love to see that. But hopefully NRG doesn't get to that spot where they just don't know what works because they've never been defaulting, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I mean, having your default work, especially at the start of a game and a half, it can be such a luxury. Ooh, the timing is weird here for JT, but manages to hold on and decides to push it. He didn't even know. He did not know. That is just, that's just a random bullet that flies through the smoke, just catching strays, as it were, on that second one. I'd love to see a slow replay of that. That's such a crazy round. JT picks up another at the end. My God.
Yeah, they're looking good. They are looking confident. They're
right back.
They really are. They're in such good shape right now. And like I said, I'm kind of worried for NRG. We're going to see in their next proper gun, their first proper gun round, what they actually do, because I don't think that. I feel like they have to play a slower round. They have to try to play for map control, try to play those Inferno fundamentals. So we'll see if they do that here or if they just rush again.
I mean, the scoreline's tied up. We're at 8-8 now from an 8-4 first half. So NRG winning no rounds in the second half. You can see the frustration on Bro. I think he's saying, like, I just can't do anything. But this time, getting the entry, following it up on JT, that's almost enough to win the round. But there is a third player on the site, and it's Chinggis. He'll take down Bro, looking for the spray. He is so mechanically gifted. George is going to get blown up as well. It was out of nowhere when they picked up Chinggis and Nyx on Complexity. I had never heard of them before, but you could see why they did it. Hext is trying to bring the round back in their favor. They've got the bomb, and at the minimum, they're going to get the bomb plant here. So 2 versus 2, and a nice headshot from Nitro to take down Nyx. That's how you do it.
Chinggis already did so much on the B site. Has to do a little more. 1v2 clutch. And where are the players here for NRG? What is the setup? It is one of the most typical setups you could ever possibly have. We'll see if the game sense plays out nicely here for Chinggis. Quick molly onto the sides. That's not going to go deep enough, though. Oh, actually, it is starting to do a little bit of damage. He knows there's a player there, but the crossfire is so strong. And it's not going to be enough. Complexity will fall on that round. And that's unfortunate. That came down to that was so close. If Junior connects that AWP shot, the round is over for NRG. So
yeah, that's all they need. Could you imagine if that incendiary from Chinggis actually would have landed on top of the box? I mean, that might have been an opportunity. I think he had the right read. Huge though for NRG.
Let's go.
And obviously Bro, just to, we've been criticizing him, I think rightfully so. He really has been having a very tough game.
You say we Anders, like you're trying to diffuse the potential attacks that you may receive from the Danish Counter-Strike fans. I want to just, for the record, it's just you, Anders. I have not said anything about Bro, actually.
All right.
You're using the royal we here, implicating me.
All right, I'll own it this time. This time, I guess I will. But I think the mark of a good player, or at least one of the marks, could be, being able to turn around a bad game for yourself. Just like waiting long enough for you to find the round where you can have the impact. Because you can have a terrible game for 20 rounds in a row, but then the last 3 rounds you make all the difference, and it's all good. Like it could be fine.
Well, it all is back in Junior's hands because they have such a good economy, or had such a good economy. Might get the catch here. Oh, the jiggle there is beautiful. Forces a missed shot. And that's going to be some extra ground towards the apartments claimed. some extra threat as well. And Complexity, they have obviously all this banana control. And oh, this is just so dirty, isn't it? What a play over the top of the logs. And that's a 4 versus 3 now in favor of Complexity.
Oh, right through the smoke as well. George going to be beginning up, but he's not slowing it down. I do like that. The spray through it very nearly connects, but somehow Sixy finds a shot over the smoke. I think he might have been able to see OC from his point of view. A minute on the clock here. The bomb being faked once and walking right through Nitro. He's going to get that headshot easily on the Grim, but JT with the revenge immediately and still not a bomb plant. George trying to get the digits in this time. Smoke, they run right through the Molotov. Might slow them down, but it doesn't matter. Sixy giving it all for his team. And they're going to be able to get that defuse in. Very nicely done. And you can see the frustration here on NRG slowly creeping into the game.
They did do a lot of damage there, though. They killed 4 players, they got the bomb planted, and so they're going to be able to really put the pressure on, because I don't think Complexity are going to have that much money here. They spent everything in this round, and so it's going to be tight on the util, tight on some of the weaponry.
Just the early move from Junior to walk into the apps with an AWP already scoped. He has to scope before he goes into apps, because otherwise the people jumping up on the other side would have heard him. So it's such a great read. Like, he didn't get the kill from it, but it shows you that he has such a good understanding of how NRG like to play. Again, probably the fact that it's sort of like a semi-domestic type matchup, so they know each other pretty well. Wow, this game has turned into something else. It looked like it was going to be nothing. It looked like Hex was going to be able to win almost on his own. OC with a good opening here. Flash comes out. JT trying to do something. It's a friendly grenade that lands on top of him, but probably not exactly intended that way. 3 versus 4 now. NRG looking to get another round here in the second half, and I think with that shot from Nitro, it's pretty much cemented.
Yeah, I wonder if the AWP might... It should be recoverable. There wasn't banana there for Complexity. They picked up 2 MP9s. We talked about how their economy's not in a good place, so that was where they made the concessions. Is okay, we'll get those at 2 MP9s, and they wanted to play aggressive with it, and I think that's definitely the right play. You know, that round could have gone a lot of different ways. Had the AWP shot connected fully, it was just a leg shot, and so on and so forth. But NRG, they are still finding success with these very fast-paced plays on banana especially, so that's going to be something that they can go back to time and again, knowing that that feels good. Whereas Complexity, they're on the back foot now, because this is really the worst part of the match, to have your economy get ruined. So.
And how quick it's happened. They started this by winning like 4 or 5 rounds in a row on the second half. Things look decent, but you pointed it out already. Some of the rounds, they were close enough that it cost them on the money front. And yeah, I think you're right. This is typically where you see CT sides collapse. And there aren't that many rounds left either. So do they even have enough time to recover everything?
Wait, excuse me? What?
Fucking way.
What is that?
Captain America's back. I mean,
I don't understand. I don't understand. That's like so far away. And he's just in midair.
Yeah, that's...
And it threw a smoke.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I guess, you just have to have played Counter-Strike for, at the level that Nitro has for a really long time to be able to see this happen.
I mean, he's not even aiming.
Look at his own look at his own face. He's like, just as surprised.
Oh, man.
How sick is that? 10-9. NRG. Well, we can't really analyze that, can we, unfortunately?
I mean, that's just unlucky. That is terrifying.
Don't try this at home, kids. Don't play Counter-Strike like that. Leave that to Nitro.
Yeah, why would you even try to shoot in the midair there? Like, I don't even...
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Yeah, you wouldn't, would you? Like...
But it's a major, so you get to bend the rules a little bit, I guess. Yeah, the money's still a factor. 2 MP9s. They do have the AWP on Junior, which is nice. And 60 as well on the M4. They're actually all playing so well, Complexity, right now. It's a really great team effort here, but if they don't have the money, then it might not make a difference. He's looking to just drop an instant grenade and try and run away for it. Incendiary down, they're jumping right through, and Hex flying with the MAC-10. Gonna get the opening, that's all he needed. He actually gets another one, and George to follow it up. But even if Hex had only got the one, that is job done for that kind of an entry. NRG, they've won the round already.
Yeah, nothing left for the remainder of Complexity to do. And they don't even have an AWP that they can pick up and save at this point. If they were to try to get some upgrades, they would be risking their lives to do so, and they just can't afford to do it.
I'd actually love a replay of the incendiary thrown in front of him there. If I was really trying to nitpick here, I would imagine that the thing that goes wrong is that he throws it into the wall, as opposed to, yeah, so he throws it very deep. I think you could make an argument that you just throw it right in front of you, like throw it at your own toes, because again, the incendiaries just don't do any damage. And when it's that deep, it ticks them like once or twice, and that's it. Like, yeah, it's no damage whatsoever. It's such a... I almost feel dumb for saying it, because obviously if you're in the middle of the game, you're not thinking about stuff like this, but if I really had to, if we're criticizing them, Dan, if we're doing it, then that's what we should be saying.
Why do you keep trying to just drag me down? Like, why are you trying to get people to attack me, Anders?
You know,
why can't you just be the recipient of the attacks?
We're a team, Dan. You know, we've got to stick together.
I didn't sign up for this. I didn't
sign up for this. Here we go. It's going to be the 21st round. We've got an 11-9 scoreline with NRG. Honestly, I was getting worried for them. They had such a great first half. I thought they were gonna just, you know, dip out of this second half and not really do anything, but they've managed to collapse the complexity economy. They've got almost nothing here. The saved rounds for the previous, or the saved rifles here from the previous round, that's about it. JT going aggressive with the M4. I love this. I think this is it's obviously insanely risky, but at the same time, you don't have that much. You need to take risks.
Yeah, and the team is buying next round anyway, even if the gun was lost. So yeah. I feel like it's definitely good to try to take some early risks. If you can get a pick early, then that can really be strong. And wow, Complexity, they've realized that no noise second mid, they are feeling the B hit.
Oh, NRG, if they don't find out what's going on, they are checking top mid, which is very nice. I think, yeah, George, this is such good Counter-Strike to try to make sure this will feel somewhat empty for him already. Like he must be thinking there's something up. If they go for it, obviously the stack is one thing, but that flashbang on Sixy is what really worries me. Because they're going to smoke coffins, and Sixy will use that flash to run through. So if they don't divert, okay, I think they're figuring it out.
Yeah, I think they had the smoke, like, clip the guy on the boost.
Yeah.
Which kind of tells you everything you need to know, I feel like.
Yeah, it's such good Counter-Strike. What a hero George is for just taking a peek. Sometimes that's all you need. Yeah, really well played.
Well, a gun donated back to the CTs for Grim. And again, they could try to go for this. I don't know, do they have a kid? They've got a couple kids. They can try to go for this. They're going to be buying the next round.
I mean,
so
you're not wrong. They still have that flashbang from Sixy. I said it was going to be dangerous on the other side, but I mean, one good flash.
One good flash. We'll see what they can get from it. They can commit a couple players. If it doesn't look good, they can fall off with a couple M4s. But there's that flash, that one flash, that's it. Now it has to be the headshots. And Grim able to pick up one against George, but it's starting to feel a little difficult. Oh, bro. Just both of them moving through the spray, and everybody's lost. But again, it's okay. They're going to buy next round, Anders. It's fine.
One of them jumped into the line of fire. Obviously not intentionally so, but that looked like that somehow looked really stylish. Okay, I think I kind of agree. Probably worth trying to do something. Maybe there's a chance that NIG wouldn't have been ready, but they definitely weren't. Good stuff here. Oh, wow. They just run right into it there. That was Sixy, I think, just stepping into the AK bullets.
Perfect timing. 12-9, this could be it. This could be Complexity falling down into the 1-2 of the Swiss stage here. Stage 1 of the Austin Major. They've got to keep themselves alive, and they're going aggressive. They don't feel any of the fear.
I like it. Yeah, just pretend like it doesn't even matter, and you're just playing another round. Junior, a bullet through the smoke to find the headshot. That is not how you want to get the round started here in Grim. He is so lucky to be alive. 2 health left. Can he find any impact on a round like this one is the question. He sort of wants to try and escape. He's hoping that there are going to be no more nades thrown, but at the same time over at the A part of the map, Sixy, he's had a really cool game, but they need him right now to save them. They have no idea. This is just, you know, a connect play. They're just walking into it, straight contact towards the site. It's going to be JT going down early, and because Grim is so low, he can't really help out. So Sixy, what are you going to do? Up in the graveyard position, Trigger Discipline is at an all-time high as he gets the first. Nick's trying to follow it up, but still up in the apps, and he will find himself alone versus 3. They've got plenty of time. Grenades raining down, and the headshot for Bro to close it out. NRG with a victory here. to send Complexity down to that 1-2 bracket, and a huge relief for them. Very impressive game.
Really impressive, really impressive. They definitely delivered it right at the key moments. I got a little worried on their T side in some of the earlier stages when we saw that momentum from Complexity. They started to settle Complexity into their setups, and they were looking good. But NRG still had extra gears to go to, which you love to see. The flying AK headshot through the smoke down mid in a critical round. That might be a highlight for me again with Nitro.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. That was surprising to say the least. And obviously, we started with the pistol ace and everything else. So quite a fiery matchup, but handshakes all around at the end. I expect nothing less. It's so cool to see. There's so much history here. We talked a little bit about it, obviously Nitro, but Daps and Adren behind them, and it's just some of the best that I think NA has to offer. It's really cool to see. Complexity, no doubt, will try and bounce back later on, but for me, I'm surprised by NIG, and I think it's really good to see them step it up here early on in the major. We have more Counter-Strike coming up here at the V-Stream, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a quick break. All right, welcome back, everyone. We've got more Counter-Strike coming up. A lot of it, in fact, over the next couple of weeks. It's going to be exciting. Second match of the day here on the B stream. I think this will be kind of interesting. Nemiga versus Lynn Vision. How do you feel about this game, Dan?
I was pretty pumped to seeing Lynn Vision yesterday. I actually felt like they looked pretty good, and we got some great moments from Amelia, for example, that were like very memorable. So I'm looking forward to seeing more from them because it's not a team that we get to see as often. I feel like at these tournaments.
Yeah. Well, we do have some lineups for you guys. I guess you're not familiar with some of the teams here. Then we can introduce them: Westmelon, Saka, Starry, Amelia, and call me Sue, or just Sue if you want. So probably butchering his actual last name, but we'll get confirmation on that later on. I think this is a really fun lineup. Like, they play fun Counter-Strike. It's hard not to fall in love with these guys. They shoot mechanically insanely hard. I think Saka on that AWP was kind of impressing us too. And you're right, Amelia had multi-kills for every round. So pretty exciting stuff. And on the other side of it, it's Nemiga, Leah, Santa, Khan, Risky Bob, and Sway. And for me, Khan is I think I mentioned he was one of the people I wanted to watch. Funnily enough, he wasn't actually necessarily the guy impressing the most last time, but I'm still going to keep my pick with him for one of the players here for the early stage of the major. Definitely a strong team.
Yeah, and we only, I think, got to see them on a train so far. And so I'm curious to see what their looks will be on other maps because, yeah, the potential's definitely there. It felt like they were a little bit more uncomfortable on train.
Yes.
We didn't get to see some of those moments from, I think, Khan that we wanted to see. So I'm looking forward to getting, more data on these guys because they looked promising.
Yeah, I think so. And also against Bedroom on train, it's just a rough game to play no matter what. Now, we do need an actual map to play on as well before we get into too much action. It's always the best of one here. So we'll end up with a Nemiga banning Inferno, and then we end up on Dust 2. So good battleground. Everyone's happy. We all know how this map plays. So.
And this is one of the better ones for Lynn Vision. We talked about this yesterday where a lot of people were favoring Legacy, but Dust 2 is a map where Lynn Vision are extraordinarily confident. And we could really see it in the Dust 2 that we had yesterday. They kind of had an answer for everything. They never really looked like they were out of ideas or kind of not sure what to do.
Yeah, I think the tactical side of them for Dust 2 was really impressive. So I just enjoyed that quite a bit. I think it was a really, really cool game. If you want to go back and watch, actually, I think they did a lot of new things on Dust 2, which is very hard to do. But they actually reinvented some stuff. In terms of the odds here, we are going to be seeing, a little bit of an Nemiga favorite, but I mean, I don't know. I'm honestly not sure right now. I do think Khan is going to have a big impact on this game, but to me, this feels like sort of a coin flip.
I'm really feeling Lynn Vision for this one. Again, we already talked about Dust 2. It is a map that is played a lot by Nemiga as well, but I mean, 14 maps play for Lynn Vision, 86% win rate. So, even if that's against lesser tier opponents, it's going to obviously, again, add to the confidence and comfort that they have. For Nemiga as well, they go to Dust 2 also the most. With 19 maps played, they get 68% on their win rate. And again, the quality of opponents is something that you always have a caveat around, but even with that said, for me, I'm actually favoring Lynn Vision, and I got it right last time with NRG.
You did, Dan, in a big way. That was really impressive. Let's see if we can do it again here. It's going to be on Dust 2 to begin with the second match of the day here on the B stream. Nemiga on the T side, and they are already rushing out long. It is a classic play. Amelia has spotted it out, though, and he'll try his best to try and slow them down. Smoke, flash into the peak as well, trying to get them lined up against the corner, and now they smoke it up, but he's instantly ready to blow it up when they cross already. They are caught in the open, but they answer back. Santa with a nice headshot, the first of the match here to take down Amelia. The bomb should be planted, but Lynn Vision are right on top of it. They want to fight all the way through here. It's Sue to get the kill on the Risky Bob. Starry pushing along. The action never stops. It's a relentless battle at the A-bomb site with Leah and Khan trying to stay alive, but they cannot. Lynn Vision I don't think they ever stopped shooting the pistols at any point during this round.
Super aggressive, super fast on the retake. Yeah, definitely had a good handle on things, even though it's chaotic. And they're going to pick up that defuse. So really important, but also awesome because on the T side, it's actually one of those spots where I almost like being on the T side in this position where you get the bomb down. Yeah, you lose the round. But if you get the reset on the CT economy, because you can get pretty nice weapons with the bomb plant, you then reset the CT economy, you actually just ruin them. The momentum is really hard to fight against on the CT side on this map.
And you can also, this is how you also know we're on Dust 2. Like, if you just cut away the map and only showed me the buy on the CT side, I know we're going to be on a map like Dust 2 or Train, because if it was Inferno, you could buy more MP9s. You're going to be closer. On Ancient, maybe you could do it too. On this map, you're going to be at range. You want the Orc, you want the the M4s here. They really don't want to lose this round, because you're absolutely right. Nemiga in a really prime position. They've got a really great buy on their own side. These 3 Galils, super dangerous. And even the Deagle, I would say, hard to play up against. So we'll see if Lynn Vision can keep the momentum going from winning that pistol. But I must say, it was impressive. I think it was a minute of non-stop shooting pistols. Like, they just never ended.
And they might try to go straight through Amelia there. We talked about Amelia being really good multi-kills. Going to have to do it again. Great pick on Dastari through mid. And again, Amelia might be the only player to play spoiler here. It's all on Amelia's shoulders. In the corner behind the doors. Well, surely they'll check for this. They do just try to pre-fire around the corner. It's only one, though, from Amelia. I think that's not going to be enough here. 4 versus 3, an advantage now for Nemiga.
Yeah, that's huge. And you could see the power of having that helmet on top of the Kevlar, because otherwise Amelia does just get that first kill immediately and can reset the fight for the next one. Little grenade, just a flash unfortunately here, but Westmelon peeking in, looking for one more shot onto the second player. He's going to challenge it. Leah goes down. Great recovery in the round here. Nemiga, I thought that opening was going to be enough, and Westmelon's got a different thing in mind. He's doing remarkable work at the moment. 3 kills and leaves Sway 1 versus 3. And Sue will take him down, so all done with.
Wow, they're so fast, Anders. Again, we had a 4v3 advantage for Nemiga with all the positioning in the world. It looked like to be able to just have a pretty comfortable post plant, but that was anything but comfortable. And it was a lot because of this play from Westmelon. Getting into position so quickly behind the cat push was so powerful. And Lynn Vision continued to impress, I think, early on with these retakes on the A sites.
Yeah, I mean, they are just, you're right. They're a really intense team to play up against Lynn Vision. You can feel it for Nemiga. There are no slowdowns. Once the action gets going, there's never a point in time when Nemiga can slow down the game and say, okay, hey everyone, what are we doing now? Like, what's the after plan look like? What do we want to do? Like, there's no conversation. It's just, the battle just doesn't stop. And that can actually be really hard to deal with. Pushing out long, bit of a crossfire setup. Amelia could be in some danger here, but all right, Starry's there. Good job.
Yeah, and you can just play spots where you force them to go into your teammates, and so there's not really an angle on the pit player that you can find if it's played correctly. And this is a complete wipeout. Great work again from Lynn Vision to build the economy. That's what this round is all about, is building your economy on the CT side. It's so important, especially because you sometimes if you have a team that can play a double AWP, this is a great map to do it. But obviously that's very expensive.
It definitely is. But I think, I mean, also now what we're seeing more and more, I think my prediction has been for a couple of months now that we're going to, the org will start to get back into it. I think I tried to sell people on the idea that this is going to be the org major. So I think even without a double orb, just having an org in play somewhere, or 2 of them even, could go a really long way. 3 Endo. What a nice start for them. Grenading their way through. That T-smoke there, and Santa does get blown up. Very nicely done. Very aggressive. It also probably reveals, honestly, to Nemiga that there's a lot of people out long. If they wanted to, they could just go really quick to be... I think this would be a really smart call, but the timing on when this is a good call is running out. They need to do it pretty quickly or not at all. Nearly catching the kill there. Risky ball, but it's Westmelon on the other side. And yeah, now they kind of gave away the chance to actually hit the timing.
Yeah, and there's not enough players right now, and they're trying to find picks everywhere independently, but it's not going well either. So Lynn Vision, again, showing their comfort on Dust 2. Going for the instantaneous long challenge is a move that you need to have in your toolkit if you want to be a good Dust 2 team. So Lynn Vision gaining massive value from that, like you said. All the information, forcing Nemiga into a spot here. But all they can do is look for these picks. And that incendiaries, the Molotov's going to be good enough for the kill, but I mean, Risky Bob's still going to die. So big result here for Lynn Vision.
If you're new to Counter-Strike, what Westmelon just did is a very nice skill to learn, where you basically know, I am going to die. Like, it could be a Molotov at your feet, but it could also just be that you're trapped in a corner somewhere, and there's just, you can't make it out. Sometimes it's just, it takes away some of the pressure. You say, I just have to get 1 kill. That's my only mission. I'm not even trying to live through this. I'm going to crouch into the fire and take him down. And yeah, really nice to see. I think that's a great mentality. He knew he was not going to make it out of that corner. But yeah, getting the kill means winning the round instantly.
And early on here, the Nemiga players are finding it hard to get kills, actually.
Yes.
It's been very difficult to get these frags. And this round, can we get anything extra here from Space? All the time after time. It gets a little bit scary. There's a second player there.
I mean, Westmelon has as many kills as the entire Nemiga team. So you're right, they're really not finding the kills. And dying after time, definitely not the way to go either. If you don't know, you don't get the loss bonus on the T side if you've died after the time. So sometimes it's better to find a way to die on the T side if you think you're going to get hunted down. Gotta remember sometimes, I forget it, but you know, there might be a lot of new people watching for the Major where maybe this is your first time interacting with higher level Counter-Strike. If that's the case, you've joined at the perfect time. Game is in a good position, everyone's excited. Got Counter-Strike back in NA. And yeah, we're just, you know, we've got a bit of history. There's a lot to catch up on, but...
Yes, there certainly is. And I really hope that this event inspires more events to come to North America because, like you say, Anders, we need more...
We do.
More stuff going on in North America, build the scene up.
Somebody on Twitter was tweeting me saying we should have an event in Seattle. I think that's what Valve are located.
Yeah. Sort
of makes sense to me. You know, the Valve Major, they just host one of their own.
Yeah, that'd be pretty sick.
Here we go, 4-0 as we lead into round number 5. Again, that smoke at the corner for the T side is very nice to create the space to get out. In the previous round, Lynn Vision blew open that smoke to take the fight, but this time they decide we don't want to do that. We're going to fall back, and I think 9 times out of 10, that's probably the better choice. Don't fight, just stay back and stay alive. Starry is going to try to swing this corner. Nicely done. He does get a bullet to the face. He's very low on health, but the backup is here, and they're going to be able to convert that. Yeah, was that from Lower Dark, Westmelon? I think he got the shot from Lower Dark. That's pretty impressive. The rest of them are going to get chewed up by the AKs on approach. Just a very convincing round.
The interesting thing with Lynn Vision, and I don't know if it's something that Nemiga will work out or not, is that Lynn Vision are, we actually talked about this from the very beginning, from the very first round. They react really, really quick on the CT side. And right now, they are, like in this round, for example, they felt the long pressure, and they immediately pushed up a dart. Okay, they're against pistols. Maybe they're going to be a bit quicker to rotate, assuming there'll be more players grouped up. If they see any players at all, that there'll be a lot there. But I don't know that that's the case. I do think that they're quite fast to react, so that does make them susceptible for, you know, if, let's say, you know, part of your default is a fast long take, but you actually have a couple players up a dark, for example.
Yeah.
You know, these types of moves might be a good way to get an initial pick to try to exploit that. Because the thing is that when a team does that on the CT side, they're essentially getting wins for complete free, like information for free, positioning for free, but it comes at the risk that they're pushing into, you know, this territory. So you need to punish that and exploit it if you're on the T side. If that's something that Lynn Vision will reliably do, and we might find out here.
I mean, why not? It's going so well for them. Why change the formula from their side? It's really Nemiga that are under some pressure here. Again, just to find any kills at all. They're in a really tough spot. I think it's 7 in total right now for them. So again, Westmelon, same amount of kills as the entire Nemiga team. For anyone that's, you know, good at arithmetic. Until we get to 10, Dan, I'm pretty strong.
Yeah.
Adding the numbers.
Till you run out of fingers.
Exactly.
And the toes are not exposed just yet, so...
Yeah, we can't have those on camera. That's a violation of the contract, unfortunately. So none of that, guys. Stop asking. 20 seconds and 1 minute on the clock. So Nemiga, very slow here, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, the cat take around 1 minute, pretty standard. Nice pickup, though, through the A-long doors. Zaka finds that one, and that is a problem, because this might just completely shut down a play towards A for Nemiga, and I think that Lynn Vision will understand that. However, they are not moving from their positions. They have good coverage at range. Zaka gets smoked off, though.
Yeah, they're pushing out long as well. They're so smart, Lynn Vision. Oh, there's so much to talk about, more than we could probably do in a round here. Emilia smoked himself, in case anyone was listening. Oh, he still goes down to Khan. That's a very hard shot to hit. And Leah trying to see if he could join now. Risky Bob is dead at the same time. 40 seconds. This smoke is up, but they know there's no B-split happening, and this is a scary position here. Smoke up again, but if they try and push through into upper, which they will, all of them coming in through this narrow choke point. One mistake, and they are going to get decimated.
Incendiary, that's painful. That's going to kill more precious seconds. This is so difficult at this point. They just have to play for delay Lynn vision. That's all they really need to do at this point. Rotation can be quickly there, but in comes the play from Nemiga. 9 seconds to plant this bomb. I don't think there's any time for this one. Weapon just has to live. They've done enough. They've done enough. There's no time to plant the bomb. And Lynn vision really controlling the flow of their opponent's movements so effectively in this round. I mean, they are, like we said, looking like such a comfortable team on Dust 2.
Yeah, they're doing so many things. So, one, I think it's actually kind of rare in Pro Counter-Strike to find the AWP that much on long. It's fine to play the car, but that deep is kind of a surprise. But once they get the kill, Emilia throws a smoke and walks through it. And that means he's very quick on the rotation. He probably should have had the kill on car, he didn't.
Yeah.
But it shows you something about how aggressive they are, how confident they are in their own plays. They have a ton of weird mind games that they throw in. And we're only on the CT side. I thought yesterday their T side, I mean, I will go back at some point and actually watch the demo of that game, because I actually think they reinvented some things on the T side.
Oh, right. I remember you saying, yeah.
That I've actually don't think I've seen before. Think about how long Dust 2 has been out and how hard it is to do anything new. But I'm pretty sure they had a couple of rounds yesterday, and I'll highlight them if we get there on the second half.
And one extra...
There is a second half to be played.
True, yeah. I mean, they're doing really well. But I think one extra thing about that pick through the longhouse, that's also showing the understanding for Lynn Vision that they looked at the round, because the round was a slower round, and they recognized that, oh, they're playing a kind of a mid-take cat like default here. Well, what happens when a team does that?
Yeah.
They very often have someone watching the longhouse to ensure that there's no pushing from the CTs whilst they're slow playing the map.
Yeah.
And so they catch that person that's playing in a more lurking position. So that's just, again, it's like just good understanding of what the other team is doing based on their knowledge of how to play a T-side of Dust 2. So excellent stuff from Lynn Vision.
It's working for them, right? But again, it's a brutal combination. It's tactics and the firepower. Nemiga just are getting blown up. They're not getting the entries. They're not getting a chance to build much of anything at the moment. Grenade for the cross. Khan boosted up to look over, but not a chance to really get a shot there. Santa wants to push through. Again, they're going to blow open that smoke. They've done it before. Nice shot from Santa. Obviously, that's worth it from the T side here. Typically, we tend to say if you trade 1 for 1, it's going to be better for the T side because it thins out the defense a lot more. So not a bad start at all.
Yeah, that really was a great pick. Now, what did Lynn Vision do in the 2v2? You know, so the setup they have right now, 2 on B, 1 on A site, 1 along. This is the most typical setup you'll see a CT team have after losing a player early. And for good T sides, they'll usually recognize this. Nemiga, though, they do want to go for that B split. Still strong. The B splits are always strong. Oh, the timing so risky. Khan is going to exploit it. And that's oh my god, now Sue is in a lot of trouble here, Anders.
Yeah, Lurk smoke is already up. I mean, they're all coming through, though. The backup is not going to be there. It's either going to be Komisu basically getting 3 or 4 kills, or the round is going to be over and no one will rotate to him. They're right on top of him here. The spray's pretty good. He gets the first, but he can't get the second. And I think if I'm Lynn Vision, even in spite of all the money and everything else, I doubt it's worth it to go for this, especially because they've got the AK on Starry, which obviously they cannot buy on the CT side. So even if they have money, that doesn't really help them. You can't just, you know, overpay for it. They are investigating the situation a bit, but I would be shocked if they really went all in to try and retake this one.
Yeah, but they can certainly make sure that everybody dies, and that's what they're set up to do as well. And I mean, they can try their hand at this one. Oh, Khan is going to get a shot. You can see the pre-aim there was looking nice. And actually, they're going to actually exit towards CT spawn, so that will be the safe path. The safe path indeed. So Lynn Vision a bit disappointed. They wanted Emilia to actually just spray down all of those survivors, but
yeah, it's a great read that the peak was going to be coming in from Khan. It's pretty sick. Also, good round from Khan. Starting the show a little bit. I was worried that I'd hyped him up too much, but he is something. I won't take it back. I'm going to keep my prediction on Khan. Definitely an exciting prospect for the future. A timeout's been called now. Lynn Vision losing the first round of this series.
Yeah, you had Nemiga to win, right?
I think I said it was a coin toss, but I truly don't know. Like you know, it's obviously fence sitting a bit, which is boring. Sure, for the
I was super in there with Lynn Vision.
Yeah.
I don't know what's so hard.
I like that, Dan. I appreciate that. You're taking a real position, unlike me. I'm just playing the safe card.
Yeah.
Anyone can win.
I just want to see good Counter-Strike.
Exactly.
Shut up.
I will say this though, even if I thought it was 50-50, I mean obviously even that prediction's not true right now. It's not at all 50-50. Nemiga are getting completely blown up. So regardless, I'm definitely wrong because they just haven't really shown up to the game just yet. I do like this. A flash in, a big opportunity for a double kill, but it will be Starry instead to pick up 2 and a 3 versus 4 to ensue as they start to fall back into the A bomb site here. I feel like Santa had it locked down. The pathing, the way that he turned around for his own flashbang and then swung back in, they were lined up for him. That should have been a double kill.
Well, right now there's 3 smokes left. Hang on. Westmoreland's going for an investigation. The timing is so unlucky for Risky Bob. That is just so sad. 2 players left here now for Nemiga trying to press into this A site. Position known. Rotation on the way for Lynn Vision. A 4 versus 2. I mean, it's always doable here on Dust 2. We'll see what is possible, though. As these smokes go away, it's going to start to feel rather suffocating, I feel, for Nemiga with the 2 that they have left. Still not even gotten the bomb down just yet. There we go. Gets thrown across to the teammate up on the site. Shui can try to do that, trying to bait out players.
Jump.
Surely not. No, don't do it. Don't do it to them.
You know you want to. You know that you want to. Saka thinking about it. He did want to, but he doesn't get the reward for it. Starry takes a kill and Sway on his own here. A missed opportunity, but there's so few bullets left. 1, he hasn't reloaded yet. Okay, finally they get a chance to do that and see if he can get back with more. Starry, that was a running headshot for a quad kill. The mechanics here on Lynn Vision are just something else right now. Really sick. And from so 1 round for Nemiga and then they're back to losing again.
Anders, just imagine though if Starry had died, and imagine if you're Zaka with the AWP and all you've been doing as your 3 teammates get a headshot is like literally just jumping up and down shooting with an AWP. That's your contribution.
That is how I play. So
that's like
I can empathize, you know.
I almost wanted to see it happen because of like how horrendous that would feel, but you know, at the same time, no, let's not do that. So
by the way, as you pointed out, the timing there for Westmelon in the middle to peak Risky Bob would have turned me from Risky Bob to Raging Bob because that's just so annoying. Like he was holding the position for such a long time and suddenly it's like, oh great, as soon as I turn around you just happen to walk through.
Well, sadly for Nemiga, even if they win this round, the money's still good enough, I think, for Lynn Vision to get another buy in there. So they have a lot of work to do. Uphill struggle. And again, another slow round from them that looks and feels like a default from Lynn Vision's perspective, who are currently playing a 2-1-2, so they've got good coverage everywhere. Now, normally you'd expect to see, well, hold on, we're going to get Zaka going for another peek in the doors. He gets another opener from it. It's just too good.
I'm actually going to have to go back and figure out how often the AWPs play there. My sense is it's really rare. Now, Kolmisu goes down, Shui with a big opening, and he sees the second play. He knows someone's there. If he can win this fight, he might just win the round himself. Oh, it's so well played right now. Look at how good he's at docking around, diving back in. Now he's got a teammate with him as well. Westmill under a lot of pressure. The backup is starting to get there, and he actually does get the kill on the Shui, but coming through the middle, Leo will catch them as they try and rotate in. Emilia, and very nearly getting one for free. He's in the corner, having a hard time, very low, and finally taken down. It's Emilia trying to get it, but can they get the bomb plant? There we go. 1 versus 2.
10 bullets. Emilia trying to find the first player. Double peek though. Can't with the AWP. It's too good in these post plants. Wonderful stuff there. Nemiga getting another one onto the board. And again, I think a buy is still coming for them on the Lynn Vision side of things, but they are working their way out of this desperate position 1 round at a time.
If you showed me a clip of Sway trying to get this fight, like he gets the first one, but even I think it's more interesting actually to what happens afterwards, like how he manages every single angle. He turns for the French. I mean, if I didn't know anything else, I'd say this is someone that has a chance to become a really sick player, because there's just, it's very, very hard to do. It's so easy to just get shut down. Out long we go. Risky Bob so flashed, he can't see anything whatsoever. Nice trade from Santa, and now Emilia's got to be a little bit careful. And in general, they're running out of money here on Vision. Nemiga, I mean, if they win this round, this whole game is suddenly a brand new story.
Yes. Yeah, it really is. And the issue as well is the AWP is towards B at the moment. It's not towards the A side of the map, so that's a problem. So Lynn Vision will try to take cat control instead. A huge kill. That's a huge kill. That's a gun that can be collected if they wanted to go for it. Looks like that's not going to be the case, but still, 4 versus 3 now, as Nemiga still need to get their presence made on this A site for the plant and for the post, which we'll get. But I mean, this is scary now for them.
Sway he deserved to win that fight. It's such a nice grenade. He blew it open. He caught him off guard. He had the better weapon and everything. I can't really believe it. Out on long, Khan with the AWP. I've been highlighting this guy for a while. See if he actually has what it takes. There's a big timing question right now. If he comes back to Catwalk to try and fight and he gets shot in the back, then it doesn't really matter how good he is with the AWP. So we'll see if he gets called in for it. He's holding the position. He knows that's an easy shot, but now recalled to the A-bomb side. Khan picks up another one, doing great work to secure the round. Santa will be going down here, and Lear also overrun. Emilia shot to the face, and there's no more time. Khan to save the day. 3 kills in the round, and a 3rd round on the board here for Nemiga. And even more importantly, the Lynn Vision economy eroded.
Yeah, and I think it's really cool as well because we are seeing that AWP on the CT side, Lynn Vision, moving around quite a bit. At that round, we didn't have it at Longhouse where it's actually gotten picks multiple rounds in a row. So, hopefully, you're hoping that Zach is going to be able to find something towards B there in them avoiding the AWP. So
That's my AWPer, boys.
There we go. Yeah, Khan, here's some nice shots.
Nice.
Some nice shots. But the AWP still is in play for Zaka. That's all they have going to this round. We'll have to see what Zaka goes with it. Okay, he goes straight up mid, Anders.
I love it. In front of the smoke that was thrown down, the T's have tried to smoke with this open. It's easy for Leah to make a mistake. He does do the jump. Okay, so he was very well aware. It shows you that Leah had a good understanding of what was on the other side. And now, a bit of return to normality here.
So we're getting a rotate from Lynn Vision over towards Cat now. So out of that mid push, back through CT spawn, up onto Cat, and Nemiga going for the A play. So there will be the ability to get some fights here for Lynn Vision.
That is nice peek to open it up with. Emilia playing the lottery through the smoke. Not going to be able to get a headshot there, but still, the first Eagle shot was pretty impressive. And there still is that AWP in play somewhere, so they're going to be very, very careful about this. Khan wants to take the fight. The flash to set it up here, but he's going to get bested by Santa on the other side. Crazy flick that doesn't connect, but we know he could do it. We know how fast he is. Unfortunately, he gets hunted down. Santa elevating his position on top of the car to find that kill, and it's just Emilia. They know where he is, and Risky Bob will find him. They could have also just kind of played it a little bit more safely, but I love it. Nemiga, they're back in the game.
Yeah, that round was immensely problematic. Very dangerous round, just due to the fact that Lynn Vision, by playing proactively, taking the space that was given, because, you're the T side, you expect shenanigans, you're playing a bit further back. So Lynn Vision take that forward space, they make multiple plays out of it, and get everybody, including the AWP, into position to defend. So, scary round, but Nemiga 4 on the board as we go into the final round of the first half. We'll have to see if they can get to 5 here. As the buys back out for Lynn Vision.
Smoke up there, just the timing. Risky Bob, he obviously spawned for it. They have another AK, so they're not going to be playing double AWP on the T side here. It's the final round, so they just throw the AWP on the ground, and or might have even thrown. I'd say leaving on the ground could actually be risky, just in case. Maybe throw it away. It's a really, really narrow detail that we don't have to focus on. I do think 7 rounds, by the way, on the first half here is already impressive for Lynn Vision. So even if it's 7-5, I think Lynn Vision are really good going into the second half. But yeah, Nemiga on a bit of a comeback tour at the moment.
So this is a round that Lynn Vision has seen before. Previously, they've managed to find picks around the A house when they did this with the AWP, but they don't have one of those right now. They also don't have much util left. A couple smokes and one incendiary, so it's not the end of the world, but it's up to Nemiga now to sort of draw out the remainder of that util. There's the cross smoke from a CT spawn, so starting to threaten the B split, but will they actually commit to that?
Santa really putting a lot of pressure on. I think you're right, though. They definitely are B splitting, and I think they will commit to it. Bomb is in upper dark with 30 seconds. I don't see them falling back from this one. So Santa's position is just so cool right now. Westmelon is going to be kind of caught out here. Smoke goes up again towards CT spawn. We're down to 23 seconds as they look to get onto the site. Hansen with a bit of a spray. He knows there's someone on the other side, otherwise they can't do the boost there. Lear is going to get a headshot as well, and Komisu goes down. Khan with the headshot, dropping Westmelon. And now it's just Saka hoping to catch one of them as they come past. And he does get the dink, but it won't be enough for the kill. 5 rounds at the end of it for Nemiga. It's a really good comeback. We'll see if it's enough to actually win the match in the second half. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready, second half here. We're on the Dust 2. It's between Nemiga and the Lynn Vision. And honestly, it looked like Lynn Vision were going to crush Nemiga. 7 rounds in the first half is what they got. Nemiga kind of a bit of a comeback, partly because Khan hit some really sick AWP shots. Second half is going to be really interesting here. If Nemiga win the pistol, I think it's going to be a more fun game. I fear Lynn Vision are going to be very, very strong on this T side.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what they have in the strat book here for Nemiga. Now, Lynn Vision, a 3-1-1 at the moment, going into Upper Dark. It's a 2-1-2 setup for Nemiga on the defense, so they can deal with pretty much everything. And in terms of the util, there's only a single smoke that's on Khan, who is playing towards A-long, so not a lot of delay potential elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, you're right. Mostly going to be down to the mechanics of the pistol here. Looks like there's a fight brewing in the middle. The dualies up close and baited into it because they wanted to fight that USP, but Risky Bomb's already got 2. They pick up the bomb again. He's looking for more headshots. Santa is going to chime in, pushing long as he executes Emilia, and look at the confidence on Santa. I admire this kind of play. Risky Bob does go down, and the round is suddenly back in contention. 3 versus 2. This is a winnable round now for Lynn Vision.
And Starry's on the A site, so this is kind of an interesting spot, but the bomb is here on Su's back, and I think that that's probably been spotted because they are chasing Su right now. All 3 players. Oh no, Starry needs to get there to help. Su, does he realize how many players are behind him? If he can just keep running, maybe there's going to be a chance. The flashbang is going to miss, but there goes another one. Some distraction. Starry finally there to assist, but it's going to be the Glock of Su in this car position. And this is so smart, Nemiga, waiting for the rotate from mid as well, but they are going to just clutch it down. And very well played by them. And Nemiga picking up that pistol.
What was he shouting? Oh my god. That hunt was so intense. Here's the start of it here. Well, let's hear. I love the energy. That pistol means so much to them. This is the 1-1 teams. If you lose here, you've got your back to the wall. You cannot lose another game or you're going to get knocked out of the major. So right now, you're trying to avoid that. You want the extra buffer. You want a bit of comfort here. I think for both these teams, the chances are in the next round, they're going to be playing more difficult teams. It's going to get harder from here on out. So you really don't want to risk it at the moment. And Nemiga winning that pistol round, there's a really good chance here that that will push them into a bit of a better start. Now, there will be a scout and some MAC-10s in place. Very interesting because there's no bomb plant that they've actually brought up into this round.
Yeah, that's a good point. If they can keep the damage on the CTs, though, that's kind of what you need. You need to have a bomb plant or especially damage if you're doing this. And it looks like they'll go for a classic move here, which is just to get up on the cat position, get that short plant on the A site, and then defend it from cat. It's a dangerous round to play up against as the CTs. We'll see how well it can be defended against.
Oh, the jump down already. They've been lured into it here. The dueling's jumping down, but Khan, that might have been a mistake here. He's left his teammate alone, and Santa, did he not even have head armor? They've both gone down. You already foreshadowed it, Dan. It is a dangerous position on that A side, and even on top of that, I think they handled it not as well as I would have liked to have seen. Why hunt for the guy who jumps down? Who cares?
Jumping in there with the dualies. I mean, I respect the move. It's a bold move. Actually, the boldest of moves, I think.
It did end up that way. It's just a classic execute, right? The double smoke onto catwalk. It creates this big funnel that you can run through. Trying to come up here and do a little bit more damage, but with no kit, I mean, you're not going to be defusing this bomb. So I don't mind if you want to stick around and do some damage, but honestly, with the M4 leading here, it's kind of risky too. Lynn Vision getting into the game so early, way earlier. Maybe, to be honest, just to maybe backtrack a little bit, I think it's quite possible that the reason Nemiga lost this round in big part is because they're not expecting the buy. Just now that I'm thinking about it out loud, they probably thought this was going to be, because there's no bomb plant, so they assume, well, that's probably it. Like, it's not going to be too impressive. Wow.
Yeah. It's always dangerous to play the CT side on Dust 2. I feel like if the smallest thing goes wrong, it can compound very quickly against the CTs. So we'll see what they can do now. I mean, they're going to have a pretty rough buy against the AKs.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're right. It's not uncommon for this map where the rounds will end with one kill on a CT. That you kill the one anchor on B, and that's it. Then no one can retake, so we've seen it before. Just some guesswork from Risky Ball, but not finding any headshots through at the moment. There is a lack of head armor on 2 players there on the CT side. And the MAC-10, or even the Scout, I suppose, doesn't really matter, but the M4 on Starry, you know, chance that those weapons could be a bit more dangerous.
Investment in Cat here, not for Nemiga. 3 players. They really want to end the round on Catwalk. And this is the timing when Cat usually gets taken. This exact timing around 1 minute. And here it comes. They're going to just preemptively dive around the corner. That's crazy damage coming through. And indeed, they end the round on Catwalk. Excellent play there from them. Wow.
Oh, great energy. In my mind, Nemiga are just so tied to playing almost exclusively nothing but online Counter-Strike. So in that space, you don't really get a chance to get much of a feel for the personalities involved.
Yes.
I love it.
And it's a huge round to win. That is a really huge round to win because, again, we saw that they were really stretched on the buy. Now they are they're rolling in the cash. A couple AKs as well, so it's feeling quite nice out there for Nemiga.
Yeah, at the end of the day, money, big part of Counter-Strike.
Big part of life.
Yeah, we can't avoid it coming down. There's, you know, we just have to accept it. 1 round difference here. Yeah, once you could buy your way to a victory in Counter-Strike in terms of having enough cash in a round, but especially on the CT side, once you run out, it's kind of tough. Cash rules everything around me, as Wu-Tang once said.
Cream.
Yeah, classic track. We're only on one of the 36 chambers here. It's just, Sway goes down. That is a ridiculous kill with the scout. Starry is going to be finding Santa, and somehow they just found their way back here. Lynn Vision, they are manufacturing rounds out of thin air. They should not even be in contention. They should be easy. They should be in Nemiga just maybe a bit bored, but ultimately winning the round without too many casualties, and instead they just all get completely destroyed. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great pick with the scout into the B site. I mean, that can happen, but those 2 Deagle headshots, I hope we get to see that again. That's something I feel that needs an extra look. That was really, I mean, that was it. That was the end of the round right there. So I mean, you never know. It's an unlikely round, but these happen, and it's funny because it's coming right after, like hot on the heels of that round where Nemiga had that really great cat play, where they read the timing of the cat take so perfectly that they swung just as the entire Lynn Vision team was starting to proceed with the nades. So you couldn't get better timing than that. And they were feeling good after that, but now...
They're mocking them. That's great. Timeout called. Yeah.
Nice shot.
Shot from Saka is really well played.
Whoa. Okay, what is that? What is that, Anders? How do you do that?
Well, I don't, but that is something else. To be honest, just to put this into context, right? Nemiga at a major, right? Most of these guys, this is you know, there's a career highlight to be here. Even if it's early on in the first stage, some of the rounds they've lost here in Nemiga, you could end up remembering these rounds for years to come. They shouldn't have lost that second round after winning the pistol. They definitely should not have been losing this round, and they know it as well. And this is, I understand why they're taking a timeout, because as a coach, you want your team to stop from the mental collapse, because this is really hard on the players. It's not easy what they're experiencing right now on the Nemiga side. Buying into the auto shotgun, I mean, if you can bring it back right now, that would be impressive for Nemiga, because I could see a collapse coming for them. How much more punishment can you take here for Lynn Vision?
Well, the place being spotted of the mid-rush here, you've got Lynn Vision that have been able to essentially circumvent any early losses to that. And so now it's just about controlling it. Now, Nemiga looking to continue to invest here, still staying in this position so that they want to, again, they're picking a spot, they're picking a hill to die on, and it is this mid-play.
Yeah, holding on to it for much longer than I think you'd normally see, but I do kind of like it. AK, risky Bob, his back is being covered if they want to push down that narrow middle. Emilia getting a kill on him, and now that exposes everyone else. Khan trying to stay alive. It's a pretty good burst coming up with the AK, and Westmelon wants to push forward with exactly what Sway is looking for here. Also shotgun straight to the face as he takes down 2. That is fantastic. Such a violent sound when the pellets fly through the air. Starry and Saka left, and Nemiga, again, don't give this round back. This is a 1 round.
40 seconds, so there is time, of course, for Zaka and Starry to try and cobble something together. Now, the issue is that they want to maintain the element of surprise, so they can't use util. So they're going to walk into this angle, just dry. We'll see if they can get something off of it. It's been held, and they will. Headshot, it is exchanged for some critical damage done to Zaka, but they still have to continue to proceed. And now there is a flank being worked on, and they're going for the run boost here. That's actually not worked out, and this is a disaster at this point. Starry goes down, the only player with health, and now the flank comes in from long, finishes the job for Nemiga.
This kit is too strong for you.
I think it's the accent that just makes it great. I'm a huge fan.
Makes it 10 times better.
I'm a huge fan. Yeah, so auto shotgun to shut it down here. Yeah, you don't even have a chance to react. Interesting play, but they were low on time and everything else. I'm actually falling a little bit in love with this Nemiga team. Like, they have some character, they got some personality, and they're still in this game, which in itself, I mean, it's 7-5 first half. I thought they were going to get blown up, but they've managed to survive even losing some pretty dreadful rounds.
Oh. That was so close. That was so close. But that's one chance gone now. And now Lynn Vision have to find something else. They're going to leave Zaka there. He actually has the bomb.
That's a big tell for those of us with the minimap watching.
Yeah.
Again, if you're new to the game, the players obviously can't see where each other are on the minimap in the corner. That's only for the broadcast. So, yeah, the fact that the bomb is on that side is always a big indication that that's probably where we'll end up. Unless we're talking about the wildest fake of all time. With the it's been done. It's been done, but it is a 1 in 1,000 round, you know? A minute. The fact that they are long could also just mean it's going to be a, you know, heavy catwalk, long kind of play. They are bringing the bomb back now at 55 seconds, so just taking a bit of a walk up here. On the CT side, they are very heavy in middle. They want to check what's going on, which means that A defense just has to hold. They just have to survive for the reinforcements to get there.
Will Khan be able to deliver an AWP defense? He's going to have one player coming from long, so we'll see if he's able to have the right reads on the timings here. Oh, that flash has not worked out. In fact, that's actually blinded Khan as well. That's going to make things a little bit difficult here. The trade comes in, and that is some ground gained. Khan not knowing which way to look at which point. He's going to be so careful here. That timing coming in from the longhouse. Starry's been waiting for the perfect moment, and he's not going to peek it. The bomb is lost on the site. Starry was looking for another flank, perhaps. Finally takes down Khan. 10 seconds to find 2 players, and there is not enough time to get the bomb. No. They'd have to offer themselves up to him for the round to be lost at this point. So Nemiga with another one on the board. 9-9.
You can tell that Sway is starting to hit some of those mechanics that you know, had people talking about him. I actually think a lot of the pro players in the CIS region were picking Sway as one of those guys that was going to make a breakthrough into, you know, top level Counter-Strike, and you can kind of see how that makes sense for some of the shots that he's hitting here, right? Just very confident, no issues. But you are right, that timing out long for Starry on the AWP, if he finds that kill, it's a different round.
And it looked like he was going for it, but we got a boost here for the AWP play into mid doors, but nothing doing for that. Lynn Vision, they have been really not unable to find success in the recent rounds. And they've only got an AWP here to play with on Zaka, so lots of pressure on him. An incendiary and a smoke for Westmount. You imagine that's for Cat, potentially, to get Zaka into a position later in the rounds where he can start picking from Cat.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, it is a tool that's designed for something like that, you know? It's just you have so few of them, what do you do? All right, pretty deep, different way of throwing it, but probably does the job. They would love a fight, right? They would love an early battle for the AWP to win a kill. So I don't blame them for playing this round so slowly on the T side. They're hoping Nemiga make a mistake, which, to be honest, they have done in the past. This time doesn't look like that's going to be the case. So presumably, once they're done with all of this, I mean, you can either throw the smoke to CT spawn and try and rush out middle, or, you know, use it as a lurk maybe into the B bomb side. Looking more likely at the moment. All right, here we go.
P250, the only non-block other than the AWP to work with, and it's gone. And it's gone. And now Swai able to just try to... Oh, the timing off of the nade throw there is a little awkward. Nice HE follow-up though. That's going to stop the rest of the players. That's a bit of cap on the round. There's really no way to get back into position. Zaka's, he's run off. He wants to save the AWP. So that's going to be another round for Nemiga. They are clawing it back one round at a time, and they finally, for the first time in this match, into round 20, will find themselves a round in advantage. Oh, what a shot!
Boys, you need to watch demos, you know?
He's not wrong. Watching demos is a big part of the game. It's a much more polite kind of trash talk than what we got from Hex earlier, but I still love it.
Watch the demo.
Yeah. Boys, you need to watch demos, you know?
I have to be honest though. There are a lot of moments here. If you went back and watched the your perspective, just like first person from Sway in this game, there are so many moments where you can tell just how confident he is. He's found his groove in this game right now. They had a very terrible start, but I think his confidence is unmatched in the server at the moment. You could see it in the way that he threw the smoke and turned around with his back. And even when they push him and they run through the smoke, he's not. There's no panic in his aim. He's completely chilled out. He's like, oh, okay, fine. I didn't think you were going to take the fight, but if you are, I'm ready. And then he just murders them all.
Well, Nemiga here have dug Xanta into a deep position, a longhouse, but at the same time, big threat levels towards this B site for the CTs of Nemiga to try to just figure out, like, are they actually doing this? Is it just pressure? It's a lurk smoke that's been placed outside of the tons into that spills into this B site. They're going to go for it here. Straight through the smoke. And able to find the follow-up. That's very nice from Westmelon.
It is. Sway very nearly defended the bomb side. Quick and decisive. Amelia shutting down the reinforcements. Flash coming in as well, but Amelia, he doesn't actually get blind by it. It's a nice idea to throw that flash on the middle. Khan goes down, and Amelia with a sick triple.
Amelia does look actually pretty nuts sometimes.
Yes.
On this team. If Amelia gets like a spot with like a rifle,
yeah,
like, you know, you can kind of see there's that kind of flair there that exists, I feel like, in mechanics.
This Mac 10 play is so good. You could see that on the other side that Sway is trying to duck into the smoke to stay alive while he's reloading. But gonna happen, hell yes. If that flashbang hits him in the middle, if it was thrown from the other side, then I think Amelia probably gets traded out pretty quickly, but that wasn't the case. Timeout's been used by Nemiga. They have none left, so this is it. What an exciting game. I'm so happy that it's turned out this way. We like the close matchups. That's what we want, you know, more Counter-Strike at the major. So, yeah, this is going to be down to the wire.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams looking quite good at the moment. Like, no one's really feeling like locked out of the game. 10-10 though. We are so close, and it's a full buy for both sides. The money is way better on Lynn Vision right now, so they could still buy, especially with the bomb plant. So, see how they decide to open this one up. Got a heavy B tunnel play.
Yeah, delayed timing. You go straight through, flashes over the wall. Risky Bob, though, up on top, and he's handled it so well. Shui finally not getting the kills that he's looking for, but it doesn't really matter because Bob is in front. He's already got 3, and now the backup is going to be there. Lynn Vision run out of time. You could see, no matter what, there was going to be somebody else getting the kills, but it's Risky Bob with 4 kills. And that, I think, is a perfect position to be in when they do that kind of slightly delayed execute. He's just, that high ground position is hard to beat.
It is, and if you get those first 2 kills like really quickly, it's just devastating. Like if you can't even get any ground out of that choke, it's kind of over at that point. Which is exactly what we saw. And well, Lynn Vision, they called a B rush. The B rush has really done them dirty on that occasion, and they didn't even get the bomb down. So not enough cash to furnish them with themselves with a full buy here. So they're almost essentially saying, you know, we're going to play for overtime.
Yeah, you're right. That probably is the call here. Weirdly, we haven't had any overtime yet here on the beach. At least you and I, Dan. I don't know about the rest of the guys. I don't think so. I love Leah's energy. I've casted a lot of games with Leah in the last 3 months, but obviously you don't know their personalities when it's all online. He is so fired up, so I'm on board. I'm on for this ride here. 1 round difference. They do have something in this, so we've already seen Lynn Vision win a couple of these rounds where they have very nearly nothing, and they just manufacture a round with just 1 or 2 kills.
Some good nade damage there. Like 75 damage.
You'll take it.
Spread across 3 players.
It's too much math for me.
Well, it's going to be a late long take coming from Lynn Vision. I like that. And they might be able to get a pick off here, which would be a gun as well. We'll see if there's a defense to be had by Risky Bob. Okay, we've of course got the setup here with Xanta. Oh, Xanta's going to fall away. This is the perfect time to go through. And it's not a quick kill there. And Xanta's going to come into the angle for the trade, but it's a little late. Gun can be collected. Su still has that AK. Starry now with an AK picked up as well. Starry able to take down Xanta, but now it's all on Starry. Needs to take down absolutely everybody. Not going to happen. And it's going to be the 12th round claimed by Nemiga as we expected it to be.
There was a chance there that Risky Bob just betrayed his entire team by missing that spray. He should have had that kill, but the play for Santa to follow it up is so cerebral. The first kill that Santa gets is not really necessarily that good. I mean, it's great to get it, but it's the turnaround. It's the fact that he knows Westmelon's going to peek him. So he gets the kill on Sakura on long. He reads the fact that that play is coming. So smart. Such a huge round for him. 12-10. Nemiga just need one more. They've got the money. They've got the weapons. Double AWP and 2 AKs on the CT side. And Invision struggling now. One mistake here could cost them the series, and they get sent into that 1-2 bracket where they can't lose any more games.
Khan with the lower dark aggression for Nemiga. That would be so annoying to go down a play early for Lynn Vision. Such an important round. Amelia on the other end here. Khan's going deeper. He's going deeper, and he's going to find Amelia. Is there a trade to be had here? Zach doesn't want anything to do with it. And there's a teammate coming in. He's laying on the distraction there. That's an easy frag, and it's just all Nemiga kills all day.
You're right. What a great play from Khan, baiting that second kill to happen. So smart and so unexpected, and there's absolutely nothing that Komisu could do in this one. 1 versus 5. The bomb is in lower dark. They're hunting for him. They just want to finish this, and they will. Sway with the kill, and Nemiga with a giant comeback after a slow start where they had no kills and nothing to work with, and then they claw their way back into it. Absolutely impressive stuff.
Yes, really, really well done. It was such a hard first half, and we talked about it on Dusty. That kind of stuff can happen. You just have to have a team that's focused and disciplined, able to have, you know, the right tools in the toolkit to be able to circumvent those situations. And Nemiga, I mean, they had some really, really good rounds, and ultimately it's going to come down to some of Lynn Vision's calling too on the T side.
I think so.
Like just going for a B rush, I feel like is pretty risky, and that was one of the most important calls, and it just did not work out for Lynn Vision.
Look at how cool they are, Lynn Vision, and they're just super happy. You know, like, all right, yeah, good game. We all played well. They definitely did, and I still think they are a scary team when it comes to the mechanics. But you're probably right. At the end of it, Nemiga managed to slow down the game and managed to make some good choices here. But you could definitely see how Lynn Vision are a scary opponent, you know, especially maybe on a map like Dust too. So exciting stuff. I think this is a really, really cool game, but yeah, also taxing for the team. The 1,000 yards there of knowing that now we can't lose anything. It's all victory from now. We're going to get knocked out of the major. We do have more Counter-Strike coming up on the channel, so stay tuned. We'll be back after a break.
Well, hello there. We're on camera.
Hello.
Hi, we're in Austin, Texas, and we're going to be taking over the stream over here to be bringing you the action for the next 2 best of 3s.
And they have steaks.
I like steaks. I like mine medium rare. You're more of a medium well guy.
Medium well. I know that's sacrilege, but
No?
I just enjoy it a little bit more cooked.
I personally think people should order their food how they like their food. I know. Crazy.
That does make sense. Now, do you like progression games to stage 2 or elimination games to say goodbye and your season comes to a close?
I like both, sure, but I think the people's stage 1 dreams coming to a close is more dramatic.
Especially because our second game of the day, which is going to be Chinggis Warriors versus Fluxo, sees a match with, I think it's 8 out of the 10 players in the server as rookies.
Oh.
So a trial by fire.
Sure, and 4 of those, or whatever it is, then how the math checks out, will be going home. It's a cutthroat world out there. Stage 1, of course, it is an action-packed day for Bait. We see them here: Headtrick, Kensizor, Essential, NPL, and Alex666.
Is he the devil?
I don't know. I think it's the number of the beast, but he's no beast. He is a free man.
Okay, well, the 2 names that people should be familiar with this roster: NPL of Na'Vi fame for a short period of time, and Headtrick, who is an NIP. But just like every NIP player of the past, your time at NIP didn't count. Headtrick, the AWPer. Now we get to take a look at Wildcard. These a little bit of a mix. This is a international team disguised as North American representation.
Sir.
Yes.
Mr. Birchall, sir. Where did we land on the JBA jobber?
It's JBA.
We're fine with JBA.
So here's how Jaber started.
Yeah, go on.
It's all Dust Moret's fault.
I knew it was Dust's fault.
It's Dust's fault, but it's always been JBA. But if you want to call him Jaber,
it might come out of my mouth today, just because it kind of feels nice to say.
Yeah, sometimes it flows. But here's the video on your screens. The permas for both teams. Mirage coming out for Wildcard. The ban of Nuke for Bait. We're going to find ourselves on Trainer Wildcard pick going into Dust 2. And then both teams love Inferno. So it's nice to see that as the third and deciding map of the series. But do we need to get there? Fozzy and Sus, the Swedes, they're going to hope they can get this one done and dusted damn quick.
Very impressed so far by what I've seen from Wildcard. I think they showed up in a big way. That Metisport 13-1 is already like, oh, I thought you guys were kind of in the same category, but at least not on that map in that best of 1. We also watched them win out against Lynn Vision.
That was a good game.
It was, I mean, they were made to work for it. We definitely saw that, and it was an exciting game and some great individual plays, especially from JBA. You can see the odds on screen favoring Bait, giving them quite a considerable edge. And what am I seeing? NPL. You know, he was on my screens as this kind of rookie in the Na'Vi jersey.
He was meant to be the next bit, wasn't he?
That was how he was framed.
The way he comes in, you know, he's from the academy roster.
And now he's gone away. He's come back. And in-game leading. He's the highlighted player on HLTV. He's got some hair on his chest. Has NPL come back with a point to prove?
He's even said in interviews, right, in-game leaders are going to find themselves as these more star-type players. Now, that's a crazy thing to say, but look.
Wait, that's an NPL quote?
Once upon a time.
Damn.
Not verbatim. Don't you worry about that. But here we go. We've got 3 rookies in Bait. That's your Essential, Alex, and Kenzie. Going up against Wildcard, and they're going to go straight at the guts and middle. This one's quick.
This is fast. Looking for trouble is Sus. Good smokes. Isolating Jules with that bomb train duo. They're backed up to Con. They've conceded the site, but those smokes won't last forever. Stan has drawn first blood. Alex goes down as the bomb does too.
2 in from Pop is the only way back in, and Fozzy.
Good clear.
Sidelined, but now they've got Con control thanks to Sonic.
Yeah, Con was important. This is a hard duel for Sus. That range. USP pops the head, dink and down. Hey. Lovely round. That's JBA. Starting off as he means to go on a triple kill on the pistol.
Stan, in-game leader, the seasoned member of this Wildcard roster, happy with that from his young buck. Had to step up big with the Deagle yesterday. If you missed it, go check it out on the Reddit sphere. And we'll just find a technical timeout, and that's nice because I don't think we've done enough sowing of the seeds just yet. The pistol round was straight, it was direct, it was in your face, and a couple of crispy shots on the Glock. But you've got Amaranth versus Dendy.
Now that's a head-to-head I never thought I'd see. Maybe on like Epic Rap Battles of History or something, but Amaranth versus Dendy. Whoa, I love what you've done there. Okay, cool. That's the organization owners, for those of you that are missing the slight glue between the two.
And we also have Bait, who are EU Tier 2 online grinders, which essentially makes you Tier 1 in North America.
Tier 2 online grinders.
That makes you Tier 1 in NA.
I see that,
right?
Yeah.
So both of these teams with a bit of a bone to pick. I think both of them coming into this, not with the expectation, but the goal of Stage 2, definitely. I think for Wildcard, we've seen them dip in and out of the bigger events this year, whereas Bait, they've just been more so getting it done online.
This is a really nice protocol you're seeing out of Wildcard just into the second round of play. The fact that they've got these stack nades for the fast pop, it's such a valuable asset for CTs if you can take that early, but if you're paying a price from double nades, and there is a scrap, there's a plan, it's not gone well. It's not gone well at all.
I just want to build upon this. This is the first major with the new train in play, and there's two key pieces of utility that you'll see there, that high ramp smoke with the low ramp Molotov, but the combination of that with the yard molly that's going to land in pop to negate the CTs getting that control. Essentially, now it's a whole lot harder to get, well, actually getting pop control was difficult for the Ts before. You had to do the totem drop, but now because of the length of your hallway and the worry about the B push, because of that, you need to make sure you can secure that area as quickly as possible.
And that's not like a one-man job, right?
No, I think that the util support from main is key, and then you should have 2 players going box halls as a minimum.
We've got 2 players, Essential and Headtrick, starting for an early fight towards the brown halls.
I love it. Bit of a tone setter right now.
JBA and Stan to receive them. So they are going to try and seize this control. Here's the fight. NPL playing the fade. So 3-man unit dispatched to try and seize this control upon the fade of that smoke.
Do they continue to push when the smoke fades? That's the question. Or do they drop off and try and get towards yard? Because so far, Kenzie and Alex, they're not under pressure.
Looks like Fozzy's lined up util for a go on A. Here they come. Kensizor prepares himself, smoke on camera. He's gonna get active, does put some bullets down range. Sonic dinged, backs away, needs the reload. Stan, however, taking space, and these MAC-10s just surging forward into the site. It's limited their options, the site is lost. Hang on, NPL, he's taken pop. He maintains that control, and now denied to the plant. Fozzy goes down, a great spam from Alex, and it's just fallen straight through their fingers.
Once that rotation plan is their sight now noted, and Alex swings into it. First rifle round in the pocket of bait. Beautiful work. Those yard defenders, it's tough because you're being hung out to dry by your teammates. The situation is, all right, we're going to play for box hold, control, fast flank, and it pays off, but there's so much pressure on those defenders to make sure that they're not giving away too much territory. You still need to play as a beacon of information, and they handle this one with poise and grace. JBA, a little bit unfortunate there on the timing, but this spam through the smoke with the kill. Great context camp to grab that one, and some good shooting from the young guns. Youngest team at the major in bait. This one's got pace.
Yeah, they're loving it. Interesting util set from Sonic, just to clear out that front E-box fight. Here's the fight. Sus already pushed up. This is so quick. He's trapped, he's burning, he's forced to extinguish. It's a very ugly spray. And a USP can chase him down. Good cover from Fozzy. Okay, so now you'll plant, or will you? Will there be another spam from Alex? Not this time, planting safe.
All right, well, now we're in the post-plant. Headtrick, can he make a play? He's at the bomb train. Alex did find a kill through. 2
here. Fozzy, JBA exposed, down now. Headtrick empty-handed. Essential, same fate. Fozzy's done very well here, not only planting the bomb, 3 kills in the round, and he's gotten away with just 8 HP. It's NPL and Alex. Time sensitive. Alex has taken down Stan main side. It's those 2 players that were last seen on bomb. Smoke towards it. Good one from JBA. Needs to transfer and does so. Comes up clutch, does Mr. Jaber.
Outside, I want to say it's deathmatch, but it's not because of all the utility in the mix, right? But it's quite chaotic once you get over towards the bomb train. I think right now you're getting the really good understanding of the limited positions that you can find yourself in on train. I love the layering there of the use of the Wildcard coming out of main, right? They're able to block off the key choke points, but then the molly lands back bomb, it really forces the fight. And it's the same pathing as the pistol.
Now, excuse my ignorance, but just out of general curiosity, why is it looking like the T-side can just waltz out of main? In other games we've cast on train, it feels like there's an instant smoke. There's, you know, it's like you have to wait 40 seconds for the util before you even go.
Yeah, well, the CT economy...
Oh, nice shot. Picks off one on Ivy's side. Sorry, we got to sidetrack there.
You're right. It is a key factor, right? Do you have good spawns on your players who are going to play for that control? And then second of all, what are you going to operate with? Are you going to get the smoke insta from CT spawn? Are you going to double nade? What type of mollies are we looking for there? So going to likely see a little bit more of the main crunch combination. And 3 players...
That's a crunch. That's a big crunch.
Look, this is crazy. I do love this type of calling. I'm going to throw a massive throwback in the mix here. Alternate attacks, Moon.
Whoa.
Chef Koch, those lads on train. I would have been 16 watching
that's a throwback.
Crazy gambles on train. And I'm just loving this. The amount of information and space that they're getting, they're giving this away. This is outside of the box Counter-Strike now from Bay, and this might catch up Wildcard.
Yeah, they're probably expecting a degree of respect. The bomb is making its way with this duo, though. So sure, Kensizor will flank. Should catch the main player. Hedrick has caught another though. He's successfully defended this Ivy wrap. Sudneck challenge! Hedrick's AWP has filled the feed for 3. Job is done. And just JBA left alone versus 1 versus 5. Good luck with that bomb.
This is a kill.
Under CT control. Yeah, he's going to exercise a bit of control, bit of restraint. Might even get the bomb and this one tap. Okay, a nice kill to start it off. Is there anything more from JBA here? Swung on. Doesn't go down. Yeah, there we go. Job done. And knife kill of successful. $1,500.
Actually, yeah, I think financially that's huge. It gets him up to 3,200, which would be the highest for his team. And I'm curious to see if we do get the force buy right now. We should because of the loss bonus situation. So it means that he can have a Galil. Otherwise, that wouldn't have been the case. So yeah, not only is a knife a feel-good moment, the extra cash is there too. But this scenario from Bait is knowing that they're functioning with not full weaponry and not full utility, so they take the gamble, and they're essentially giving Wildcard enough rope to hang themselves, right? Because they're still just going through their default, they're taking the space, but there's flanks coming in that you're not expecting. There's going to be gaps, especially if you're not just in that default spread. And when Hedrick finds the opener on the AWP, that's where the hemorrhage begins. So right now we do see a tactical timeout called from Vince, coach of Wildcard. With the buy, they have to work with a couple of smokes, pistols of choice, and then that aforementioned Galil for JBA. It's going to limit their options ever so, as 3 AKs were scavenged off the back of that. So a feel-good moment and a chance to turn the tide on the CT half. Coming out from Bait now. What has been the theme of Stage 1 of the Blast TV Austin Major? No head-to-heads. That's on the table again for Bait versus Wildcard. See how infrequently the names in attendance in Stage 1.
Cynthia's got a big test coming his way. An entire army, a horde of Tech 9s and a smorgasbord heading towards this B site on a poppy pet tempo.
Just so limited on util.
Yeah, okay, they're through it up. Cynthia testing his limits. Done. Goes down empty-handed. It's just the one from Sonic. So they tried to jump in, and fair enough, it was just the isolated player. You're pushing incendiaries, it doesn't go well for you.
You can get the theory, right? Because if you have a player just doing a molly jiggle defense on the low ramp, and if you catch him with this quick timing, the first player or two could potentially run through and you catch him off guard. But that was very well handled. The molly drops, then you tuck and you take a safe angle, forcing them to run all the way through the flames. They having to turn 90 degrees away from connector, your rotation comes in, and the perfect wombo combo. And even still, they played through a gray screen. So this is handled now. You can see Kenzazor just keeping them in that box. Beautiful. This is what we're going to see a lot of from Bait, is the sharp shooting. And in this environment, the fact that they bought themselves the buffer, this is a 2-0 game, looking to go 3-0 into Stage 2. You're hoping that the young Bucks can hold on to their nerves, because choking is a factor with names who are not going to find themselves in this environment too often. There it is. So Molly lands. They extinguish. Perfect work. That's exactly how you want that hold to go.
And that's that great screen you were highlighting as well. Fozy throws out that extinguish.
It's a Hail Mary, and right now it's an eco.
Okay, so a bit of respite from the chaos then. We should be having a rather convincing Bait round.
If you are just joining us, we've got multiple streams running simultaneously. There is another 2-0 match currently ongoing. Heroic versus FlyQuest.
Ooh, that's a banger. That's lovely from Alex. You can't really be upset about that. What, you get 3 of the 4 people that were pushing you? You're not upset? Sure. And M4's fallen into Fozy's hands, but shouldn't be too much for his teammates to deal with.
As long as you don't lose the AKs, or especially the AWP. This is the type of round where 1 casualty is okay, 2's a little bit more questionable, and going down, that's miserable. But MPL taking the fight, and that's his right. In-game leader getting a couple of eeks, and they're happy with this. So 4-3 in the lead are Bait.
Have you decided where you draw the line in the sand for like a CT side on Train? Like, you're looking for the majority?
Train once upon a time used to be very heavily CT sided. I think even in CSGO with the older version, you were still looking like 11-4 halves were pretty standard play. But now we're in MR12. I think 7-5 it would be my level of expectation. But at the moment, just with less rounds, less ability to get AWPs out, pistol rounds, that's the question.
He's out. He's just out. There isn't that block util. Fozy just waltzed out. Now a teammate Sonic joins in. Now the flashes for the play on E-Box. This is set up for success. Chinggis still holds on, wins his duel. It's already slowing down. Sus will catch the essential push. It's NPL for that trade. He's holding, and he delivers. Be clear. Forces that rotate.
Yeah, the bomb now heading back towards White Walls to join up with Sus. Jaber's going to be there as well as Fluxi just stays with this beacon out towards Olaf, completely unknown. So do they let Fluxi play now? Look for some info before they regroup and go towards B, because if they head in, they might just walk into a wall.
If he plays this too aggressive, though, he's just going to get, popped. Sus hasn't had to move a muscle, by the way, and he's gotten 3 kills. He's won the round. And Fluxi, all this forward positioning.
He saw both, though. They should just quickly go towards B. That's where both players are.
Hetrick can beat them. Hetrick can beat them. One shot on the cross. He's missed it. Bomb should go down uncontested. Oh, that's a messy one from JBA.
2v2.
Yeah, it's actually shaping up all right here. Fluxi getting caught. A follow-up as well, a 2v2. This was supposed to be a guarantee. Now it's all onto one man's shoulders. Sus for the ace clutch, 4 kills. It's just one man. Alex, 666. And Sus, he knows where you are. He's waltzing through the smoke. He hears you coming. He knows he's got you booked. A sensational round from the Swede. A fake. Takes the hand. It's Sus round. The one-man army ties it up. All the frags on B.
Aces from the Swede in back-to-back days and pivotal moments. Yesterday it was a 2v5. This time the kills come his way, but bows them out in the clutch. And we tie things up again. These two are mandatory. Take a look at that dot crosshair, rocking the fuzzy tennis ball. And then keeping his poise in the 1v1 against Alex, who didn't have a kit. And that is now going to force a tactical timeout of the CT side.
What a round. Really looked like Hetrick had ignited a way back in there. Looked like he'd found something. Picking off Fluxi, sure, but it's the second frag he gets as he just starts swinging on the backtracks. Does isolate into a 2v2. Not enough. Okay, so tied up 4 apiece. That's a massive round for the T side after a slew of rounds. It was 3 consecutive, or 4, in fact, if you account for the other. It was 4 out of the last 5 prior to that one. All go in the way of the CT side. T's back on the board, and...
Yeah, but T's buy is a little bit rough, Alex. Look, there's a few Galils there. Out mid again, though.
Just going to walk through. Susp, he gets out, and he's got a nice opening. Catches NPL entering pop. Now they flood into the site. JBA could be joining and flanking onto Chinggis. Oh, needed a second. Hasn't got it now. His position noted, and JBA is coming. Swinging onto Essential. Back of the site, good work for the Galil. That's Chinggis pincered in. Alex makes it a 2v2. Sus was progressing, had his back turned. Bomb is knife out running B. Ooh, and Fluxi's caught a head trick. That's a magnificent shot to hit. He can win the round right here. He sees his shoulder, misses it, whistles it past the ear of Alex. And now a 1v1 for that low HP rifler. 2 kills deep for Alex. Bomb miles away. Hard to see a world where JBA loses this, but they are actually kind of on a collision course.
Yeah, just no kit.
JBA will hear him.
Yeah, this one's over. The save would be recommended, but Alex is just going to play forward. Jaber should be able to sideswipe him. There'll be no issues in this one, and even when Alex wants to save, there's really no way back now. Molly in to try and flush him out. The penny does drop, and I can't believe it. If he gets away with this, Jaber's going to track him down. He'll take the round. The Orps, the prize possession, and doesn't take the shot. Doesn't know how low he is, and he needs to run. He needs to hide. He's actually hanging around close Ivy. He could still go down and lose this.
Oh, the walk from JBA. He's gone the wrong way. Wow. Wow, I can't quite believe that. I mean, I was admiring the restraint initially from JBA. When he threw the nades, when Essential, or Alex, sorry, threw the nades, I thought, okay, well, you could be peeking now, but you haven't because you're playing for the round. I get that. But the second you hear that sound cue on the save, you'd like to think you're ready.
I think this must be prep from Bait coming into this game, potentially expecting the train pick. If you take a look at their matches in the past, they definitely have the main control rounds. We just haven't seen them go for it. There's been so much more of a focus coming out of this team towards pop and inside pushes. So they save the AWP, they get the buyback out, but yeah, they're just not locking down main. And now they will pivot. Now they realize they have to deal with the hemorrhage.
The flashes are good onto Kenzie. Sat on that E-box. Oh, and he gets 2 on the defense. Oh, nice fine spam from Stan. Straight onto the bottom. Head trick caught out completely. Wow, Fluxi for some reason really was unnoted or unexpected.
Yeah, loving the pace of this though. Round's already over. 1v3 situation, MP9 and removed. Fluxi gets them 6, guaranteed for the half. How many more can they add to this?
Very, very nice.
Yeah, the tempo of this game. This is the Counter-Strike I know and love.
You saying it's a bit old school?
I just like pacey CS because it's more chaotic, more brawly. As far as if I was an analyst, I would be very upset.
Right. What do you want me to analyze?
Why are they not going default? Why are they not having fun executes? Well, there's nuances to this. And back in my day,
he's done it unironically.
I was a caller who enjoyed having pace change calls, right? So you'd use a couple of gimmicks early, and then you would use that to be able to, okay, so we're going to throw the same smokes, but we're going to do this. We're going to
conditioning.
Smokes, but exactly, or we're going to do a different timing on it. And from that, if you're able to be successful with a round like that, you can use that in your back pocket to continue to pivot throughout the day, right? When I say day, obviously I mean the match of Counter-Strike. So there's some nice, I called it like rhythm calling, right? So it's something which, especially if you're getting away with it like you are right now from Wildcard, you're just able to brute force your way out middle, which says a lot. Hey, not only are we confident with the individuals, we're happy to take these type of fights, as we do just find ourselves in a short tech issue.
It's just there are some of the, what I had come to expect as, you know, meta-defining essentials on Train. The Insta Sandwich, the, what was the other one I wanted to talk about? Insta Sandwich, the pop mollies, and the main smoke, the CT Insta main smoke that we saw from Madja, you know, the lineup, like, like the window smoke on Mirage, you have to kind of like hold right, hold D and jump. Haven't seen either of those in this particular head-to-head, or perhaps I've just been unable to spot it.
No, you're right. There has been, as touched upon, more focus towards brown walls and hot dog control. That round was one where they had a little bit more emphasis on trying to get main control. You saw the molly towards Olaf early, because that's where the players from Wildcard have been slipping out. Excuse me. But as we get back underway, it is just going to have to be a very light investment coming into this one from Bait. So the best that I would say, unless they can pull off a miracle round right now, is going to be 5 rounds at the half before we get into the halftime break. Oh, big nade on the toes right there. And there you go. MPL lights it up, but they're just rushing in towards B, and a USP at range. That's not the weapon for the job.
Yeah, it feels like the potency is waned. Just that deagle on Alex might be able to hit a headshot or two. It's their best bet, and he's had a couple of opportunities. Doesn't hit them. Making it a 7-round haul on your T side with more available. You could play for 8.
Yeah, it is their map choice, and I believe we have Dust 2 coming up next. Inferno to be the third and decider if we need to get there. But Wildcard were one of the teams towards the, I'd say, upper echelons of Stage 1. Heroic is the most notable of the bunch. But Wildcard have been able to play some strong Counter-Strike throughout the season. And with the European persuasion, I'd say the engine of the team, Sussman Fozy. And some really nice contributions from the South African on your screen right there as well. Sonic yesterday was really good with the entries on that T side against Lynn Vision.
Yeah, you were tracking his openings. He was like 8-1 or something.
Yeah, in the first half, I think it was 6-1.
Come on.
Right, so,
come on.
Definitely delivering, but here we go. Final round, first half. M4s are plenty. Diffuse kit, make it 1, and Util a little bit light on, but I feel they have to try and lock down this main control. Oh, the smoke's missed. You had Head Trick there, ready to clear the smoke so they could take the fight ahead of camera. This time they're not out, so as that's called, B block smoke now lands. There's a rotation back over towards this side to help out Ascenthiel. It's going to be that of Head Trick, but going to have to do it with only the A1S. No scope in hand, and they're setting up for what could be a full B execute. 3 towards high ramp. Lurk smoke dropped, and is there the follow through? Another player rotates. 3 players to deal with this.
Yeah, NPL's going to slide into oil. This is a lineup from Fozy for this exact position of Ascenthiel on that lamp spot. Here comes the commit. Stan, JBA into the site. Head Trick does dispatch of 1 down that ramp. Ooh, a little bit of damage. There's NPL. That's why you rotate another. Double kill from him may not be enough, because Fozy and Alex locking horns in a 1v1. He has got that bomb on his back, and he's got time to play with. Likely a fake.
Just the flank now.
Now he knows.
Could be bad info, bad premonition. Either way, 40 seconds, a chance to play this one out. The bomb goes out, and he'll get another 40 seconds on the clock to win this.
Yeah, he's just picked up a smoke as well. Alex has completely overthought this.
Both of them have lost track of each other. Fozy's thinking he has to be close. The nades come in. Alex has thought, hold up a second. Has he rotated away? I didn't see him. And now he might even second guess it again.
Wait. Okay, will Alex just stay here?
Fozy has to finish B now, right?
Yes.
He's committed towards high ramp. He's worried about the flank. He saw the nade come in. He didn't find any more contact. It's going to be harder now when he goes to plant. And for the likes of Alex, at this point, he realizes it's not going to be outside. Has to commit to the plant. Default comes in.
And a headshot presents itself. Comes out Cotton swinging. Alex and Fosey duking it out, hanging on the ladder. The pressure's on Alex, but the molly spread! 10 HP! 10 HP for Fosey to come up clutch.
No kit.
Smoke on the bomb again. Picks up the kit, picks up the shot, picks up the round. Alex, Fosey, a bizarre turn of events in the 1v1, but it will be 5 to work with. It's Wildcard's pick, but Bait are here to play. Well, looky here, it's Amaranth versus Dendy. It is 3 rookies in Bait trying to step up and deliver at a major. This is the EU Tier 2 grinders taking on, well, I can't call them North American. Chad's not going to let me anymore.
They're an international team.
They're an international team with an American flair.
In North American clothing.
In a North American clothing, yes. Okay, cool.
I'm saying, is Amaranth streaming right now?
Is she? Are you looking?
I can't see her streaming.
Maybe she's watching. Maybe we're on the big TV in the mansion.
Either. It doesn't mean they're not watching, though.
Well, a wise man once said, pistols are an important part of Counter-Strike. Oh, and we're already getting friction. So Kenzizor was committing to it. Was that a Molotov? Yeah, he's trying to fake it out, and it kind of worked. They're in, like, already. And he's even gotten a kill from main. Forced to rotate. JBA under scrutiny. Sonic hits a nice tap. Composed, and another one from Stan. It's up and back and forth, and Headtrick needs to live. He's done more than that. He's fragged. Takes down the double S. Stan and Sonic gone. Fosey rotates, and so does Headtrick with the bomb.
I love it. This is a great play from Headtrick. The fact that he doesn't just go for the default plant, knows that Kenzizor's going to have the rotation. Now Fosey has a couple of options, and he's going to be heard right now. Kenzizor should have the... Kenzizor is playing the percentages.
I mean, fair enough.
He's not giving him a 1v1. I'll give him that, Alex.
Right, you can't be critical. Playing for that round. That is the most important part of it. Hetrick is going to be isolated. Fluxi, a quick click now. Actually, a 1v1. Kensizor doesn't want to give this one away. He's got a good read. He spots his leg. He's low HP. Misses his chance. Got to get on that diffuse now. I can't believe he's just sticking it. Hoping Kensizor really overthinks this. 5, 4, 3. Kensizor. 2, 1. Oh, mother of pearl. That's close.
Very good at counting, though, isn't he?
Yep, true.
So, picture perfect in one way. Fluxi thinking, do I really have this 10-second stick? No, you don't. Denied at the final hurdle.
And what's crazy is as well, I think he had no Kev, because he did buy a molly.
Yes.
He had no Kev and low HP. I reckon if he shoots his toes there, he's probably won it.
Yeah, it would have been in a bit of strife right there, but we will split the pistols going into the second half. It will be a force fight coming out of the CT side for Wildcard, and a great shot there from Kenzie. But Fluxi knew that was all he could do in that scenario.
Playing time was the right decision after all. Oh, that's lovely. Hetrick, he's just gone and said, I know you don't have everything. I'd like to take a duel, please, and Sonic is obliged. What's this? What is this? What is that? Oh, Susp heard the reload licking his lips, saw red, pushed it. Now Stan on the way through that smoke. Is he going to try and catch it on the fade? Will Kensizor have a lapse in judgment and focus?
This is tough now. It's a 2v3 situation, sure. Stan's going to, on the fade of the smoke, understand that main's clear and be able to find himself a weapon to work with. Fluxi's still over towards the B bomb site. Essential over towards White Wall stairs with the bomb on his back. Now, the key for me is the fact that Fluxi does have this 5.7, and I'm saying that's the new pound-for-pound best gun in the game. And they're all headed his direction. If he's looking low ramp, there's no real way that they're going to be able to force him off of this angle. He's actually dipped back towards Thomas, so less potent now, but it's in his wheelhouse. Fluxi needs at one minimum to give Stan a chance. He's too far away.
Spots it out and does get his one. Any more on the horizon getting closed in on. It's nice from Kensizor to secure it and facilitate a plant. Essential's really cautious. This bought time for Stan to keep his crawl.
Okay, different plant, not default. This will open up the post for Kensizor to play it from CT spawn, and now considering the flank, should it have this one netted up?
Yeah, it should be theirs now. Stan's MP9 does round that corner, not a hard clear onto Essential. Nice 90-degree angle adopted, job done, round 1.
Okay, so a different flow of rounds. Within the first half, after Bait lost the pistol, they opted for the eco and then brought the rifles out into round number 3. Stan has called his troops into a force for round number 2, which will now see the eco. So a 3-0 conversion on the table to start the second half. Only thing that could unravel them right now is some stack nades, 4 of which invested a flash as well. Couple of pistols for good measure. There they go, lob them in, damage done on notice.
Yeah, Alex is hanging on by a single thread, and nerve ending. Ooh, and there's that 5-7 popping heads. He's overlooked a corner. He's overlooked the corner. The flash was so good. Alex had no idea, just a white screen. Bait, that's a quick one. Essentials just farmed him up.
Oh. Okay, they picked up a Galil there on the way out. Otherwise, it would have been 2 MAC-10s carried forward. So, fortunate there. Now, right now, Kensizor could drop the AWP across to Hetrick. He could drop an AK back to Kensizor, and they could be all good with a full buy. Or does Hetrick want to operate with an AK-47? It looks likely at this current juncture. So this might mean something more execute-heavy. Fluxi, on the other hand, will get out his AWP. Into the sandwich.
3 starting towards the halls.
I don't hate the idea of just going for an early B execute.
Yeah.
I think if you make it look like a default round, which they have so far, Sandwich Smoke comes in, they've mollied towards Pop, Fluxi still gets the control, JBA is on his own, Sonic rotating back now through Connector, so everybody will be grouped up over towards box halls. They can't leer too far into Pop because the AWP is here, so if you overstep the mark, even a jiggle, if Fluxi's quick, he'll take that opening pick, but now there's 3 players on B.
Okay, info. No AWP on B, that's for sure, and no Stan or JBA.
Third
what?
piece.
They weren't ready for Sonic. That third body has led to a very comfortable round. Fluxi securing it, a double kill. And now into the side is Hetrick alone. He needs Jules, does find the head of Sonic. Bomb to be retrieved, but he's actually going to try and isolate
Fluxi!
Oh, Fluxi didn't see him. Fluxi didn't see him, and now Susp is going to be go off guard. Okay, guys.
We've had some crazy moments with players not seeing each other when it feels like they should, but it doesn't matter. No harm, no foul, tied up, 8-8.
I'm hoping that was just a teammate screaming at him like, Fluxi, you saw him, you saw him, you saw him. Susp didn't start running. It wasn't scary. I just got a little scared.
Well, Sonic, again, just a key couple of kills there from him. Because 2 frags coming in low round, you think you have an open sight. But having to be silent, going through white walls to not give away those sound cues, it slows down the approach.
Nice! Nice, Aaron.
And away we go again, back in with the buy.
This is quite quick pop control. NPL going to be asking questions of A.
Need a camera smoke in the mix before they can swing out. Fozzy's AWP can pivot into those fights. So once the timer, Alex with Util lined up. Block utility still working with a couple of mollies and smokes on the CT side. One just been dropped deep, Ivy. So that looks like it will slow down the execution call from MPL. 3 through pop, 1 main. And Alex, does he go Ivy or does he just join that main late? Smoke landing, bomb.
Oh, that's a nice shot from Sasp in defense. He actually finds the second on the swing for the trade. An attempt from Kenzazor falls flat. Defense holds strong. Look at the angle. You see that pixel gap he was working with there? Fozzy geeky with it.
Oof, tough to get back into this one now. You've been denied outside by just 1 player, essentially, and you still have JBA and Stanislaw duoed up on this B bomb side together. So even if you turn in towards that, you're going to find yourself in a 2v3 situation. And, oh, that tells me one thing. We're going to find ourselves in a save scenario, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So Wildcard will be taking the lead once more, 9-8.
Can't decide who looks like the better team yet. I'm not so sure.
I love the fact this is going back and forth.
I mean, Susp's ace was phenomenal, and he's just had another impactful round there. Fozzy's already been, as he typically does, whenever he's on my screen at least, I'm seeing impact out of Fozzy. And on the other side of things, it has been more of a team effort.
Yeah, these are the Swedes that are delivering at the moment. If you caught Metasport's game, or games, it was a miserable day at the office. But yeah, he is sharp, isn't he? And happy to just get set up and take those fights. That's where you see star players jousting for that main control. As the second tactical timeout now called from Bait. Now, you save 3 AKs, you get no loss bonus behind those, and going into the next, you only get 2,400. So that is going to force the two members coming into this round, Kenzazor and MPL, they're going to have to force behind the AKs, right? So you're going to need to see right now some Tech 9s and Util. No AWP available. So it is going to limit the amount of options for this T-side call, and this is where the game can get away from you. Because you've gone for that save, sure, it means you're going to have more weaponry than you would have had otherwise, but the flow-on effects is going to be the loss bonus. So right now, you need to make this competitive. Getting the bomb down, feeling mandatory if you want to stay competitive down the stretch on your opponent's map choice. Dust 2 Necked, Inferno is the decider. And stage 2 awaits the winner of this.
Okay, that's a main smoke, and that's Sonic seizing early control of Pop, but here's a little late pop flash, and Susp, he's down after 1. Sonic, he's actually in a perfect position to hunt for more there, and he does find head trick, just pushes out Pop.
Round up.
Backs were turned, and a nade to finish it quick and clean.
Well, different in terms of the main control approach there. It was very heavy in the first half from Bait towards Pop, wanting to lock down that towards the B side of things. But there's a perfect example of when the CTs know that the Ts want to be popping out mid. You've got at least 3 players dealing with that. You're bombarded with utility. You're blocked by smokes. You're hoping to get a timing on that flash. And Susp has no issue dealing with that. Fozzy forced forward by the flame. Sonics gets to contribute as well. And round done and dusted, quick as you like. This one's going to run away from Bait.
It's a geeky smoke, isn't it? Look at that. It facilitates the upper player.
It is interesting that that's thrown because we also see teams throwing that to deal with the low ramp molly. So does that mean that they were expecting it to be a force buy into this round when it should just be this eco? Either way, it doesn't really matter. They're not going to have too many dramas dealing with it, especially after Susp finds another opening kill. That's 3 consecutive rounds where he's found the first.
I mean, your player working main on that CT side, he's got to be the confident aimer, doesn't he? He has to be comfortable taking duels. JBA took a heavy lick there. 2 AK-47s on that CT side and just Desert Eagles up against them. So there isn't much expectation. A bomb plant primary objective.
If you can get into B, that's a huge success in my opinion. with the loss bonus going into the next to 2,900. Do we see the head trick AWP? Well, I don't think so without the bomb plant, unless he wants to go glass cannon.
Oh, look how ready he is. JBA cocks the incendiary. They'll be running through the flames here. Doesn't even need to fight. Let Stan take that contact first. Perfection! JBA just the one. There's Sonic, swings out of the connector to finish the job. That is the setup.
It is quite telling to me that the communication is flowing very nicely for Wildcard. They seem to have a really nice understanding of what's happening on the map. It's freeing up these rotations, so as soon as any traction comes in, there's always another player sweeping forward, and they seem to have the right dugs in the right places.
I can't help but feel that in a couple of those rounds, it has been just Sus sitting in main going, you're fine. Yeah. You're absolutely fine.
No one's picking, no one's forcing me back, and the fact that you're getting this combination of Susp and Fozy to lock down main. You see that position that Fozy just adopted with the AWP back of the red train. That's something we saw Woxic in the early days of Train using. And after the AWPer sits idly by at Ivy for the first 30 seconds, he gets to be a little bit more active. You play the rifles forward first, you lock down main, you lock down pop. But right now, Fozy has a great spawn, so let's see where he wants to take this. Still no AWP on the T side, so clearly not part of the game plan.
Oh, he's thrown out a preemptive extinguish, and it's his life taken from him by MPL. There's one from the spam as well. Kentizor catches Sus, but he just really needs Sonic to step up here. Stan as well is on site. 4v2 essentially on the A site right now.
Fight this.
Stan picks up the AWP and makes it work. Now the smoke fades. Another one takes his place. He's got an angle just on that edge, on the precipice of the smoke, and he does put some bullets down range. Spam comes through. Oh, a team kill. Okay, we got a 2v2, and actually, you know what? Wildcard, they're a little better off. Oh. Not anymore. JBA down, head trick, headshot. Or posted, can stand up, he can't! What a shot from NPL! Too close to the cover. Head exposed and deleted. That's a big round.
Openers and closers there from MPL. Gets the opener onto Fozy, going for that aggressive maneuver, hoping to extinguish the molly coming in towards Pop, but actually gets caught on the cusp of the smoke, and MPL's able to find that opener. Sonic, unfortunate not to get anything, right? It looked on our screen, they were all lined up. He forces out the team kill short. But would have loved a kill to go with it, and some tidy shooting from Headtrick as well as MPL to secure the round. But the CTs, they're strapped for cash. They're into the buy once more, and here we come out main.
Pacey, straight through the nade. Look at Alex's HP. Just the one from Kentizor. Not comfortable, but Alex, despite that low HP, braving the flame, justified now. 19 points of health, but you're out. Stan needs to reposition, playing around that camera smoke. It's a dangerous game, gets brought low, 6 HP on him, and now you can see cooking up trouble is MPL. He's working on a push towards the Ivy side. Oh, that's an accidental jump. Stan knows where he is. Stan, in the meantime, takes down Essential. Okay, didn't hear that, I guess. Just JBA. Oh, not able to find it. MPL's out on a bit of a heater right now. A couple of great rounds back-to-back, puts himself on the top of the table and puts his team in just one round away from tying it up.
And getting fired up there, so a bit of fire in the belly. They know that they've likely dealt with the funds that the CTs had residual. Sure, there's a couple of players with some extra cash, but I don't know if there's enough to justify the full buy. And continuing this brawl out mid, it's scrappy, it's in your face, it's high-intensity Counter-Strike.
And that pace did catch Susp off. He's been so consistently beating him out on main, but a bit of a pace change, and he's the first death.
MPL looking sharp, and there you see Alex getting fired up. Head trick as well. The energy flowing now, and they're actually going to shove all in with the purchases. There was enough to get an AWP for Fozy. M4s for at least 2 of the 3. I think Stan's going to have to operate with an SMG as well. He will. There's no util for Sonic. Yeah, you just heard that. I don't have nades. So at the moment, that's going to limit the openings. And it's been quite pacey. So are you going to call the bluff? Do you think that they will go out the guts and middle again? Or will they do something a bit more defaulty? Will they put the rod in the water, see what you have, what you bite with? Are they purchased? We don't know exactly what they have. Bait right now are in the black box of the buy.
What a beautiful cinematic angle as we get this one started. Not going to be that same pace.
Потому что вы не даете мне сказать, блядь, вы все что-то здесь. I did history.
Okay, well...
There you are.
There you are as well.
Hello, Chad.
Okay, sorry, everybody. We overloaded the power. We were being too energetic that we added to the extra overload in the room, and everything shut on down. So, fortunately, the game was able to continue without us. Please don't replace us. But we are back now, and, well, for the meat and potatoes, the overtime, what everybody tunes in for. Wildcard versus Bait down the stretch. Cash broken. Wildcard having to force it to overtime, and here we are. Wildcard's pick. Dust2 up next. A 2-0 match. Winner will be in stage 2, joining the likes of Falcons and FaZe and a couple of other top teams. But here we go. Energy out the gates. MPL pathing straight up.
Everybody.
Hello, Alex.
Hello, everybody.
We're back again.
We've done it.
For now.
For now. Let's not
monitoring the issue. But we're here. So can you guys update us on what's happened? Because it's all tied up 14-14, and we missed maybe the last 6 rounds of Counter-Strike.
I'm just going to fly blind, okay? I'm just going to take what I see at face value, which is Stan and Hedrick both pulling the trigger successfully. They are fighting into this site. There's only really Alex in a position to do anything to disrupt this. The progression towards the site continues. Fosie's got the bomb main, though, so Molly back bomb. Alex, oh, he's going to get lurked on as well. JBA is lingering in that Ivy smoke. NPL's arrived, and they've taken their sweet time, so smokes will fade. There's a way in which this could go wrong, especially if Sonic hadn't hit that. Just falling apart, and JBA, the ever-patient lurk on Ivy, doesn't get his kill. It is 15 for Wildcard, though. They are 1 away from picking up their map pick.
Yeah, important context. We're looking for 16 as the magic number. If we go 15-15, we do it all again. We had a double overtime yesterday with Wildcard versus Lynn Vision in the server on Nuke. So the North Americans in the international colors, they're no strangers in stage 1 of finding themselves in the OT. It was a 13-1 into a 19-17, and right now another hard-fought affair in a best of 3.
They're paying for that 13-1. It was too efficient. You know, now they're in the best of 3s. They're going to have more of those OTs.
And this is the problem with 10K in overtime. The CPI of Famous make it 2 MP9s and only 1 M4. One should be done like a dog's dinner.
Yeah, and it's JBA to throw that first heavy blow. Pushing through sandwich smoke actually pays an ultimate price. It's Hedrick's MP9. Sonic very quick to this position. He should have one here. Yeah, just backed into it. Alex kind of put cast a glance at that potential. Stan just caught the rotation through Con, so now B is open. He doesn't know it, and neither do they. NPL and Hedrick are going to have to acknowledge that potential gap. They partner up.
Well, these are the 2 players that you'd want alive, MPO and Hedrick with the experience. Let's see if that can be the difference maker in a very tough round to win. Diffuse kit, nah. Weaponry, not even there, but they have the HP and maybe they have the jump. Positionally speaking, MPO is going to tuck in towards back bomb.
In the right place. And with such low HP, 26 frag haul might be kept there. NPL to finish him off. Nice clean headshot. And, oh, he spotted out another. Stan was up close. Fosie's trying to give him the angle. Nice find. Flank comes in. Not the weapon you want. MP9 up against 2 at range. Hedrick 7 HP. He is cooked. And they go wide. Stan is ready for it. Hunts it down. Wildcard a map up. Overtime. They're no strangers to that, but they'll pick it up in the end. And now just 1 away from stage 2.
Oh, that was quite the finish to the map, I think.
We can only assume.
But we hope that you still enjoyed the game otherwise. So that was their map choice. They were put through the paces, and coming up next will be Dust 2. That's going to be Bates' choice. And considering how the first half went, they had to battle back into things. But that's map 1 done. We're going to double check. Alex and I are going to get under the table. We'll make sure everything's plugged in, and we'll come back with map number 2 at Dust 2 just around the corner. Don't go anywhere. This is the Blast TV Austin Major 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we're talking about the winners, at least right now, that's what we're talking about. Both teams had a perfect, flawless first day of play here at the Blast TV Austin Major, finding themselves in that 2-0 game. So 2 best of 1, sure, but how do you fare in a best of 3? That's what we're finding out here. We are into the second map, Train going the way of Wildcard after an arduous affair, overtime, and well, some power issues for us at the casting desk, but we will be joining you for Dust 2, our second in this battle. Will we require a third? That's the question. And who is going to get their 3-0 pick'ems right? You got Wildcard up there?
I have neither of these teams.
Neither do I.
I have FlyQuest and Heroic, so I'm guaranteed one of the two because they're playing against each other. I have both of these teams, however, progressing, whether it's 3-1 or 3-2. So I think I also get them in that regard as well. And then I have either Fluxo or Chinggis Warriors in my 0-3. So today, I am guaranteed 3 of the 5 picks.
Damn. Okay, so you're basically safe.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm basically safe, but I'm feeling pretty secure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Dust 2. Now, just to recount the run to this point, Bait took on Imperial and edged them out 13-11 on Inferno, and their second game against OG was also on Inferno, a 13-9 victory. For Wildcard, it was a 13-1 over Metasport on Inferno. That was when we had the likes of Susp taking on Adam B, the twins, and one much more superior than the other, Lynn Vision. Was then toppled 19-17 on Nuke. That's how we find ourselves here in the aforementioned 2-0 match. The veto for this one being Train, Dust 2, the pick of Bait, and Inferno as the third and deciding mapper. Safe pick for both. They've allowed it to go through if required. Now, that was close on Train. You don't get much closer than an overtime. Actually, it's impossible to get closer than an overtime.
Yeah. Well, I suppose you could have more overtime.
Yeah, but is that closer or is that just the extension of? But regardless, we find ourselves here on Dust 2, and because it is the map choice of Bait, Stanislaw gets to decide which side they would like to start with, and it will be CT. So on the defense, we can talk a little bit about the CT-sided setup for the international squad. You can have JVA and Sonic as your B defense. Fozy as the Orpo will be here, there, and everywhere, but traditionally going to see him a bit more over towards A. Stanislaw, given the tough task of being the in-game leader, long anchor, and then Susp's rifle will be on display as the rotating individual over towards A. I would like to also look at MPL. He's a player that, once you see him on the radar, where he's going within these T-side rounds, I don't want to say he calls around himself, but he definitely puts, when you see him in a position, that's likely where they're looking either for the opening pick or the round finisher. He'll have Alex outside along. Kenzazor in towards the lower tunnels. Senthiel over towards upper tunnels, and then Hedrick with the AWP.
I don't know how that's just come off the top of your head, mate. I was looking for the notes. Like, where is that coming from? Just off the dome. Sheesh. But yeah, you know, you talked about the twins. You know, in science, it's like those twin studies. Maybe this is one of them. You know,
they're on opposite teams, though. They're on the same team.
Well, no, I was thinking that's the whole point, is you've put two twins.
Yep.
So basically the same person in two different teams. Okay. And now we're doing a twin study where it's like European IGL or Canadian IGL.
Do we put them in the same roles? I think we should.
We should. For the study,
yeah,
we need to limit the variables.
And then they could never play together again.
Ever again.
Yeah, that would be a shame.
Yeah, it would.
I played with some siblings once upon a time. Well, they weren't siblings.
Is the
pistol round is underway.
Pistol's live?
Yeah, so no, that we are in the game.
Okay.
First 2 kills have happened. MPL and Ascenthio. Sonic gets back with the Julies.
Sonic and Fozy towards top mid. Fozy's going to be able to tap one back, so he's actually pulled them back, but they are accelerating long.
3v3,
Sonic should be here. You haven't missed a thing. Fozy's going to go wide, gets an info, and a bit more than info. He gets a bullet towards him through the box, though. Coming up ramp, Fozy has to duck under. Needs some help for those dual Berettas. Sonic starts to unload, gets his, but Hedrick, he's pulled it into the 1v1. Bomb plant should be a guarantee. Mantle up from Stan is one of the options. Oh no, he makes no secret of his options. He's actually going to use that smoke to try and cover more distance, get to an unorthodox angle. Hedrick with the double. Looking for free. Stan finds the angle in the head, but through the box, 30 HP, he lives on. He's got himself a pistol that works. 6 bullets, all he has to work with, but Stan is under a lot of pressure, time pressure at this point. Needs to get a wriggle on, and Hedrick knows he can just play time. Lovely reposition to Gandalf. Stan's going to have to run him down. Hedrick goes wide and spams away at the head to get the job done. Smiles for Bait as they start with a pistol on their map pick.
Stan's going to feel a little bit robbed there. The fact he gets that goose from that range should be a kill every day of the week, but you mentioned it through the corner of the box, and we might even catch it in the replay. So aggressive maneuver out the gate from the CT side of Wildcard, trying to set the tone and looking for their second pistol, but it will be Hedrick snatching this one away, poised under pressure. The young gun. And Alex enjoyed that. There's only a few words I know in those languages, and Suka tends to be one of them.
I barely even know her.
Won't be a force buy coming out from Wildcard. They are going to take an economical. There's a couple of HGs in the mix. And a flash for good measure on Stan. A clamp down on middle. That appears to be the game plan. 2 through short, 2 through the guns of middle, and then Stan is that support element. But you're going to lose your bodies before that. Ascendfield will take down Sonic. Now here they come. And, ooh, okay. USP's charming in for 2, but still no worries. There's damage done. But it's all just a bit of fun. It's going to be 2-0 now for Bait. And we get into the guns. Fozy's AWP cannot be invested upon. So will he be opting for a scout? Doesn't appear so. Going to be a rifle heavy. There's a long spot right now for Alex. You can take a look. This Cam giving you all the context you need. Now, they can try and set him up out long. The problem is the follow-through behind him is going to be a little bit further away. So does Alex go all in, try to get to blue bin, and what does the defense look like on the other side? Well, 3 players, Sus with the best spawn, collision course.
Farmas as well. Not going to be an ideal weapon up against an AK on Alex. Getting flashed in for another peek. Just using that smoke to play around the Molotov. Goes for a rather safe holder stand. He's got on his teammate Susp across, and so can kind of concede and claim long as their own.
Okay, well, MPL in through the lower tunnels. He's already got this mid-doors control. Right, that wasn't all in lock. That was just searching for a pick and using the spawn. So now they can establish a standard round, start looking for short control. But MPL, just so brazen. Poking his nose out of middle, taking a look, sees nothing, and the swing through, it might be combined right now. Sonic and Stan coming down to clear this out together.
Yeah, will there be a flash as well from their B player? JBA is moving over. No util, so it'll have to just be bodies. The only flash is on Susp on long. Oh, double dink through the doors. There's a lot of penetration going on right now.
That's okay.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
There is. 2 headshots through the box. 2 headshots through the doors.
They execute lined up. Looks like it will be the finish. Fozy, Goose, Stan, ramp. Sus can flash and help, but he's far away.
Stan's got at least 1 here. Needed that cleanly and has done so. A dink as well. Sets up Fozy. He gets active on the angle. Goose swings out for 1. Needs another. Alex has got his eyes set on the prize. Head trick as well with the bomb on his back. Swings through. He trades. Alex gets it. And now through mid is Ascendfield. Jumping up is JBA. Sus from long side knows where the bomb is. They've got nowhere. They both are. Knocks his head off, but still with 11 HP to work with. Now has the info. Sus with a Farmas. Composed. Controlled. Taps them away. Gets the job done. Just the Farmas. Impact from long. Not often you see Susp making it work from such a compromised position. He's done it again, though.
Yeah, and a tough situation for Susp because he stayed long the entire time, worried for a late lurk piece. He could have tried to help out his teammates, but then if the gap manifests, the site gets crunched upon and you lose it. So he sticks to his guns, but there was no fight coming that way. Then comes good in the 1v2 situation with the Famas. But the fact you only have 1 player survive. Sure, you celebrate the round victory, but you know it's still touch and go. Both teams with brittle buys into round number 4.
Oh, it's not pretty, is it? Look, MPL just going nade heavy. Tech 9. We are going to see a Mac 10 as well. Is this pacey?
I got the odds on the screen there, so favoring Wildcard to get this one done. It's going to be another 3-player long start. Susp drops the blue bin molly. We'll get set up with a late flash. They've got the door smoke in as well, but don't worry about that. We're up cat. We are beelining it towards A. Fozy under pressure.
Yeah, it could be a good nade. Well placed. Look at the damage. 130. Susp chips in with the first kill. There's a couple back, though. This just death ball charging in towards the site. Oh, no. Messi needed the kill on the Famas there. JBA handed a 1v3. Sure, they're softened up. Sure, you can get active. Can't transfer on the SMG. NT3 now for Bait.
All right, well, back down to economic squalor immediately after a clutch. Now you lose the round and you find yourself staring down the barrel of only 1900 loss bonus. You are going to have to take the save in this, so being able to extend the lead to 4-1, that's up next. And that's a perfect position to find yourself if you're Bait. It's like, okay, we lost the last round, but we know their economy's ropey. Ours is too. The fact that you've just smoked mid, run straight up short, caught them off guard, you know that they're unlikely, well, it's impossible for them to have an AWP in that situation.
Oh, look at this. I mean, they know there's going to be no util to stop them, so why not, I suppose?
This should be a really easy finish. The only problem right now is Stan with the double flashes. So once it's identified it's long, it'll just come down to the timing. We need to keep our eyes on the fact, are there players playing anti So we've got Ascendi on pit.
That's a bit premature.
Swing.
Ooh, you know what? He's made it work with the P250. It was a worthwhile investment, but that's all. You'll get just the one kill. Look at the damage as well. There was a couple of players sub 50, a couple of players
15, 14,
sub 20.
47.
Sheesh. Okay, so dinks were hit.
Just to keep track of things as well, Alex and Headtrick now have long spawn. So let's see, do they call behind that and try and go for another all-in long? This gives you options. Dust 2, one of the problems is if you don't get the long spawns, it's going to mean you just have to play a lot more default heavy. And MPL with a lot of talking right now. Both teams strapped back in. No AWP still dons the server. And not going to use the long spawns. So Headtrick will smoke over towards mid. MPL, Kenzie, and Essential over towards the tunnels. And short aggression from Sonic.
Yeah, look at him go. I mean, he's beaten the window. NPL and Kensizor will not be able to help him out immediately. He's got top mid. Stan working on this lower fight. Does it. Flicks some good damage. Loses his head. Sonic has thread the needle. He's found the gap. He's gotten the long act. No, he hasn't. Oh, catastrophe for Sonic.
Hendrick's got it.
Just like that, Alex even finishes off the job. That is a messy one from Sonic.
Yeah, went wrong for Stan and Sonic. Feel like Sonic should have been dead to right. Stan, they just swung wide and he couldn't track them out. But now it's a 3v5 disadvantage situation for Wildcard.
The whole second lease of life for Alex. Gets away with his life.
Alex will have just heard the bullets get shot over towards bedroom, so they know that a player's close.
Posey trying to get across mid in time. They haven't even kind of elected to choose their commitment. That might influence it. He's always trying to jump across.
Low, Alex. This could fall apart if Jaber gets a multi-kill.
Okay, that's info. For both, and B, JBA. Oh, you know what? Look at the damage. Soften him up, finish him off. Bomb's lost. Fozy, Susp, 2v2, NPL out middle. Alex, low HP from Sonic's push. It's a weird one. Lurk smoke on B, info on one of them. NPL's low HP as well. Susp, if he gets this timing right, he could catch him. NPL's edging into Fozy. Great shot. Susp walking on the hunt. Equalizes, and now, oh, is that bomb not even across? Now it is. With 20 seconds, Alex, 4 HP. This is the player Sonic thought he'd killed. Does he really come up clutch to end it as well? Back is turned! Oh, no! Sonic extra hard, punch in the air. Alex comes up clutch. 4 HP. He wins out the 1v1.
Yeah, that's one where it's just coming down to those margins, isn't it? Wildcard, if they were hoping to get this one done in two, they're going to have to dig deep to get themselves back into this game.
They know their angs, don't they? This definitely feels like it's a comfortable turf for Bait. You're seeing it in the gameplay.
And you can understand why, right? I was touching on the CT positions. Well, before they got a win over an American team called Anything Else in the Thunderpick World Championship, they were on a 5-game losing streak on Dust 2 Wildcard. And I think that's informed maybe some of their decisions to change up the spots. I said that Susp, the rotating rifle, it looks like they've forced him into long anchor position. Stan gets to rotate as the in-game leader piece. And we're seeing that manifest now. So I think that's only been changed in some of their more recent matches. But right now, it's likely to be 6-1 with a partial investment. And again, if you don't have the AWP out, right, think about how many rounds deep we are before you're going to see an AWP.
Yeah.
The CTs will get one into the next gun round, or at least they should. But we're going to be 8 rounds deep at that point, and we haven't seen an AWP on the CT side.
What's that a product of?
Well, the back and forth nature early, right? The fact that they won their first rifle round, round number 3, but with only 1 player alive, then couldn't win consecutive. They were unable to establish cash. This is cheeky, going to boost up. Have to make sure the movement's not clunky.
That's worked out well.
That might catch Alex off guard.
I mean, come on.
It definitely will catch Alex off guard.
Yeah, there's
Whether
no
he
way.
adjusts or not, let's see how sharp the kid is.
I mean, as far as pre-aims go, you're not pre-aiming this one. Yep, lovely. That is a great way to manufacture an advantage. Certainly not in the weapons, but...
This is modern CS. You need cheeky moves like that. You need the more, the better. And here we go, out mid, B split.
5-7 up close, though, if he gets this timing right with backs turned. There is a lot of bodies on B that could cause chaos. Headtrick and Kensizor allowed by Stan to advance. He lets his teammates know. Establish the crossfire. Sonic is still there on bricks. Headtrick's just hitting every shot he takes, and now in comes Essential to sweep the rest under the rug. Susp, he's getting knifed. He's getting knifed. NPL, audacious, goes for the extra cash. An extra humiliation for Susp.
I like the fact that Bait are seemingly able to bounce back after an overtime loss on map number 1. Remember, this is the youngest team at the major. We have quite a few rookies on that side of the squad at 3 out of the 5, and this is a pressure environment. Sure, it's stage 1, now that we've expanded to 32 teams. But this is still the big leagues. Okay, well, finally, we are going to get out that Fozy AWP. Straight down the gut. NPL just challenging. Gets tagged, so that'll stun his progressions for now. Mid-door smoke on the clear, and there you go. Finishes off his meal. The AWP comes in, and it finds the opener. Can that be the changing of the tide for Wildcard?
Feels like Stan's quite far forward, considering Fosi's just got him a man advantage, but I suppose that's valuable. Oh, and so is the kill. Fosi catches Kens's AWP. Stan still standing his ground, catches Hetrick on the mantle up, and okay, well, this is a Fosi round. You want to talk about AWPs on Dust too, Chad?
Exactly, right? And this is one of the keys. If you're unable to get that CT side economy going, you are unable to get the correct pieces, whether it's util, whether it's weaponry, but you see what happens once you get into the full buys, and that's the decision tree, right? You decide to eco in the second, you don't jostle for economic control. It means you buy rifles into the third, but unless Fosi gets a couple of cheeky kills within those rounds, him having the AWP seems very unlikely. So the back and forth gets us here. This is a self-clear, and then, yeah, just pivoting around. Beautiful work from the Swede.
Love this angle.
He's really embraced the Viking look, hasn't he?
Yes, yes, sir. I remember when I first met him in Dusseldorf. That was ages ago, wasn't it?
Nora, yeah, that was a while ago, just coming out of the pandy.
Yeah. Took a trip to China. I'm sure it's nice for him to be back in, you know, European. Is it European? So where do they practice?
Well, this is the thing. That occasionally, Susp and Fosi will just play on high ping on American servers.
Will they? What,
yeah,
from home?
Like 120 ping.
Sheesh. Well, maybe that's it. He's like training with the extra ping weights on.
What is this, episode of Dragon Ball Z?
I think it might be, yeah.
Time chamber?
Rock Lee.
We would need a North American expert like Flom to be able to deliver all of the ping situation. So we might have to check in with him at some point. But
I don't know, man. I've played against some people on Face It, 80 ping, wide swing, and they're pretty good at that.
I remember when CS2 first came out, the high ping, it felt like it was getting rewarded for that type of a play, but we've stabilized a bit since then.
Okay.
And this is LAN. This is the even playing field. These PCs, I'm not sure if I should be allowed to say what the PCs have, shouldn't I?
I presume so. Why wouldn't you?
Maybe production can tell me if I can say. These PCs are giga, though.
Yeah.
These are giga PCs. I'll tell you that much. They are top of the line. I was talking to some of the players. They're loving the rigs that they're rocking and rolling with.
Well, you'd hope so. You certainly would hope so for this peak of competition.
Hetrick has his AWP out now as well, Alex. So both snipers equipped heading forward. Sonic aggression in towards lower.
He loves this. And it does facilitate Fosi posting up deep suicide line. However, he might have to be careful. Sonic's letting him know, be on high alert, because, and Alex sidelines him. Side swipe, Sonic, nothing bait, set for success. After already stomaching so many bait rounds, this is going to be...
Susper's pushing long right now, Alex. If he continues going, he knows he has to make a bit of a play. It's a tough push because Alex is traditionally out there holding this. But if he doesn't take a risk, then this round is just going to dissipate very, very quickly. He's in bedroom, but hitting the brakes, waiting for more information to flow from his teammates. But if he doesn't go now, it feels like the window will close. They've gambled towards A and likely just to be the save. So the only option back in after those initial two exchanges was this crazy maneuver, a wild card, if you were. But right now, it will just be a save. So that was... Tried to G it up.
No, well,
you give it its best.
Of course. I'm just kind of analyzing the flaws in their plan. So Sonic goes lower. Fosi wants to help his top mid, play for one and dip. Sonic's kind of playing an all-in, right? Sonic's not expecting to get out. He'd like it, but he's playing for like 1.5, and he feels like he's accomplished something.
So did you see the short smoke?
Yeah, behind Fosi.
Now, did he drop that himself? Because I didn't catch it.
I didn't either. It looked like a CT-colored smoke.
Because if you do, you understand why. Because you get the T's drop into suicide, they throw the mid-door smoke and the short Molotov to stall out that type of a peak. So if he dropped that to negate the Molotov, it put him in a terrible position because it meant that he had to play ahead of the smoke to worry about top mid, but Sonic couldn't play a wide line to worry about lower because he was playing a Joker.
Yeah.
So you might catch it. He did. Okay, perfect. This is what I love. So he's dropped that to remove the molly. He goes for the suicide pick. Now he's in the open. Alex swings lay out top cat, and then Sonic is completely isolated. Really well done in that replay. That right there gets the people next door a 10 out of 10, a gold star, and they might even get to eat catering today.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll certainly like loosen the chains around their ankles.
Yes.
Yeah.
Only for this match, though.
Yes. Yeah.
They're not slaves, everybody. They love to be here.
No, they're happy to
tell
be.
us.
They are definitely happy.
Oh, they just said thank you.
Oh, good. Well, they are kind of... The joke is that they are here all day. In the dark.
Yeah.
That's the... Let's see what happens.
The power going.
Yo, look at this. We got 40 starting early B. We are about to knock on Sonic and JBA's door. Contact B. How ready are you?
Big
Good HG. good start. Sonic has really chipped away, softened him up. JBA needs to hold on and has done so, wins it. Headtrick's AWP is coming. Bomb is lost, and that's the frag.
Rotation, it's on the way, but how do you brute force into this? There's U-turn for window and doors. Roof for now, clear on the smoke.
Nothing available. Alex has their tunnels covered all the way from T-spawn, so it all has to come through doors.
Oh!
Stan just in! Oh, and he hits the headshot. Up and over. Awkward for an AWPer. Headtrick can hit it, but he misses! Stan goes down to the P2! Oh, it's all up to the transfer! And he commits! Susp nails it! Good grief, good gravy!
Look at the surprise on Stan's face. He's run into the site. He's had time to take a breath, kill the player over towards bricks. Where's the bloody AWP at? Where's the support? I thought they were in the site.
I thought Essential had done enough. Stan just gets so far forward. I think it was, you know, on the crouch timing on the bricks. They don't realize he's already slipped out, and Stan, you can see his eyes widen. He realizes, like, yo, I can't believe we won that.
How did I get in so deep? All right, well, this is the chance to salvage the half. Double AWP setup. Sonic, the South African's going to whip out one of his own. This means they can be more jarring across the map. These barbs to strike in unison.
Yeah, that was his HE squandered, though. Nothing to report. We'll just throw out the molly. Well, the incendiary towards Xbox doesn't connect.
No, that was wasted.
Boost?
Yeah, they'll boost over this.
I don't hate this. I kind of hate that. How is that 40 damage?
Must have been through the wall.
He shot him through the shoelace or something.
Okay, well, tagged up on notice, but now Sonic, he'll strike and he won't miss.
Okay, well, now he knows two AWPs. You better be careful. He knows his wallbangs, does Sonic.
Another miss, Molly. Lads, we know you're not great at dust too, but at least playing those.
Oh, Headtrick hits it. He was very low, and now crouching, staring at the floorboard. Sonic again on that AWP. Good for it. Not an easy shot to hit. Overkill on the 2 HP player, but the AWP shot connects, and it's empty. Oh, what? The uncrouch instant adjust.
Well, Sonic needs to worry about B now.
Yes, he does.
We do find ourselves in this 3v3, so the Swedes are on the A site. Senthiel low, MPL half HP for the tag of the AWP, and Alex. So grouped up in a bit of a cluster towards short and middle right now. MPL selling something over towards A. Gonna keep eyes glued. Sonic has to worry about the mid to B slip. Oh wait, no, Suspa's actually dealing with that.
Did Essential do that? Push doors with the bomb on his back?
He very well may have.
What the flip? Ooh, ooh. Oh, Susp again! The impact keeps on flowing. He's found his feet in this second, or in the first half. The second half of the first half. The second quarter of the first half.
Okay, now we're going to break things down. We're getting into the weeds, aren't we? But tactical timeout taken, making sure they can walk through with 8 on the half. That of bait.
He has the bomb.
Crazy. I can't believe this.
That's like round ending. It's going to be on the other side of a smoke doors if you die.
Okay, well, the play was wild, but they couldn't stick the landing. Final round, first half, map 2, tactical timeout number 1. And it's going to be the dregs of the finances coming into this for bait. Tech 9s, Mac 10s, Light U2, and the spawns have them clustered for probably something that won't be too long-centric. It could be a late long pop, but then if you're out long, remember, your weapons aren't the best for the job. So I would expect a mid to B or a B pop, seeming the most likely with this type of buy.
They essentially got in. If it wasn't for the stand push through the doors, that B exec would have worked, or the contact B they did previously would have worked out.
Remember, it's double AWPs in the mix, so Sonics is actually going to start over towards A for this one. It's Fluxi to assist JBA on the site.
I mean, he really is going to be under so much of a test here.
Sees the flashes.
How's he got this? Controlling his spray, manages it wonderfully for 2.5. AWP shot does not connect. They are in. Bait under a lot of pressure now, especially with the loss of another. Essential caught by Stan. Util recovered. Okay, so you'll deploy the HE for a bit of chip damage. It does catch Fluxi.
Double AWP B retake.
Audible reload, audible plant, double AWP retake. Yeah, you're bang on. That is going to be uncomfortable. They want to bring the fight to them. Oh, I love this. I actually love this. He knows he has to make a play. They're spamming at the smoke, and Fluxi's ready. Wow. Okay, a recovered half there. We got, what, 4 out of the last 5 rounds go Wildcard's way. Maybe Dust 2 isn't a lost cause after all.
Barbecue, Ranchers, Cowboys, Rodeos, Space Exploration, and now Counter-Strike, Blast TV, Austin Major 2025. This is the 2-0 matchup. One of these two will be locking themselves in for stage 2 and the conclusion of this best of 3. That's right, best of 3s. No more best of 1s for these guys as we do find ourselves with a 7-5 scoreline. On Bates' map pick, Inferno is the third decider if we need to get there, but Stan and his boys in Wildcard have something to say about it. A late resurgence leaves it with just a 2-round gap, and if they can pick up their second pistol round of the series so far, they can tie things up quick smart.
Gonna be interested to see a third map. Inferno, you've already highlighted it right at the start of this, that both teams play an awful lot of it. So if we get there, it says that's if Bait can convert their map pick. Should be a banger.
This right now is a pretty, pushing all the way like this, maybe not, but in terms of having more of a mid-centric approach on this CT side, you're happy to give up long, and now you're going to be quick on the response. You don't have util to get into it. That's the problem.
Nice connections on his spam there from Headtrick. He's put 2 of them on notice.
There's no kit, no nades. If you're going to play a setup like this, I'd love to see something to add some flexibility.
Yeah, you're right. Now you're just essentially taking aim duels with dual Berettas at range. A boost is nice. Does have a little bit of a sight line towards that goose position, but Wildcard know that it's unlikely that there's a smoke kit in play. Clock is on their side. Clock is very much on their side. There's a nice pick-off. Fuzzy staying active, and Info sees 3 of them. Headtrick, they're coming for Sonic. Goes down, another one. Those Softers overlooked for 1. It's looking good. The CT's making this work. However, at range, planted for that P2. And now Headtrick's got an angle for the bomb. Why are the shots not hitting? He hit 3 bullets, but it seems he's forced him off. Headtrick will just back away. How bizarre that P250. 3-4 shots couldn't seem to hit the head on Headtrick. But a single body shot, he cancels plans and gets out.
Yeah, he was tucking down there trying to hide that head, but content with that one as we do make it just a 1-round game, and the ability for that to spring open will depend upon the purchasers right now of Bait. If they do decide to shove and go for the force, and then Wildcard win it, they'll be able to take the lead, and I can see the force fight starting to take shape. But I love the ability to go, okay, let's work out if they're going towards B early. Let's make sure we have the mid control. And then you're meant to be in strong positions for when they do cross long, but they really were just too late to the party. Odds still favoring Wildcard as Headtrick will sound off with his scout.
Gives them a good idea about what they're up against.
Well, this key piece of utility that has as well as the HE, because again, Wildcard have taken long control. Wildcard still have 3 smokes to work with, so they could throw out the first, wait for flashes, wait for the HE, and then replenish and go again. And it's probably in their best interest to do so. The last thing you want to happen is take a couple of cheeky tags to the scout or have SMGs or pistols pushing through smokes. Pushing the mid doors now. JBA is going to be tested on the fade of the mid door.
MP9 up close, but nice work. The crosshair perfectly placed upon the fade. Kensizor is there. Up close, so jumping up is a death sentence if you have your back turned. Good awareness from JBA, but there's Kensizor quick with it.
Alex up to bat.
Yeah, what's he got? Good close range duel for MP9. And actually, they're both caught jumping. Fortunately, Stan still has the accuracy with the Mac 10.
Number advantage debate. They can win.
Yeah, how do they play this? I mean, I think Fuzzy's got a good shot of this.
It's a safe plan, though. That's going to make it tough.
Has to just play on that ramp side. Fakes out the steps towards ramp, slips away, smoke is fading. Scout can hit it. Can he transfer? Spotted out by another. Advancing is the MP9. Damage inflicted. Fuzzy up to bat. Using that smoke to his advantage. Finds the isolated duel. Headtrick's up close and he gets it! Massive round from Headtrick. It's just the last kill, but what has he done? He's taken down the Wildcard boys. Fuzzy was set to collect a 2v3 there.
And I think the reason that Fuzzy has to play that situation more site-centric and can't just drop off to long is because of the plan. But when you're in a number disadvantaged situation, you're not really in an option to make another play. Also, that HE of Headtrick came through. They cleared the smoke. They get a frag on the cross, and that's a fumbled round right there, unfortunately, for Wildcard. So we go back to a 2-round lead where we found ourselves coming out of the break, but the T's will force in again. So looking for the force by wars to continue right now. It's going to be sus with an AK, scout for Fuzzy, pistols for the rest with the util. Jesus.
Hey, we're just fighting.
Just strafing through the mid doors and taking a duel. Well, you've gone 1 for 1.
And JBA can't complain. He gets an M4.
Okay, well, that's a weapon that they definitely didn't have. And now the scout falls into the hands of Stan. So everybody getting slightly more equipped. Another head-to-head.
Yeah, just a swing. Oh, crosshair placement takes the head off of MPL. Couldn't have been better. Couldn't have been easier for Sasp. Well played.
Well, what are you meant to do now with this CT side? Headtrick and Alex are grouped up on the side. Senthio is on the toolbox towards B, and it's now just been blocked. I feel like in this situation, you need a Senthio to push up a tunnels to see if he can grab a cheeky kill. Alex and Headtrick are searching long, so trying to get some real estate they can work with while they have Wildcard exactly where they want them. Couple of smokes to work with on the way out towards A. So long clear. Alex is going to hold the doors. Now Headtrick over towards the ramp. Let's see if the kid can deliver on the AK-47 at range.
I don't know, that HE, it could be absolutely perfect if he times it right, but yeah, it's coming. Here they come as well. Solid dunk, solid connection. Now the AK to finish the job. A little smattering of silenced bullets as well from Alex. He chips in. There's Headtrick on the hold. They're crossing though. He's blind, forced away as Senthil. That MP9 arrives on the scene just in time. Headtrick's there. So is that SMG. The round locked down. Another one for the Bait boys.
And that's a number disadvantage scenario. So massive work for Headtrick, just continuing to deliver. Was at the top of the scoreboard coming out of the halftime break, and he retains that position. 19 kills, 8 deaths, 6 assists. And this is crazy from Kenzor, just launching straight through the doors, right? He's going to be happy that he gets 1 for 1, and this was always going to be a tense round. But when you only have, what was 2 players surviving right now, what do you think of opting in if you are that of Wildcard? I think it just will have to be the eco with a 2400 into the next. But Bait have actually taken a tactical timeout, so the coach feeling the need to address the options going forward. Headtrick with an SMG. I would hope that he goes for something quite aggressive in this scenario to farm against the Eeks. Because remember how long it took in the first half to see AWPs come out on either side of the server. I think if you want to see Wildcard get an AWP out into the next round as well, it is mandatory that they plant, but how are you going to plant? You have a smoke and a Tech 9.
It's a smoke, though, and Stan's going to be throwing that out.
It is a smoke.
It is a smoke.
It is a smoke.
Headtrick has gone for an SMG to go farming. 19 frag haul for Headtrick. Oh, interesting. So Stan's going to be using that for a CT smoke from outside of B. In the air now.
They're going to go through the mid-door smoke.
Walking through the door smoke. The smoke lands, and oh, he just farms! That's what you want to see! $2,400 in your bank account after an eco.
And now we can upgrade that SMG into an AWP. So I hope that he does, because they're at the point of closing the game right now. I would hate to see the ego get the better of him and think, as the AWPer, one of the most instrumental players on the entire CT side, I'm just going to rock the SMG. And at the moment, Alex, he hasn't upgraded away from it. So Headtrick, look, it's
financially.
Look, it might not matter. And the way he's playing right now, it's hard to fault him. He's at the top of the scoreboard for a reason. But you feel that you're in the position to close the game. You bring out the AWP, you get the opening pick. Maybe you just push in a lower and you make mincemeat right now, Wildcard.
Yeah, well, Kenzor feeling emboldened to push. Oh, he looked away.
Sonic's going to be screaming.
I thought you had it, bro. I thought you had it. One back, sure, but 4-on-2. Stan trying to head towards the long smoke.
No AWP required to get this one done, huh?
Not whatsoever.
Unless they're able to turn a 2v4 on its head. 28 HP for Kenzor, 13, sorry, for Alex 666. Imagine if we said Alex 666 every time.
Every time. Donk 666.
Not as competitive as the first map by any real metric.
No, I mean, I think there was there has been throughout this series a very clear indication of comfort between Train and Dust 2 for Wildcard. They do look a little less than comfortable.
If we do continue on this trajectory, then both of the 2-0 matches for the day looking to go 3 maps. If you want to check out what's going on with Heroic and FlyQuest, I think you should go have a bit of a gander on wherever you get your Counter-Strike news. But they've identified and they've boxed them in. Headtrick flanking. If they can get the plant, at least that's something alongside the loss bonus of 2,900. But
Headtrick's coming. JBA just looked away, and he's fast on this flank. He's booked him.
Hello.
Standing on each other's heads. He didn't quite finish off the job. Stan will turn around and get that done, but with 17 seconds at 1 versus 3, it's an impossible round.
As soon as he starts planning, they're just going to run at him.
Yeah.
He'll get it down. We'll take the cash.
Oh, you know what? He even gets his gun onto Kenzor with 1 HP left. He could have isolated the duel. Just absent that one extra damage. So an 11th is secured. Does feel like we might be quite quickly locking in Inferno at this rate.
So the financial situation after this round loss for Wildcard is roughly in the 3 to 4K range for everybody. So if they want to deny the ability to have to play for overtime, they will have to buy right now. Those are the options that you get left with. You can either partial, and then you can run it all the way back. You could still win the partial, to be fair, but the chips will be stacked against you, and that's going to be the option. Pistols with util around it, loss bonus maxed out into the next, and a full buy will follow, but then you need to win 6 consecutive rounds just to lock in OT.
It's always a bit suspicious if there's no door smoke. One does arrive, thrown out by Sonic.
Is this just a crisscross scenario into a B split? At the moment, they don't really need to push back short. We can see that nobody's home. They are not awares of that as Kenzazor comes to investigate. Clears. Nothing of note. MPL in CT to help with the mid to B, but right now, I'm going to try and take some short space back. Susp investigating with a deagle. Stan will show you all how to throw the mid to B smoke.
That's crisscross.
I think it's a fake. I think it's a crisscross fake. They're going to go into A because you want to draw the A rotating player of MPL. That's going to put pressure on the AWP head tricked.
Yeah, it will be just Alex on A. Senthiel deep on long, so just Alex. Incendiary though, that's nice. Okay, so we needed some steps. We needed some steps outside the crisscross. Just upon the fade. MPL! Oh, nearly messed that one up, but fortunately there's a flash from Kenzazor to avoid the trade. Sure, Alex has gone down. NPL quick to the scene, and Susp just a dig. Doesn't seem like... Oh, what? Doesn't seem like it was the weapon for the job. I've been proved wrong. A banging headshot onto the long anchor. Susp will go down. Wasn't ready for someone so close. And Fozy meets a similar fate. So, well done. 3 kills from NPL in the round. Nice supporting shot from Susp, though. I will say that was a bit of a banger.
Yeah, and Ascenthio even says nice shot. So he agreed with that. The surmise of that one, as we do see the second tactical timeout called.
Ooh.
So they understood the situation well. We want to draw the rotator to help deal with the mid to B. Then they actually want to try and isolate that fight against him, but not to be the case as round converted. One more now to push us to Inferno, third and deciding map, and Inferno is featured in all of the maps so far, or series I should say, for that of Bait. So they've been able to find their comfort, and the fact they get it means they should go in with some confidence to get things done in the 3-0 variety. But finally, Alex, the AWP's out.
Yeah, that's true. That's nice.
Last time we saw Fozy bring out the AWP was on the CT side. He got 3 kills. So let's see if he can do it again. 6 consecutive rounds sounds pretty unlikely, if you ask me.
And with spawns like that, who needs enemies? Hot shot. Missed chance. Kenzazor backing himself into an aggressive start. It will be MPL to provide some support in the form of util. But he timed this HE well. Looks like it is banging. Just on the money. Slap Stan. Kenzazor builds around it. Oh, and Susp commits. That's nasty. You've lost the bomb. Kenzazor and MPL, this aggressive defense has bore fruit. MPL caught by the AWP. JBA can win the bomb back. That was an important one to make this 2v4 a conversation at the bare minimum. Bomb retrieved. Fozy's going to be searching, but it's not in their best interest to give him anything here. Does he have a flash? He does. Fozy could be called. I think it looks like JBA's called him for the flash. You got one for me, bro? I need it. And just as he's running forward, spotted him. Here's the close AWP scope. Fozy down, head trick.
That was quick.
Cracking shot.
All right, well, they've heard JBA as well, so they know exactly how this one's going to trickle forward. And that'll be it. Alex will take the final kill, and that's going to be 13-6 in favor of Bait. We tied the series up 1-1, and that takes us to Inferno, who will be the first team locked in for Stage 2 to join the likes of Falcons, FaZe, Furia. Well, let's find out.
Hello and welcome back. We're talking about the frontrunners right now. It's the 2-0 games going down on both of the simultaneous streams. And but just as we're getting ready, and as MPL waves as his adversary heading into our third map of Inferno, we've cast our eyes over at the other stream. The A stream is delivering...
Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert!
That is your mandated spoiler alert. You have been warned.
An alarm to start
you
your
have
day as well.
been warned. I'm about to discuss the stream. You might want to watch later if you only got one TV. So we've got Ancient as the first map in this series between Heroic and FlyQuest, and they picked that one up handedly, but we've gone all the way to 3. FlyQuest clawed it back on theirs, and we find ourselves on Mirage. I've been very impressed by some of the Counter-Strike these two teams are playing, and I would say they're probably 2 of the front runners, right? As far as stage 1 is concerned, these were 2 at the tip of the tongue.
I think FlyQuest most people would be sleeping on.
Yeah, okay.
Just because they're from a very small Counter-Strike country, and that's understandable. The results for them have been quite miserable, to be honest. But I think in this stage where you're looking at the level of competition, they were a team that at least I put in my 3-0. But Heroic, they're the favorite for this stage. Right now, we've got the odds on screen for our matchup here. Bait have actually now taken over. I think maybe that's because of how dominant it was on their map choice at Dust 2. But yeah, just to quickly circle back, if you want to go check that out, it's on Mirage, third and deciding map now between these 2 rosters. And, well, it's back and forth. There's been a couple of moments that Alex and I have been tuning into throughout the break. So go and enjoy that. Scrawny and Launders on the cast, as we're going to set our sights on Bait versus Wildcard, the other 2-0 matchup that's also delivered, I'd say.
Well, and you have been telling us throughout this series a little bit about the Inferno we have to look forward to. On one side, you were telling us that Bait have a pretty prolific Inferno record. It's featured in every single one of their games so far. Is that right?
Yeah, they were fortunate to get it in both of the best of ones.
Wow.
So they've definitely got some reps in so far on this very map, and that means that they should be feeling quite comfortable. Whether or not that comfort comes with confidence, that's going to be the next question, because they are the youngest team at the major. This is where the nerves will start to play a factor.
And you want to talk about confidence. I'm sure you're absolutely well, overcome with confidence when you beat your twin brother on this map to start off your major campaign for SUSP versus Adam B. Metisport fell in a 13-1 in the opening game up against Wildcard. So they definitely have had Inferno rep themselves. It's time to see them clash, though. Winner will be securing a spot in Stage 2 with a flawless record.
So far, if I have been keeping track correctly, we are 2-2 in the pistol department. So let's set our sights on this. Bait to be starting on the defense. The CT side for them on map number 3, and on the attack, that means, of course, Wildcard. The game is heading into its live state, and, well, seeing some purchases coming in late out of the Bait camp. It was 5 sets of Kev. Now it's a pair of dual Berettas, a HE, and a Flash. Here we go. For all the marbles, you either get it done as quick as possible. Quickest way from point A to point B is a straight line, or in stage 1 of the major, it's a 3-0. Fast up Banana.
Just running. JBA's running straight into the lion's den already. Bell rung. Bodies could drop. JBA and Sonic worse for wear. Head trick at the back of the sights. Running light on ammo. In fact, completely out. Can he get run down? No, no one swings him. He's allowed to reload. Essential just fragging up a storm. And NPL clicking as fast as his finger can. Spams the smoke with the dual Berettas. Fozie's the last to fall. And that is a convincing pistol. Okay, he's close.
Let's go G2.
Well, you could go, let's go B8. Let's go B8.
Yeah. Well, I don't think G2 would ever say that themselves after.
No.
Maybe Kenzizor is a G2 fan, and there are going to be some vacancies in that roster.
Let's go G2.
It's like, wait, that's not her. Well, or maybe he's leaked it.
Yeah,
confirmed.
Well, Kenzizor to G2 alongside of Simpius.
That's right.
And Saw.
Locked in.
All right, T-side force without the plant.
Oh, NPL's not playing scared. Look at him. Wow. I mean, that seems very brave.
That's a great way to start off your anti-force, isn't it?
Well, you've also...
M4 grabs the opening kill.
You've also kind of educated me on the reasoning behind a move like that, as far as, you know, you don't want to give T's too much room to like set up and explode, right? So moves like that, it's going to disrupt what the plan may be.
Yeah, and it's also out of the box, right? I don't want to do it again. Yeah. The meta once upon a time was on Inferno being very, very aggressive on the CT side, down mid and Banana. You wouldn't even smoke deep because you'd run down mid and you'd run down Banana and you just full clamp them, which forces them into second mid. And then with only pistols, it's tough. You need to have something that's quite set out the gates or pacey yourself. And with the loss bonuses where they found themselves over the years, that was really quite strugglesome. And when you knew you were against an eco of only 1,400, right? Think about the loss bonus change to 1,900. That's still a relatively recent thing in Counter-Strike history. It would be so much easier to waltz over a team. But right now, number disadvantage. Sonic is going to be able to get a lot of space up middle. Kenzizor at range towards long with the MP9. Not the weapon for the job, but Ascenthiel and Alex will chime in top banana, and this one should be done.
Yeah,
Sonic defined.
Strong frag total from Ascenthiel. 2 rounds deep. Sonic's Tech 9 still got hands.
If he had the bomb, which wouldn't make any sense, but if he did...
yeah, he would have had a chance.
Yeah, if my grandma had wheels, should be a bicycle, but... this one's... not another night. Okay, that's sensible. Let's not get crazy. Okay, well, right now, while we do have the time, let's discuss the CT setup that we're expected to see coming out of Bait on this third and deciding map. You will get MPL as the A rotating rifler, joining the likes of Kenzizor as the pit and apartment anchor. Headtrick as the AWPer will have duties to play that long side. He'll be able to watch short with the AWP and also help set up the B defenders. And then that means that you're going to have the likes of Ascenthiel alongside of Alex to lock down Banana. It's going to clash, obviously, against Wildcard, who have actually got some upgrades again. So I'm surprised to see them lightly invest, but if they get a couple of kills, the value will be there. This time ready for the second mid aggression, or no, they were ready for the window aggression.
Yeah, that was enough. It was all a distraction to set up Headtrick, who's just, I mean, they are farming them with their MP9s. Thank you for spending extra cash. We'll be taking that away from you, Liggity Split. Let's go, GT.
An odd one there.
I think I'd hear that one today, you know?
G2 are in stage 3, so yeah, I know that surprised everybody. They did lose Monty this year. But all right, just one casualty in that one, as we do set our sights to the first rifle round. Now, the reason I was surprised to see those upgrades, look at it reflected bottom right-hand side of your screen. We're light on util. There's enough to go around, but not everything. So let's see, how does that hamper the opener?
Looks like we're going to be setting up Sus. Charges up towards the half wall. He will be taking fights. An MP9 and an M4 awaiting him on the other side. Tucked on sandbags is Alex. Ascenthiel to swing. Gets the confirmation of presence. Alex doesn't even need any help. Okay, Alex with 2. Banana defended. He's making that MP9 really put in a shift. Nice catch. Nice. What? Oh, I thought Standard caught him pulling out a smoke, which he did, but Headtrick's there to cover. This has gone from bad to worse for Wildcard. You come into your first gunny and you lose it to what? A bonus MP9? You're going to be feeling disgusted. Maybe you can get this one tap from Sonic. Woof. Okay, Headtrick's had enough. He has had enough. He was last seen B, now swings through library to catch the Sonic slip. Job done. Round 1, 4-0. Oh no.
This is a very condemning start. The resistance has been very light in the opening stages. We're fortunate it's the best of 3, but this is the tail of said best of 3. The best of 1's. The reason that it feels so scary is you lose the pistol, you lose the first rifle round, the game can get away from you quick. You weren't really in it on Dust 2, as Fluxi will get that one, but now he's positioned no to the rotation fast up Banana in the backlines from Headtrick. Ascenthiel on the site, and Fluxi will get another, but it doesn't even really matter about the damage right now. He's on 14 points of health, and he will be bowled over in a moment's time.
Oh, they miss all their smoke spam bullets. He walks through the smoke and dies in the spray. Okay, sure. Yeah, that could be. That's one of the ways it could have ended.
So partial now. We have to reflect on these 4 rounds of play, and well, just the sheer lack of kills seems to be one of the problems. Sus yet to get on the board. The loss bonus will grant them between 3.5 to 4K, which should mean a partial. But right now, Vince wants to get on the mic, and this is where you hope to get an inspiring little pocket call. Something with Tech 9's, a set piece, where you actually get to dictate the tone, because I have liked this jarring nature from Bait, playing aggressive window room, aggressive halls. You remove some of the options. You know the T's in the early stages. A lot of these rounds, especially the rifle rounds, are going to be using their nades to garner banana control. If you can unravel the pieces over towards second mid, it is going to make your round a whole lot easier.
You say that, but it does feel like Sonic has quite consistently been able to kind of at least get towards Arch side. Like he's definitely, I don't know his pathing, it's likely through, you know, mid, the direct, and a bit slower, but He has been getting there. I think perhaps we're going to be seeing a slower round out of Wildcard, even despite Tech9's in the mix.
I think the first thing I'd like to see them do is make sure that the CTs can't disrespect them.
Yeah.
And then after that, work on what
here it comes.
It's going to be.
You're off to speaks down mid. Takes a pot shot. Sonic's dead already.
Oh.
NPL now sharp as attack.
Crispy.
CTs with AKs in their hands, they're even more emboldened to take these duels. They'll just walk at you. Oh, bro. Nice couple out of JBA.
This is just consolation.
Oh, he's done very well.
It's a 1v5.
Orp's got in.
The rounds are over quick.
They are. I can't quite believe how quickly. 5-0 already.
Okay, well, full buy now.
Yeah, okay.
There's residual cash across the board, but another buy will be available. This is some nice shooting from MPL.
First bullet on that second.
Oof, bang, okay. That camera angle.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Really tells the story. So there's enough for another buy, even if Bait lose this round. That's the most casualty they've taken of 3 in 1 round. That also happened on the second of play.
Looks like Suts just wants to take a brawl. This time it's Essential down. An opening kill for Wildcard. That's a difference maker.
And Sus's first frag in map number 3.
Interesting standoff towards the apps as well. You can see Sonic and Kenzizor are both right next to each other.
Full nades for Kenzizor committed like this. He could go down and lose it all.
Yeah, I think he's realized the same and starts to relocate. Ooh, smoke implies friction imminent. Sonic slow with this.
He's about to get all the info if he peers out.
Ooh, a little late to that, but the util does imply he's behind the whole pack.
Sonic hasn't moved a muscle.
Spoiler.
Yeah, he might be able to creep on the timing. It really depends on Sonic's progressions.
Oh, Sonic didn't see him.
Not this again.
Now Kenzizor's behind him. He rounds the corner. Still a very quick flank. Sonic, jump scare imminent, gets it. Kenzizor down. An important trade from JBA round 1.
Yeah, just off of the timing there by a few seconds. If he's slightly quicker on that and able to track them down, then a multi-kill is available, and then you might even be able to consider that retake. But you understand right now for Bait that they know the lead that they have, right? I was talking about the residual cash. Even with the 1,400 loss, they would have been able to buy going into the next, but they're playing for a massive bag of rounds within this first half of play. They're going to take the conservative approach. MPO, Head Trick, and Alex are going to hold on to their guns, and I feel right now there'll be a sigh of relief coming out of Wildcard and especially the in-game leaders Stan. They're on the board. They've got something to work with. Now they just need to break through. So 5-0 goes 5-1 as the bomb goes off, and everybody looking to stay alive in pit. It's a backside plant. Terrorists win. To hold on to their goods. Oh, Hendrick looking for a drink, so timeout called from the CT side. Buys them a moment to take their breath and focus on the next round of play. They win this one, it'll just send Wildcard back into squalor. 2,900 loss bonus with the cash that currently is on the board and a plant. Okay, it's another buy short. But that's your first plant in round number 6 and your first round in round number 6. So,
and Susp's first kill and opening kill at that.
So we'll see if that can continue again. You saw the pace of which they quickly send themselves up banana, and Susp has another good spawn to try and trundle up aggressively once more. Those 30 seconds also afforded to Wildcard to talk about what comes next. Three players starting banana, Senthil, MPO, and Alex. They might go all in for this.
Yeah, Susp's going to evade the initial HE. Now he knifes out, does charge for that half-wall fight. Still 0 damage dealt to him. Swings in, he's done it again. Can't double up. A necessary trade out of Alex. JBA is going to ask questions of top banana. Is there a flash? Blocked on half wall. You can flash through it. Doesn't look like they're immediately going though. Backing away instead.
Sonic is this time round has actually taken boiler control quite quickly. So he's already pushed forward. Last round he was much more passive in the halls progression. And this keeps options open for an A attack now. So a smoke towards long side. Bracket control will be theirs in a moment's time. Kenzie over towards the balcony. Alex in sight and MPL being pulled back across. So 3-1 split of the defenses. once more, but this time they've gambled correctly.
Oh, that's a very nice nade to start as well, reminiscent of Bait's CT side on Dust 2. There was a lot of good HE connections. They've done it again. And the body's in the right place. This is going to be a meat grinder. Good flash, but still there's Alex. Holds strong on the Cold Zera box. He gets 2. Nothing left for Fuzi. He's a dead man walking, dead man spraying. You find the first, you've got 19 points of health, you eat the flashbang that rots the clock further. Headtrick's coming in from that library side, and just dancing with him here is Kenzizor.
One bullet.
No bullets. He hasn't even got enough bullets for the 2 taps he's required. And so Bait will eventually pull that across the line, and a big gold star affixed to the chest of Alex.
Yeah,
like 3 kills on the defense.
Well, props to Susp again for being so strong in this banana control to get the opening kill, but they didn't get the space, and then the half-wall smoke drops. MPL, he just rotates away. They leave the AWP on the B side and put all the faith in Headtrick, and then have the defense perfect. You can see MPL, he's jiggling long, comes through the moto smoke with really good timing, and there you have it, round done, round dusted. And we'll be able to buy back in, but remember, I said that there are going to be a couple of omissions. This time it's just going to be a Galil. So this is getting away from Wildcard very, very quickly. Deep nades soften up JBA, but Susp again. This half-wall smoke to play around.
Yeah, still, Cynthia was fully blind there. He gets his.
Proactive stuff. As soon as that happens, the app's defense right now, it starts searching, so...
Oh, mate, it gets worse for them.
They can't get...
Now you're trying to push through, you end up getting spammed away. Doesn't matter, smoke or flash, and you'd have loved 2 there. Instead, Sonic's lost his teammate. He's lost Stan. Hoping for an overextension from that banana flank, but Headtrick's taking his sweet time. He's going all the way around to that T-ramp. He's got infinite smokes as well, apparently.
Yeah, look, well, at least that information goes to Kenzizor, who's locked the door, right? Okay, so he's still top banana, he's still throwing nades. You can actually try and close him in. There's 30 seconds now. Kenzizor starts to get a little bit closer. I don't think they're even going to let him get away with the plant, because as soon as he taps it, you should see players just running through these smokes.
Ooh, missed AWP shot from Headtrick on the back of Ruin. Sonic is making this one a little exciting. He's hit the first headshot, but the AWP will connect, and they keep racking up the rounds. I was expecting a real back and forth affair on Inferno, and that is just not what we are seeing. A distinct advantage for Bait at this point in time. It is looking almost a certainty if they can keep this up. 2 frags for Stan, 2 for Susp. Remember Train? Remember how that one felt?
Yeah, look, that was their map choice, and it was a close affair going into overtime. Dust 2 clear the Bait with a better team, and one thing I'm liking to see from these young guns is their confidence behind their aim. They're playing rounds as they should, but they're also taking these fights so that they can stay a bit more tone-setty. So the fundamentals are there, but so is the crosshair placement. And now they're just harassing. So another nice nade. More nade damage done. Chipping away at 2. Stan and JBA is right now a pocket strat is set up with the partial. They're going to set up for what should be an A explosion. Couple of smokes, couple of flashes, and there's the go.
Yeah, they'll have 3 here to defend them. Off of the flash, they accelerate long. Headtrick is blind, tucks away. AWP primed and ready, missed his chance. Doesn't matter, NTL is there to back him up. Gets 2.5, puts Fozy on notice. Kenzizor pit, they're coming his way. Should be set for success here, but actually meets his fate. Nice catch on the Galil. And Fozy in combination with Susp, they've gone into the site. It looks like he was thinking about a smoke push there, Alex, but thinks twice. We'll wait for a Senthiel. And AWP finds its way into Fozy's hands. On that low HP, that's perfect. Smoke, double flame as well. Will limit Fozy's positioning, has to force him into the fight, but he will thrive within it. Missed second shot is Senthiel. Bomb about half gone. Trying to clear out the site with the molly. Has no answers as to where he's going to get off to. Susp steps up, steps in, and delivers Wildcard a second round.
Okay, you take it. It's a pocket round. You come in, you brute force your way into A, and you're able to get your second, but still, it's a 5-round gap. Can you net it up again at a 7-5 scoreline before the halftime break? Or really, how many CT rounds can we expect to see? Heading around long, MPL does great with the double. Head trick, able to get the first, but not in a position to dance around the boxes. And Fluxi grabs his AWP and makes it deadly as Susp contributes for another round victory. Money now gone. Beta fully invested. They lose this, and the half can get away from them.
4 zeros in the bank balance. Alex pushing. They bring the fight to them, and he's gotten away with murder. How does he get 2 through the smoke? Headshots as well. And he even has backup. NPL's there right behind him, throwing nades, ensuring he can spam with a degree of confidence.
So many bodies were put into that for Wildcard to get the control. Stan was there to set them up, and 3 players charging through Banana. Now the flash is on the fade of the smoke, posting on the line. Fluxi, can he find anything?
Oh, no, he can't. A bit of a wide swing there from Alex. Confirms the AWP's location.
Well, they should be happy to give it up, and they do. So playing the numbers now. A man advantage. And the attack is split. Fluxi making no secret of his top Banana presence. Forces out a smoke with steps alone. Now Stan going to call the team back into something a bit faster.
It's very short-centric, this defense.
Gap in there.
Yeah, you can work with that.
Okay, had to give it time for the spread, and Headtrick now will communicate that there is a long gap. Look at this. They're going to boost, or they're going to play through?
It's the usual avant-garde smoke, yeah. Oh. Fumbled the jump up. Walking through regardless. It's a strong setup to break now. Really hard to get past Headtrick's AWP if he misses the first, though. You're onto something! You're onto a winner! Headtrick up close, just the one. Stan has broken through.
Remember the money. Do you go for this? Do you risk it all? 1,900 lost into the next for the CTs. 2v2 situation. Feels winnable.
It certainly does, but Fluxi can change that. Peeking through, loses his head. What's he done that for? Thought he had one.
Still no kit.
Nice angle. Stan spotted out the movement. It's horrible to deal with. Now they just isolate him. Alex comes up clutch. Partners up and a quad kill. Starts with a spam, double spam down Banana. And he picks up both on the retake.
Yeah, Fluxi there just continuing to take those fights. And I think some banter thrown across the fence there as some smirks light up the faces of Bait. Remember, 3 rookies. 32-team major, given plenty more regional representation. But Alex, Kenzo, and Ascenthiel at their first and looking to make stage 1. The first time we've had this format, a 3-0 sweep. The Tier 2 online grinders. I said that essentially makes you a Tier 1 North American team, and taking it to one of the North American representation right now.
Yeah, I mean, for his first major, Alex is definitely not crumbling under pressure, at least not visibly, not yet. Perhaps, you know, the pressure of a 10-2 half, for example, an 8-4, you sit there in that 2-minute break going, maybe...
Yeah, we'll see if choke comes in.
Yeah, maybe it becomes a factor, we'll see. 8-2. I mean, if you're Bait and you keep just, you know, out of habit, just smashing that tab key, your confidence is absolutely booming. Look what Alex has done to them there.
Yeah, it feels like you should never have gotten away with this 2v2 situation, but Headtrick showing frustration, so you can still see, even with the lead like this, they do feel the tension and the pressure of the moment.
Great play from Alex.
Still ropey, but only 2 rounds left.
Yeah, big difference. Oh, Kensizor's charging. He's not alone either. Are they ready? No, they're not. Quick switch punished. Oh, Fluxi down. Double out of an MP9. Solid output.
I love it. They just take a timeout. You immediately meet that with some aggression down the guts, and whatever the plan was, whatever the strat was, now you're playing a mid-round. It's a 3v3. Everything you just spoke about, you took the extra time, it's gone, it's out the window, and you're back in a scenario where the comms are crazy. You need players to make moves. You need your in-game leader to have an inspired call. And again, it's a scenario where you're not in a strong position on the T side.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting finish. Susp is rounding the corner at spawn. Coming second mid. Joining the forces for an apps approach. Alex, perfectly timed on his boiler, reaggress. Walks up the stairs, catches Stan staring. And that's a good indication that there's more coming. Alex comes back for more! God,
They back themselves, don't they? They're happy to take a duel, these kids.
Maybe we draw the line here, yeah. He isn't going to go start swinging into Sonic. Actually, wait a second. He might very well just have him hit. Sonic's low, 32 points of health. Oh, Alex drops off, says you're going to have to work harder than that. You know there's one underneath you. You know he's coming for you. Alex, what a fantastic sequence of rounds from him. 4 kills into 3. 9 already for Bait.
Yeah, I can't believe how quickly they're running away with this. I thought after train we were going to have such a competitive matchup.
Yeah.
Too. It seems to have taken the source out of Wildcard. A shadow of themselves from the competitive nature that we had seen, and right now it looks like back-to-back drubbings, Dust 2 into Inferno, unless they can have a massive haul of CT rounds themselves. Final round, first half, map 3, 2-0, and stakes of stage 2. So a lot on the line, but here we go. Is there aggression once more? Head trick with the AWP gets posted up. Banana, they drop the Furious Smoke, and he gets to stay towards Car.
Takes a heavy bit of damage there from Galil and Nade.
Fortunately, he's got the AWP, I guess.
He's fine. Stan flashed into mid. We'll get away with it. That's a fantastic opening kill.
That's the A anchor. So that should inform that there is a slight gap available, but the bomb stood down towards T stairs. They're going to force a rotation out of the CT short. Stan's going to go for the tricky smoke again. So this one lands on top of the porch roof. MPL, does he push?
Oh, up close, Stan. You're not ready for this, are you? NPL knows he's got the element of surprise and he strikes.
He's calling it clear.
Confirms nothing middle. B player's on high alert and he gets a nice duel. A headshot from the AWP, but don't worry. It's Senthiel's here. How good you clear? Not good enough for one. Takes the headshot. Look at that. JBA put low as well. All right, what have you got? The 1v2 for JBA. Oof. Oh, it gets worse. Alex waving them goodbye as he's looking to pick himself up a spot in the next stage of competition. Only 8 seats available from stage 1. And now 3 rounds separating them from taking a seat.
Class TV Austin Major 2025, the culmination of the first VRS season ever, and we find ourselves in stage 1, the first ever 32-team major. Counter-Strike, we continue to write pages in the history books. This is the B stream. This is where you'll find Alex and I all tournament long, and we're going to get underway with what is the second half of map number 3. This is a 2-0 series. Winner will lock themselves in for stage 2. And you've missed a lot. Overtime, back and forth affairs, domination from Bait on their map. Choice now Inferno, the third and decider. A fixture is over. Quick smart.
It would certainly be nice to pick up a pistol. They're walking in the blind spot of this jump spot, so Jiba could be caught off guard by this. He seems on high alert, though. Knows that that walk angle is possible, and so he's going to play for the spot in abs. Oh, actually, Fluxi, you don't want to overstay your welcome. He does stick around to try and tap ahead, and it costs him his life. How many do you got? Javen just down for after 1. And the A site is lost. It crumbles. They surge into the site. Very pack-rolly other pistols from Bait.
Yeah, and we were all tied up with the pistols up until this map. It was 2-2. Now both of these pistols likely to go in favor of the Ukrainians.
They love their Inferno, and you can see why. The way in which they're playing it. Oh, wow. Great shots from Susp. Is he making a retake work? It was quick enough. Nade does damage, 50 HP for Essential, and the back of the site loses his life. Oh my goodness, Wildcard. They just need one more headshot. It's up to Stan, dancing around Essential with this wall. He's done well to rot the clock. It's a good headshot, but look at the time.
It's going to be close. Stan's jumped on it.
Does he look like he's celebrating?
10-second defuse. Team's not celebrating just yet. It's going to be right down to the wire.
It's 0.25 off!
Close, but no cigar as the celebrations come out of the young guns. Bait. Their farm EU online tier 2. They are the youngest team in attendance at the major. They've taken that, well, that I was going to say top spot, but that's title base away from the Mongols. And they're looking to be one of the 2 teams from stage 1 to go 3-0. Heroic did it against FlyQuest not that long ago. And now just 2 more rounds. And this is what it's all about. The joy on the faces of the young lads as they are making light work of Wildcard.
Absolutely. I mean, this is just, you described them as, you know, online grinders. Well, this is the culmination of their efforts. You attend the major, you start putting more recognizable household names in their place, showing that you deserve one of those top spots. Spots in stage 2, just 2 rounds away. Stark contrast from where this series started. This is Bait with domination.
Just taking a look at some interesting stat lines, because I think this one is just going to be swept under the rug quite quickly. So as we see the 5 new kills come in to make it round number 12, if you take a look at Bait's stat lines for the year, they've played about 130 maps in total, but that is with online and LAN play. You put the LAN filter on, they've only played 16 maps on LAN, and that's between the Mesa event, which went down in Mongolia not that long ago, and then this major itself. So in terms of talking about the reps, it's all been within the realms of online Counter-Strike. And this is going to help them skyrocket up the VRS, right? Because LAN wins can mean an awful lot. So this is great to see them with this level of form. And then if the uninitiated want to know what comes next, well, it's stage 2, right? The team's in stage 2. Falcons, Furia, you've got FaZe in there, you've got M80, you've got MIBR, Virtus Pro, and 3D Max. We're missing 1. Who are we missing?
M80, did you say that?
Said M80. No, I'll just go and look. I was trying to do it off the top.
We got close.
Don't know why I bother with that. You can just go and find the resources.
Pain. Forget Pain.
We did forget Pain. But they've been pretty forgettable.
Yeah, actually, well, that's because they've had, like...
Rix has been standing in at every second event.
Yeah, their roster's been in turmoil for a while there as far as getting all their 5 players to the event.
Now, what's going to happen, because Bait are going to come through as a 3-0 team, they're going to be the second highest seed, because Heroic are going to be higher than them, which means they'll play against the second highest seed from...
The team's already there?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
1 versus 9.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. And so this one isn't actually Inferno, that is at least a 13-2 looking likely.
I think, unfortunately, we've become more conversational now because this one's gone one way quick, but does this bring Wildcard into question? And that's not necessarily a question for you, Alex, that's for the people at home. Seeing them get blown out in back-to-back maps by Bait. Dendy over Amaranth, we all knew it.
Different skill sets.
Different cash money too.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. Yeah.
But only one of them's won a TI.
Exactly.
But the other one's won many hearts.
I don't think Amaranth could execute a Pudge fountain hook.
I haven't seen her hooks. I don't know if they're on point.
I don't think she's much of a hooker.
And that'll be the end of Wildcard versus Bait. Alex is here all week. If you got his Zone King joke yesterday, I'm sure you're in stitches right now. 13-2, taking care of business. Bait locked in for stage 2. Another Swiss coming their way. How far can the young Ukrainians go? Well, today, if that's any indication, they look strong.
Yeah, I mean, individuals really shining bright. I think Alex's Inferno is one that he'll be very proud of as a rookie attending his first major. It's a new feeling for him, but probably a fantastic one to be breezing through 2 days of play, and you lock yourself in to hang out with the big boys, the FaZe, the Furias, the VPs, the 3D Maxes. We've already listed them off, but that is Bait securing the tickets to stage 2.
You have to see that there is one more match coming today on the B stream. So the Counter-Strike's not done yet, even though you're starting to burn the midnight oil over there in Europe. 7-hour time difference from Austin to our biggest set of fan base over there in Central Europe. But we have the Chinggis Warriors up next. They're in line for elimination against Fluxo. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back lickety-split for the final game of the day.
Well, howdy, folks. We're back, and we're bringing you another best of 3 for today. To wrap on up the B stream, we're bringing you these guys. That's right, it is none other than the Chinggis Warriors. We've got to know them yesterday. We've got Controls, Ifar, Rue, Ariukal, and Coolast, who shaved off his lovely long locks in pursuit of major glory. However, this is a clash of two teams at the rather other end of the spectrum. We've just discussed a best of 3, which is for a spot in the next stage of competition. These are teams that had the worst day yesterday. In fact, these are two of the teams that are in the very bottom of people's pick'em estimations. The two most picked teams for the 0-3 eliminated column of the Counter-Strike pick'ems was Fluxo and Chinggis Warriors.
Understandably so, right? Within the server right now, we have 10 players, 8 of which are at their first major, and likely only because it's 32 teams. You take a look on the screen right now, there might be 2 names, maybe 3, that will pop out in your face. Art, of course, from his Furia fame. Kai was there for a temporary period of time, but Zevi was partnered up with Skulls, obviously a little bit more infamous. Recently stood in for FaZe, was part of Liquid, and now finds himself cast astray. Also Furia for Skulls as well. Now, you're going to get the video up on your screen here. These are the permabans for both of the teams that you see coming through. So Train and Anubis removed respectively. Ancient as a pick is the most played map for Chinggis Warriors in the last 3 months, even though both teams have a very comparable win-loss. And because these teams are region-locked, once more, we haven't seen them go toe-to-toe. Mirage makes sense. Fluxo, 79% win rate for them on that, whereas Chinggis Warriors only 17%. So that one has the stark contrast. Inferno, Dust 2, and then Nuke will be the third and deciding map if we need to get there. So again, Ancient, Mirage, Nuke. That's the map pool that we see.
Am I right in thinking Zevi was an AWPer? Have I seen him with an AWP?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so Art will be...
He was on Pain with Skulls.
Yeah. I know, I remember his name. I remember him being quite a flashy AWPer at times.
Yeah, and it's just strange that he never really stuck the landing on a better squad, so I'm not sure what happened or you know, what's behind the scenes within Brazil. This is also a bit of a redemption arc for Art, right? The fact that he always played this quite out-of-the-box style of Counter-Strike, just painting this lovely picture, but it was crazy, right? He was always pushing smokes. He was up to nonsense all the time, and I'd love to see the way that he's conducting himself in the server now. But let's quickly recount both of these teams' journey to the point of being 0 and 2. Fluxo and Chinggis Warriors. So to start for Fluxo, they took on FlyQuest on Ancient. They lost that one 13-7 to the Australians. In Chinggis Warriors' opening matchup, it was heroic. That was Anubis, and another 13-7 loss. Fluxo then went on to play Complexity, who have Halzok standing in, and lost on Inferno 13-9.
Oh, and the odds giving Fluxo a very clear edge.
Interesting. Okay, because we did cover off the Legacy match with Chinggis Warriors, and that was a 13-10 game that could have really gone either way. Legacy, if you're unfamiliar with them, they have the in-game leader of Lux, and they're also of Brazilian representation. So another Brazilian matchup for Chinggis Warriors. We'll see if they're able to deny defeat today. But in terms of the series, considering how poor statistically their Mirage is, I would say if they would like this one to go the third, to go the distance, it is going to be mandatory they pick up their map choice of Ancient.
Okay, so kind of a punish of sorts from Fluxo in the Mirage department. So Ancient are compulsory for Chinggis to take this the distance.
Now again, no head-to-head.
Oh, obviously that didn't sound good. But what about the Warriors? That's an alternative. The Chinggis Warriors, we can call them the Warriors.
Just call them the Warriors? Yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's an alternative phrasing. Not going to call them Chinggis again, just because it didn't sound right.
Well, that's the thing, right? We've got the Mongols, we've got Chinggis Warriors, we've got the Huns, all you know, really proudly representing the heritage of Mongolia. And we don't get the Huns here, unfortunately. There was the whole Atox drama as well. There's definitely quite a few players from Mongolia who can hit hard.
Yeah.
Same to be said for Brazil, but I think, you know, you touched upon it, the fact that both of these teams are in the consideration for 0-3 for a lot of people at home. There's not a lot of faith behind these names.
Well, let's recount what we learned with the Chinggis Warriors versus Legacy game. I think for me, I was impressed by some of the proactivity from eFire at times.
Yeah, he was
kind of
doing
catching
good with
gaps.
the eye control.
Yeah.
Secret for sure.
I think the AWPing of Coolast had its moments.
He definitely wasn't huge. Like, I think he could have been more impactful,
Yeah.
and I don't think Ancient T-side is going to lead you to too much impact.
No, you know what? That's a very good point. That's fair enough. The only player that really kind of didn't stand out initially and then had a really nice resurgence was Controls. He had a really slow start, but had a couple of impact rounds at the end of the map to really pull his team through it. So that's Controls there on your screen.
I wonder what the time in Mongolia is right now, Alex, because it's GMT +8, which means it's the same time as Perth, Western Australia.
Australia?
And I only know that because that's where I'm from. But we'll take a look because we are ready to get this one underway.
Ooh, it's probably just the DGen hours, Chad. It's currently 4 a.m.
Okay, well, shout out to anybody watching from Mongolia right now. Mad respect to you. And the time in Brazil, I'm sure it's going to be a whole lot closer to the time right now in Austin, Texas.
Yow!
The Kai Art Mulzen.
Yes, yeah, we should do the Fluxo name.
Zevi,
Mulzen, Kai, Perea.
Perea Jr.
That's right.
Or PJ
Jr.
for sure.
PJ.
I'm calling him PJ.
Yeah, you are.
Look, I'm sorry, PJ, but I give nicknames to everybody.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if it's okay for Jimmy, it should be okay for you. We've got 4 CT starting B in this defense. That's a 4-man B stack. Okay, well, you're in the right place. How does he handle this? It is a B rush. You've got the bodies, and there it is. PJ with 2. Cool as to controls Chapping. Kai, what a shot onto controls. Quick little left-right. Good night. Double kill.
Winnable for Rue in the 1v2.
Is he going A?
If he slips the net, he's going to be able to get that plant down. So he's going to have to brave this smoke of their own design. He's straight through it. I love the coin toss on this. So playing on the fade, but they're going to be clearing out B quite quickly behind him. So the penny can drop for Zevi. And Mulzen, as they walk in, sector clear, bomb goes down. Force by into the next will be guaranteed.
Maybe even a round win here for Rue. Does he go back to CT? He's planted for it, but he's actually going to elect to start Temple for his pathing. Does he stick here? It looks like he will. Okay, so now it's about the execution of these two. How do Art and Zevi, sorry, Mulzen and Zevi pull this one across the line? Fake. Angle found. Headshot to Rue. Isolating these duels beautifully. Now he knows the time is on his side. He is going to isolate this duel, and he hits the headshot on the drive-by. Lovely way to start it off for the Chinggis Warriors.
Ah, the coach there. You can see the grin on the face. That's a nice clutch to win to set the tone on your map choice. Carnage.
Well played.
Pulling the strings is going to be very, very happy with this one. And considering how it starts, that's a 3v5 until the trades come back from Coolest and Controls. Those 2 kills from Kai, you think they're round winners. But Rue given the space to pull off a masterful clutch, beautiful work, and gets the boys on their feet. I said force fight was guaranteed. Well, first round is as well. And the force fight will be from the CT, so the Brazilians looking to bounce back.
Yeah, Coolest's just out mid.
He's Coolest fudge right now, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He might try and walk on a timing if Art gives him away a sound cue burrowed into red for now.
Simple, sorry, not Simple. I got ahead of myself. Prof called Coolest the Mongolian Simple.
Did he?
I don't know why. Like, I don't know if it's play style or maybe, you know, he...
Aura?
That's what I think it probably is.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay, I mean, you can see he's communicating a lot, so it's, I guess, just letting the B players know when is a good time and how many numbers to expect, because the whole squad is here. Fluxo's got 4 of their 5 members on this bomb site, but they did just block ramp. That's counterintuitive to the stack.
Yeah, you bang on there. Do you want them to come in or not? Because now you've just piped them elsewhere, and you've actually been spamming through smokes too. So at this point, with all the information, they are going to start peeling their way over towards A. And I just want to remind everybody, with this type of Counter-Strike, with the teams going toe-to-toe, you're going to get some out-of-the-box play. PJ gives them at least the man advantage. Strong position from E-Fire.
Isn't it? I mean, it is going to be cleared, presumably. Mulzen will not overlook this. Certainly not now when the frag is given to him. A little crouch into the angle. That's a mistake. Oh, they can't lose this. Through. Oh, he couldn't convert it. Okay, cool ass. You have to be the hero. Did he hear him? Yeah, he heard him. He knows where he's gone. He's right behind him. He's in hot pursuit. But now wrapping around, it's going to be ships in the night onto the defuse with a 10-seconder. Oh. He's got knife out. He rounds the corner. And now an isolated duel onto Art. Into the defuse. Oh, gets off it, but no time.
Oh, Kai had to run in that situation. The only way was Kai killing him. And he lets him slip around the corner. Ooh. And it's just one man staying alive. A gun carried through, but clutches in back-to-back rounds required for the Warriors.
Oh, wow, yeah. I mean, Fluxo, that is twice now. We've only played 2 rounds, and both times you've started off looking like it's yours. Clutch has stolen it away.
I'm Art, I'm saying, where's my ball?
Where are you at?
Even just draw attention for me, little guy. Like, what's going on? Okay, well, AK brought through. PJ in with an A1S and some upgrades for everybody else. So here we go. We're getting some flavor in this one.
CT smoke. and go.
Oh, they're going through it.
Yeah, it's bad smoke from Zevi. Full sideline, not even scared for a second. Turn flash, it's a very good connection from the flash. Kai will open up. AK down on Art, doesn't get anything from his, but the sidearms have done better. Good catch on Rue. Zevi mishandles the movement, exposes himself in the smoke. We have got a late donut flank. That smoke is up, that deep donut smoke, excuse me. Like I said, that was CT.
Strong replenish. Ariuko has to win this fight.
And he has done so.
Should be the round.
Gone. Yeah, that's just comfortable textbook stuff. Coolass will convert. And a 3-0.
The coach has the coolest name. Carnage.
Carnage.
It's such a good word.
It is. You know, I think it's an underrated word.
Because we do have Khan of Fnatic fame. I wonder if his was short for Carnage, probably.
Has he spelled it like Genghis Carnage? Does he spell it like that? Like K-H-A-N?
No.
Dude,
well,
missed the trick there.
I don't know. That's the thing.
Carnage? Come on.
I see what you're saying.
That's another name for a Mongolian team.
Khan's on Nemiga, though, Alex. So.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. All right, rifle round numero uno. Art on an SMG. So he's still up to his crazy tricks, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
The Artful Dodger. Deep B, door smoke, elbow smoke, both in play. That's going to constrict the movements of the Warriors. They're not in any rush, so they're happy to allow this press utility to fade. And, well, they have the util advantage, and I'd say even weaponry. Zevi's AWP's out, posted deep on the line. Is there a jiggle? Is there a flash? Maybe even a boost for good measure.
Yeah, the box jump spot's one of the safer ways. It's hard flick for any AWPer.
Olsen.
Ooh, walking down.
Didn't see the head.
Here he knows, though. Confirmation of a lot of presence. That flash is designed for him, but no. Oh, he starts the pre-fire. There's the Zevi AWP. Oh, there's the Zevi AWP. Strikes twice. Rue and Aoife are gone. Oh, and there's more. That's why you put the AWP in his hands. 3 on the floor. Nothing for Coolass, but a save or a retreat at least.
The way that he just started instantly moving, I was like, is he really going to give it a crack? But no, he just wants to find his safe haven quickly. So 30 seconds, and that's if they don't find him. The hunt is already on. There is a player starting to track this down. Unless Coolass goes undercleared, I doubt that's going to happen. He's gotten here in a quicker timing, though. So maybe unawares is Kai. Tucking in on the hard left. He still should be able to win out this duel. Coolass coming to clear him. Oh, lovely shooting. As he will now scamper into the safe haven of a main. So there you have it. 3 players staying alive. Art gets himself into an AK-47. Same for PJ. And, well, because of the earlier damage that was done in the first couple of rounds, I think the finances are going to be relatively bleak for the Warriors. Good work from Zevi. And confidence not to back down from those fights either.
Very good work.
Okay, so 2 more AKs invested upon. And it's going to be pistols for E-Fire, a deagle for him, and Rue with the late investment into the MAC-10. Do they play ahead of the constricting utility from the CTs? Door smoke's missed.
Not ideal.
Rue with the pre-extinguish as well. Still takes nade damage.
He's still charging with his MAC-10 at half health. PJ responsible for cave.
Donut smoke, so out middle. Red's the worry.
Period is jiggling cave at this point. He's given up that space, and we'll just smoke it. Good timing on that.
Well, they've rotated the extra man over towards B as well. Happy to stay staunchly aggressive, but looking for another B finish. You'll even get the quick rotation of Zevi to help this one out, so 4 players could deal with the B pop, which is going to be with limited utility.
Rue. Well, smoked off again. So by the time that fades, you're going to have like 20 seconds on this B finish. Coolass is lining up for a long smoke. You are going to need that. Mulzin about to be smoked off. Exchanges it with a ramp. Actually, there's just a short smoke. Blocked ramp. Guys, you're running light on time now. And you're running into a stack. And on the edge of that red, on that smoke on ramp, mis-execute on the nade. Piri is in trouble. So many bodies, but look at the backs turned on this. can go either way. 20 seconds, and there you have it. It's a real mishmash on this B site. And it's gone horribly wrong.
It's a bit like leftovers for dinner.
Yeah,
you don't really know. You know, it's been a busy week. Mum's not able to cook on the 4th night, and you're just taking whatever's out of the fridge right now. And so you're likely going to go down after time. And, well, maybe you're new to Counter-Strike, but that is very, very bad. You don't get any loss bonus. That's almost worst-case scenario.
Well, it was already quite a worst-case scenario round for the T side.
For the US, it can actually be... Well, is Ontario in Canada or the US?
Ontario. Sounds Canadian.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So I feel like it's somewhere near Toronto or a Vancouver.
Ontario.
Well, they sound the same.
It sounds like a state in Canada.
I'm going to check it out.
Ontario, okay. I'm interested now. I'm curious.
No, hold up a second.
Oh, it's US?
No, wait, hold up.
Oh.
No, it's a province.
Yes.
In East Central Canada that borders the US. And the Great Lakes, which is where you and I spent our break between Dallas and now Austin.
Yeah, it was very nice.
Oh, and in Ontario, that's where the capital is Toronto. So.
Yeah, Toronto, Ontario.
That's the one.
Sounds weird, doesn't
Sounds strange.
Never said those words before.
Okay, well, this is a force spike.
It is, and it's an AX egg.
Out of the CW, and I'm not talking about the television channel.
However, we've got plenty of, good-looking superheroes.
Straight like an arrow is going to be tall.
Very good indeed. Kai will spray the rest down. Lovely supportive util as well. You can just see Art was just barraging flashbangs over the top.
Oh, that round was over like a flash.
It was, wasn't it? And a flashy return to form. 3 consecutive now from the CTs. Chinggis with their pistols and conversions. Oh, I should say their clutches.
Yeah, that's really what bailed them out. Their rounds have not been clean. But now it is going to have to be an economical.
Right.
So conceding, and understandably so. If we take a look, EFI yet to get off the goose egg, 0 and 6 currently.
He's out mid though. That's nice for your Deagle searching, being a little bit of ahead of the expectation of that elbow smoke. Kai's not even active on mid. That's how little he's expecting them to have done this. Sevi though is missed orb shot. Twice indeed. Okay. Hold on. Hold your horses. As these Mongolian horses canter straight towards a win with just Desert Eagles. They've all hit Deagle headshots. Now grouping up onto a wide open B side because Coolast is calling them over. It's clear, boys. Pyria reveals his position. Kai not far away either. The bomb will be planted at the top of the key.
And both looking to surge through middle right now, PJ and Kai. But I think you don't give a 2v4 retake of the B bomb site with the bomb planted a go. So the fact that that one happened out of nowhere, blink and you miss it. We're getting what we signed up for.
Yes, we are. Kai's going to try and save this orb, but doesn't want to pick it up until the last moment. How about now? Playing the donut save. Will they hunt him? It looks like E-Fire is at least trying to get to a site. Will perhaps arrive in time. Yeah, looks like it.
Terrorists win.
Kai will get away. Ooh, I spoke too soon.
He wanted the orb,
raise my hand.
right?
I think so. I thought he was just going to accept the AK. Like, okay, that's fine.
That'll do.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good.
That's a...
There we go. What a...
Why is that?
What referee?
Yeah, someone check him PC.
Check him PC. What's the opposite of Vamo?
We should never have lost that round. That is really, really bad. Why did we do that? Why are we throwing those rounds away in an elimination game?
Yeah, but you have to say it in Portuguese.
Yeah. Well, I tried.
Yeah, that's tried. Oh, they've had such a tilting sequence, haven't they? From clutches, now you've let a Deagle round slip past. Ooh, Fluxo in a tailspin. Man disadvantage, mid lost. It's Mulzin and Kai Pushing out Red Rue. Maybe they can catch this donut player. I don't think Rue is anticipating this. Yeah, good catch. Good claw back from Kai.
All right, well, is it going to peter out 1-on-1?
Kai's been impressing me, you know.
Look at the noise from Control. He's just going to skewer himself on this AWP. Zevi just scoped it. Obviously wasn't heard. And, well, what was a 4v3 is now a 2v3. Over towards A, through Donut.
Running. Mulls in Temple. You smoke CT, you molly Temple, you plant. I don't hate it. He has to just go for it, though. 5, 4, 3. That molly will buy him time to plant.
Controls, you better get 2 kills, bud.
Yeah,
you have just sold Ariukal down the bloody river.
He has. Playing for this late arrival Red Room. Ooh, okay, that was just a spam bullet. Ariukal. Strong shadow advantage on
Controls,
this angle.
you have to play, Chief.
He's still waiting. It's a bit late now. Now he's starting to move, but... Oh, their backs are still turned. Coming around the corner, there's Ariukal. Then comes Controls. It's pieced together nicely. Kai, despite his contributions, is put in a dire situation now. They know he's not on the bomb. Double swing, spam connects, Kai low HP, it's the Chinggis Warriors on to 5. Oh, Fluxo, there was moments there where it looked like it was all falling apart. Ariukal, he saves the Chinggis Warriors from a bit of an awkward one.
Controls could be the GOAT, couldn't he? Like, he just got that timing absolutely perfectly. Pips the gap, and Ariukal, well, he ain't unk, but he's getting it done like an experienced individual. Flash comes in, Controls act, with the flash as well. Very well handled situation. A 4v3 goes 2v3 and getting fired up about that. Forcing them down. Art, come on, bro. You can't be doing this. I thought he was
mad. He's just mad.
No, but he did that on Furia. And then they went, okay, well, we can't keep playing off-meta Counter-Strike when we're now like a top 10 team in the world. We need to start playing on-meta Counter-Strike because we have the best Brazilian player potentially, I can't say of all time because Cold Zero exists, but of this current generation, BNK Serato, and we're squandering it because every couple of rounds, Art goes with a hero and 4 and we never have a full buy.
Then he ends up with Mag 7 on the buy.
So I guess when you're in a team of just a bunch of kids, especially when you have, what did I say, 8 of the players in the server right now, that's all the Chinggis Warriors, and then that's PJ alongside of Mulzen and Kai, their first major, you can still get up to your crazy antics. But it's about to be 6-3.
And Controls, I have to say, this is just the most tantalizing of prospects, isn't it? Where you've already got the site, the round is already yours, and you're this far forward. Maybe Rue's going to steal all of your joy, all of your fun. No, there's one.
Rue needs help. He's noticed both, so knows it's the USP and the M4. Would love it if they can hold on to 2. Go for the AK at range. E-Fire corrects onto Art, and that investment worth absolutely nothing unless Kai can hold on to this.
Oh, dear. Yeah, so that's the Chinggis Warriors round. That's Art with what? Going to be a Deagle or an MP9 maybe on the high end? What's he got? How much cash you got, brother?
I still can't believe that. So this is...
MP9.
If it was me, right, and I was part of the best Brazilian team in the world for a while, and then I eventually got demoted and pushed away from in-game leading and then thrown back down into squalor of Brazilian Counter-Strike, not even on one of the top 3 to 4 teams in the region, I would identify the fact that the way that I want to approach Counter-Strike is not on meta, and then I would, as a leader, need to learn how to play on meta CS. And not do the same things that got me kicked from the team in the first place.
Oh, Chad?
Yes, indeed, sir.
You seeing what I'm seeing?
I am seeing what you're seeing.
Was it LaRue that sang the song, I'm going in for the kill?
Well, it doesn't matter, because right now it may as well be B-Rush, P90, 50 bullets of pain.
Come on, Rue! Just while they're mad and arguing at each other, a P90 just charges and dies. It was very quick and short. Oh, in fact, it's actually the most convincing round we've seen from Fluxo. Ariukal, however, with 1. He's going to swing this. He is going to have a go. Mulzin's held on, and that is the end of the round. Thank you for coming, and Controls has gone down to Zevi. What? Okay, is it? I'm just hearing the tone from Art's voice there. It just sounds like he's ranting. You know, like, I don't know what he's saying.
We need a Portuguese individuality to help us out with some translations. Now,
so if we play,
we do have our best on the case. Individuals in Twitch chat right now. We turn to you.
What you got? What you got?
Turn to you.
It just sounds like he's kind of ranting and raving, but I don't know what he's saying. I'm going purely off tone. That's different across the cultures. Kai's going to tuck on in. Mid-fight. Oh, big test. He's dipped into the smoke. Somehow he's not dead. What's going on? What is going on? Okay, Art gets one. Sure, Kai's lost mid after his mid-round time.
I do have some translations coming in from the previous round of Art communication. He said he basically just said, just shoot them. Oh. Go for the kill.
And then by shooting them in the next round, he's kind of probably reiterating that. Like, see, that's what we have to do. Just shoot them.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. I see. Thank you very much to Twitch chat.
All right, 3v3 out onto A. Oh. PJ sat on his ass. They're into the site.
Oh!
And this should be another round. 7-4. Wilson, you should be saving, son.
It's going to sound like I'm watching like a fireworks show.
Okay, more translation. They're in front of you. Just kill them.
Ah, okay. Well, they're not in front of Mulzin right now, actually. He's going to have to work very hard if he wants a chance at this one. No kit. Jump spot. They are really making him rot. Lovely work. 7 for the Warriors and another round to be played on their attacking side. Could they really muster up 8?
Isn't it? It's sad to watch someone have a mental meltdown, but that's what's happening. That's competition.
Art pushing through. No, 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 Oh, he hasn't changed much, has he?
Not at all.
That's that unique Art flavor we grew to love. Nice! So did the Warriors, actually. They loved that. They got the kills in mid, opened it up, and made it very difficult for those CTs. E-Fight, he's disrespecting, runs straight through, puts Art in an early grave. There's Kai with a necessary trade, breaks the smoke on red, hits the headshot necessary, but they're into A. Zevi doesn't have the weaponry, so he's thrown out an interesting forward smoke of Donut. Gives him some angles to push through with that 5-7. An important catch from Kai. I feel like Kai is actually doing a huge shift to keep this competitive. And he's gone down, so now they're screwed. In on that CT side, double donut for the CTs.
So Control still has a smoke. They can actually hit the brakes and wait for CT rear aggressors right now, and then this smoke can be lobbed out. You can use that to donut or towards CT. You could actually use it donut, have the AWP post on CT and use the Molly Temple. But that's in a perfect world, and we definitely don't live in one of those. So there's the site smoke. How do you cover donut to get the bomb down? That's the next question. Zevi and PJ.
You flash to fight, you plant on the corner, and then Pyria just runs in the flames and gets you both! Oh, he had a smoke.
It's a 1v3.
Cool, that's had a smoke.
It's a 1v3.
No, he doesn't. Getting run at now, retrieve weapons, and there you have it, Fluxo. Successful on their retake, if you can call it that.
Well, 5 in total on the half. We're going to a break, and we'll come back to get the conclusion of Ancient, first map of the series. Don't go anywhere.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Chad came into this one presenting us with Ancient as a must-win with the Chinggis Warriors as far as they're concerned. As coming into Mirage as the second map, it does seem like it's going to be almost a guarantee for Fluxo, a weakness in the map pool of the Mongolian side. And we find ourselves here at Ancient with a competitive scoreline. Fluxo, it left something to be desired.
We've had 10 years plus of majors, right?
Yes.
So you go back to 2013, the first major ever, DreamHack Winter 2013, and that's what kicked off this crazy journey that we've all been on through CSGO into CS2. And we won't forget the veterans of 1.5, 1.6, CZ, and Source. But the point being, Asian Counter-Strike has only ever had spurts. In stage 1, if we can get Chinggis Warriors eliminating a team like Fluxo and not being the weakest team, weakest region at the major, that's huge.
That is a certain golden opportunity for them in this very battle. Right here and now. So an AX sector start. Smoke CT, smoke donut, plant the bomb. 5 on 5 in the retake.
But there's a smoke and a kid, and we love the retake package on Ariukul, but can he get into the bomb? That's the question.
Yeah, he's going to send Rue through Temple.
There's a HE on R in case that manifests. He can blow open the smoke.
Yeah, they have to be channeled through CT. This is what they want, though. So many bodies ready to fight and biff.
Get the smoke on the bomb.
Smoke on bomb. Chaos creates. There's the smoke. Hectic. Ariukul's kit gets on it. There's the HE! The break exposes the defuse. What are you supposed to do? Now he's picked it up. He's got the kit. They get on it with a knife. Up to pandemonium. It will be their round. The T-side Fluxo. Start as they mean to go on in the second half, but my God, if that wasn't deathmatch.
The paper, scissors, rock of Counter-Strike with the utility, right? A molly goes down, a smoke on top, a smoke on the bomb, a HE to clear. Couldn't have been any better. Perfect purchase for the scenario, and that will split the pistols right down the middle. We had a Rue 1v2 to start proceedings on Ancient. Can Fluxo start whirring into... Hold up, Controls has an auto shotgun.
Yeah, he does, and he's pushing a main with it.
Okay, well, the different flavor continues.
Molten's coming.
Yeah, walk on in, the water's warm.
Perfect range. Perfect range for that.
You're not coming in, mate.
Yeah, no, don't do that. Why? Sorry about that.
No, that's a great question, and one that they'll be asking in the demo review. Hopefully not on the plane.
Period Junior.
That camera just... Here he is. Controls. He once lived, but now he dies.
No, he died. It started so well. A was on lock. You gambled B. They were going to be channeled towards that bomb site.
Now you save on the force with a double dip on these digs. And a couple 5-7s too. Let's see who's co-streaming this. I'd love to know.
Who are the peeps?
Who else we got out there?
Who's on the streams?
I'm having a look right now. KRL.
Yo.
He's not co-streaming. He's like officially streaming.
Okay.
There's a whole French.
Oh, that's like the French language one.
Yeah. Flom's on this one too. I think Flom might hate himself.
Why is Flom here?
Why is he not watching Imperial versus Metasport?
It's because it's probably just started. No.
They're deep in map number 1.
That's another elimination game.
Well, Flom turned into a bit of a ride or die right now, so shout out to him one time.
Terrorists win.
Jaxi, we saw him in Cluj.
Yes.
Cluj, even, not Cluj.
The Romanian broadcast.
A couple of people who are going to be in the CSTV as well, bringing their own stream. So thank you for being with us.
Appreciate y'all. So here it is. Controls has got an auto shotgun in main. Didn't quite work out for them anyway.
Well, they'll get another attempt at this with these upgrades. And Controls did get a kill with the shotgun. So in terms of the cash for him, he's quite content with that. But here we go again. All tied up 7-7. Fluxo with a chance. Ooh, some chip damage. And really chip being the key word. It wasn't anything too threatening. So Fluxo can take the lead if they convert this one. We've had some insane rounds go down in this map so far, and I hope it continues for the series. We love the flavor of spice when you do get these underdogs looking for knockout blows. Unorthodox Counter-Strike, name of the game. Is looking to pivot silently. So you can see they know they don't have the mid control. They need to be quiet through the water. No pitter-patter of the feet to give away the transition from B to A. And what looks like it will be another empty site. The gamble stack from Chinggis Warriors in back-to-back rounds is not going to pan out.
But don't you worry, Controls is going to be there just in time to hold the cross with his Desert Eagle.
It would have been cool.
Yeah.
You also see the disparity with the players and their skins. Like, you know, the top teams, they've all got like their Gamma Dumplers and the Knockblers.
Yeah, they're all driving like Ferraris.
I got my, yeah. It's a bit tough, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, well, I don't even know what that knife was called that he had there.
Let me see it.
It's like a steak knife.
Oh, the flip knife?
Yeah, there's your steak knife. You get that at a fancy restaurant.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this one's just going to get peeled apart. Kai, it's been a beacon of hope in this one. Has been able to grab themselves an opener. Oh, rude. Able to grab one, but traded out by the Zevmeister.
How many's Art going to get here? He's told all of his team, stay in. These ones be mine. Zevi, unfortunately, is going to probably steal one away if Controls was to commit, but they'd rather keep the Kev. Controls doesn't have Kev, so he is sticking around to see if he could perhaps get one more. Art will happily collect an extra $600, and, well, Period Junior. He's found one of those saved Kevlar, or attempted to save those Kevlars. Coolnast and E-Fire both hanging out by those B doors. It's not in their interest to hunt them. You can keep your Kevlar. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. PJ's unhappy, charges at him after that bomb explosion masks his steps. And we've got a round lead for Fluxo.
All right, well, let's get this one underway, shall we? Now we're getting into the rifle round. So we had the pistol conversion for Fluxo, then we had the 4-spike with the saves, and then into the carryover of that. But now the gun rounds, this is the meat and potatoes as Carnage gets back on the mic. So let's see how far we can force the issue. Only a 1-round gap at the moment, sure. Tactical timeouts remaining. 1 for Fluxo, 2 for Chinggis Warriors. There's a defuse kit in for Rue. Util is there and rifles equipped. No AWP for the first CT gun round. So how far are they able to push this, and what type of defense do we get? Do they get the classic full mid and B lane press out of the Mongolians?
Got a boost just to get over that molly. Really forward position here from Coolnast, but you're right, it's just running into Rue. Will he be checked? No molly. No molly. Overlooked Art completely. Okay, just the one. Attempted transfer, could have been more. Double molly has to respect that. Long floor of flame. Flash available for Controls and actually gets a bit active. Puts PJ on notice. Goes down to Kai, who continues to impress. Slipping through that smoke, no easy feat. Typically held, but it's not the perfect smoke. He actually, oh, and in the meantime, good catch. Coolnast gets his. Aryukal another. 2-on-2, bomb to be planted. He's running B? He's running B.
Well, it's the informed call with the push coming in through mains.
It looks like E-Fire's kind of working it out, but Kai's already cut their rotate.
Oh, the timing on this, the timing on this.
E-Fire, look at his lips. Yeah, just as you look away with your knife. Oh, doesn't finish his meal.
Tough on the movement, but now they know. Bomb gets planted, 40 seconds on the clock. 2v2 retake of B.
Okay, I don't see any kits for the CTs. This is extra hard. Smoke's nice. Coolnast has one of them. There is a HE available, though. Smoke cave, fight ramp. Smoke bomb. With no kit, but they don't know that. This combination of sound cues typically gets you a bit nervy. You've already thrown out your HE, you're going to be extra nervous now. Here comes E-Fire and Coolnast, double swing. They're off the bomb, but that sound cue comes in again. And now Kai, he can clutch up just like that.
Beautiful from Kai right there. The fact that they go for the stick on the defuse instead of tapping the bomb, drawing him out, getting him to spam for that first. He actually takes the fight, so they offer up exactly what he's looking for. And it feels like this one is now going to be getting away from the Chinggis Warriors. Interesting that Rue's gone for A4 in that situation. He was the only A4 invested, and he's played a position where you'd actually maybe prefer the silencer. I understand you need to look in the box. The barrel's a bit longer, but in terms of just the sound cue given away immediately, so good clutch from Kai.
Flash is mid. He's at least they're lining him up. Olsen might have a go. He just throws out his HG. And lane for Kai. No one cave. He's already just tucked in. Molly as well is going to be layered on top of that. Will force a fight in combination with the flash. This is a lot of pressure on B. He's kind of faked it out, trying to sell it. And they bit hard, Chad. Look at this. Not only is the A site wide open, but the whole squad was investigating. And now they're getting farmed by Kai. Wait, his name rings a bell. Was that the guy that Maui Snake was being really rude about, saying he was really bad?
He stood in for Furia for a short period of time.
Yes, I knew I'd seen him before. Yeah. Ah, well, he's turned it around. He's coming in absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, he's a young man. First major for him, alongside Mulzen as well as PJ. Yeah, he was temporarily in the Furia roster, and we knew that they were going to get somebody else to replace him. It was just for a couple of events, and it kind of petered out. And
I knew I recognized the name. That's right, Furia Standard, because they did that whole. They were cycling through all the names for a while.
Yeah, they have given it a decent crack of the whip, and now they've started to go international, picking up Yakinda as a stand-in. But Molodor has the AWPer and Fallen back on the right. Well, I said back on the rifle. Back on the rifle if we're going back to what, 2015 when he had ZQKS.
Yes,
it was right.
Yeah,
so, yeah, but. I think this is the thing with some of these rookies. We also had that conversation about MPL. Remember?
Yeah,
he was
true.
on Na'Vi Academy, then he went over to Na'Vi Junior, and then he went over to Na'Vi to play a couple of games, and it didn't look too great for him. But yeah, he was part of Furia for a short stint from April to August in 2024 was Kai. So a few remnants of that, as well as the art situation. It was K Serrato, Cello, Fallen, Yuri, and Kai in the roster.
Okay. 10-7, the guns are all out. Everyone's got what they need. Unless controls these nades, probably. Oh, it was that Coolast. Son's nades. Might make it hard in mid, but he's got teammates. And they fumbled it, yeah.
It's A again, look at this.
And no one's home.
Just pipping the gap time and time again.
Okay, not easy for controls here. Nice find on the first, an adjustment. Shy of the mark there, PJ. Ends it out. Defar still in donut, but they're not rushing this plant. They'll make sure they establish a little bit of a perimeter.
The bomb's getting planted now. The rotation's still miles away. So at this point, without a kit,
they're looking. They go.
They have to go. It's going to be 11 rounds, so if they don't give it a go.
Oh, he spotted him, but the team flash on that engagement makes it hard for Coolast. He will remove him eventually. One big box, two main, smoke on bomb. Coolast not clearing the big box. Focused entirely on main. They win their duel. Good find from Mulzen, but hang on, Ariukal and eFire have got the kills necessary. Bomb is held. Rue brings it through. A hard retake, hard fought. The Warriors make it 8-10.
Okay. Oh, look at Art. He's...
I've told you 100 times. Pick up your socks.
It does feel like he's going off his tree, and understandable. The stakes are very high, right? A major, if you are just joining us as a viewer of what it means for Blast TV Austin 2025. This is the pinnacle. This is the top of the mountain. This is stage one. The first time we've had 32 teams in a major, and you don't want to be eliminated. You don't want to be going home in last place.
This time. Perfect. Coolast is going to have the early swing on lane, but nobody's home. I can't believe he's called it again. We are just going. Same thing. Groundhog Day for controls. Want to slip the net, but he isolates the jaw. Is incendiary. Disrespected by Kai, who hungered for that trade.
I think, yeah, good call on the cancel, because you're expecting this to force a full rotation, and those expectations might not be met. eFire is still in middle.
They're not panicking.
No, not at all. So the fact that they are calling the bluff right now of Fluxo, I like it. Rue still in cave, eFire close mid, Coolast donut, Ariukal over towards CT spawn. And on the full reset, Art can do all the talking he wants right now, because he's given up another first kill. Fortunately for him, he was traded by Kai. Art now 1-6 in the opening department, so hard to teach an old dog new tricks.
Damn, half of his deaths in the opening death department. Boost and go. Contact this time.
Util, that's still at least a couple of key pieces to work with. A few mollies of smoke, some flashes, so the ability to get the bomb down, it's going to be there. CT smoke lands, donut is going to be the problem.
Oh, he's hiding behind sight. Timing everything on this push. Oh, perfect. Ariukal catches the planter. It was Kai, their superstar, with 22 frags. There's something back from PJ. Need a bomb plant soon, 18 seconds. It's a bit time sensitive. Coolass is going to be flushed into the fight. They're not looking though. There's two of them here. Well structured. It's Coolass. Gets the job done. Warriors, they're not out of this yet.
No, not at all. One round game. And now you need to take a look at the finances. You have Kai with 7K. Here he is again. This is one of the times I wish I wasn't an ignorant Australian and spoke more than one language. So it would be really nice to be able to understand Portuguese to see what's going down.
I don't know, man. I think your English is really coming along.
Oh, thanks. All right, well, they've got a hero AK on Kai. The funds were there to opt for this purchase. 2,400 loss into the next. I think there's some unpleasant advice that's required for somebody like Art. You're an experienced Counter-Strike player. Sure, you're an in-game leader, but if you focus on your crosshair a bit more, you'll be able to find some more contributions. But Kai, he's having no issue doing that. 23 kills for him.
They lost the bomb. That really, really slows them down after a lovely impactful frags out of Kai. It's just going to fall into place for the Warriors to go 10-10. Art, though, recovers himself to the AK, slipping this gap and catching the AWPer unawares. Controls a jump scare. Well, the bait is brilliant. I love that. Who is doing that? That's eFire, who's completely pulled Art's brain out of his skull. You're not going to clear this corner. He's baited you to perfection. That's team play. That's counter. That's 10-10.
That was essentially the eco with the one hero AK. So the fact they get 3 kills, that's at least decent output to just force these rebuys. Money is there. What's the change-up going to be coming out of Chinggis Warriors? It's going to be AKs across the board. Actually, there's a Galil for Art, so no AWP in the mix for this round on either side of the server, even though it could have been facilitated. Could be a mid-fight. Zevi and Art with flashes at the ready.
Yeah, big chain of flashes. eFire tucks donut, fast donut smoke as Mulzin swings on out to the box, gets across. Mid is their territory now. It's their turf. No one occupying cave either for the CT side, so they elect to go for a walk down ramp with that door smoked up. Flash and go. Zevi hears this, relays this information.
Oh, Ruse committed.
Interesting. He's very easily isolated.
Here quite quickly, but the bomb's outside doors.
Yeah, he could get away with this.
Oh, if he can back off, that would be huge. They've actually left Rue on his own. They think it's going to be
they heard that. They heard that. Zevi relays. These cave players, they're going to be well aware of this angle right here. Crouch peek in, still wins it. Rue steps up.
Rotation's coming fast.
They are on their way. He's going to go down to the wallbang. That's Kai with a good catch. Smoke short. Zevi still behind that smoke throw now. Won't last longer. What are you up to, Coolast? What are you up to, Coolast? Oh my God, he's behind them both. Does eventually go down to Kai. Lovely little push, though. Confirms their presence, gets that intel for his boys. eFire doesn't need to move. Controls, ready to support in red.
Art's dead. He's not going to clear this. Oh, the fight might come his way. Art's no spot, but he gets the kill. Controls goes down. Bomb's still going to go towards B.
Ariuko's in so much trouble now. There's the response. It's eFire. Surely now they know, okay, there's only one B. Ariuko readies himself. They're coming cave, they're coming fast. Timing on the peak, needs precision. He's been tagged up. Will play for his teammates' rotation.
Here comes a flash. He can pick off of this.
Right. And he does, but Kai still impactful. I mean, what an incredible map of Counter-Strike. He's keeping that 2 KD consistent. Kai farming, double swing, 1, 2, 3. That's 11 for me. Fluxo, 2 away from taking the Warriors pick away.
Yeah, very well done from Kai, isn't it? You just can't stop saying his name, and understandably so. This guy's been great in the openings. I think that's his 8th multi-kill round as well in the game so far. He's won a clutch. He's doing it all. And, you know, look, there's some crazy moments happening. We knew that coming into this matchup. The pushes through the smokes, the off-meta play. But Kai, that experience from getting to play with Furia, now he's in a team where he gets to beat the top of the heap, and he is delivering.
Mid-control util, very effective, isn't it?
And look at the Chinggis buy, right? They've had to force out all the cash here, so just a couple of M4s around the SMGs and pistols, and if they lose this, the game likely to go with it. That'll be 12, and they only get 2,400 loss bonus going into the next. Both of these teams going to be strapped for cash down the stretch, so back and forth as they push in, not clearing their corners. It's finally there from eFire.
Wow. Look at that boost, though. Hasn't worked out as they'd have liked. He found the angle, found the fight. Still couldn't finish it off. Now, maybe Ruse MP9 could finish off the job. You know, there are low HP players, and oh dear, Art's dead. Malzin very low as well. Spam from the supporting cast. Goes down, Ariukal empty-handed. They want Rue. Testing him now, brought down. Good shot from Malzin, despite that low HP. He bests the MP9. And now a tough mid-round to solve. Coolast is about to beat Kai. Now we'll remove comfortably.
Malzin's low.
Yeah, and last seen cave. Last seen heaven. eFire's kind of abandoned
Bomb's
A.
going A.
So Zevi, ooh, it's tough.
He's going to have to make noise to drop off that ledge. Malzin's been heard.
Yep, heard now by eFire. Fires off a warning shot, confirmation of presence. Zevi going to try and get this bomb punched in. Plant for Donut, Malzin's there.
No.
Nice smoke, well positioned. Yeah, this is great. Grouping up Temple. Zevi with a golden opportunity just to isolate this duel. It'll be eFire swing and jump. It bounces his head off the roof. Doesn't matter. Tracked by Zevi. Fluxo, 2 opportunities to take their opponent's pick in this do-or-die matchup.
Zevi's moments have been few and far between. Throughout, he had the 3-piece on the CT side with the AWP over towards B, but that right there is actually a whole lot of traction from him as they deal with this cave tussle, but you get to see it from his POV with a double kill to secure them 12, and as touched upon, the 2,400 loss bonus is only going to get you MP9s and a couple of pistols. So this one here feels like Fluxo have weathered the storm, and remember, up next is Mirage.
Front boost for Coolast. Gets heavily tagged up. I think misexecuted that. Down to 40. And again, this stubborn A play. But here comes Controls. No shotgun this time, but an MP9. And they'll likely be expecting it this time. Yep, that's nasty. You overlook him. You crouch peek in. Now you know. Oh, no. What? Still 2 from Controls and he's alive? He nearly killed Zevi.
I can't believe him. That's 30 HP left on Zevi.
I think Control should be playing A main every round.
Yeah, just put him in there with something ready to take those type of duels because he's given his team a chance to stay in this map.
Gosh, that should have been traded.
Yeah, and as the dust settles, they still want to fight over towards middle, the CTs. eFire on the jiggle. A block smoke towards A main. And they're worried about, is there anything more in the lion's den?
Did someone take his place? What's the finish? Like, what have they got? A single smoke?
I think just try and go contact out again. Get the tree boost, a CT smoke, right? You're going to be able to at least isolate some of these key choke points to try and give yourself a chance. And right now, looking at the radar, they have a 2v3 advantage situation. The rotation will be miles away. No kit, limited utility for the CTs. And now they know.
Should be able to plant with that combination of util. It's not possible to really disrupt it. Rue draws attention, CT, flash connects, but
flash, it's so wasted.
Oh, yeah, completely. Oh, okay, cool last. Beheaded. Kai very sharp in these death POVs, and he keeps that 2 KD, 28 and 14. Fluxo should have this now. Kai's hitting every shot he takes. The chip in as well from Malzin, but Fluxo, they just need to find Rue. There it is, they'll take it. The Chinggis Warriors elected to take it to Ancient, but the Portuguese will take this one. Oh, the Brazilians, they speak Portuguese.
Yes.
Yep, sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
But they take it.
You'll get away with it. It was stressful at times. Art was going off his tree, but they will get across the line, a back and forth affair. But this one right now feels like Fluxo could have the series netted up 2-0 and keep themselves out of elimination on day 2 of stage 1 of the Blast TV Austin Major.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Blast TV Austin Major continues, and this is the other side of the coin. This is the elimination games and the first teams eliminated from stage 1 of the Major, the first VRS season. That doesn't sound right.
The culmination of the first VRS season.
That sounds much better. The culmination of the first VRS season. And
Valve ranking system?
Well, no.
Valve regional standing.
Actually, it's regional standing.
See, I got you there.
Yeah, you tested me.
And understandably so, because being tested right now is Art's patience. He was giving his boys a mouthful in some of those post-plant situations. Young Bucks alongside a seasoned in-game leader, still up to some of those same old tricks. More than happy to be traded round after round. But Kai, once upon a time condemned, now the hero of Fluxo.
Yeah, he had an incredible 2KD, top of the tables, delivering in must-win swing rounds.
I would say he's the reason they won map number 1.
Yes, I would agree with you.
And T-side, Fluxo's map choice, they're picking into the weakness of Chinggis Warriors. They're 5 losses in a row on this very map.
That doesn't bode well for them on an elimination must-win map. And that doesn't look too bad. Coolass with a quick tap, quick response. Zevi will trade, belated. Ariukul from CT. It's controls around the smoke with 2 clean taps. Art and Kai gone. Piria trying to do some parkour, spotted by Rue in mid. It's a nice shot though in the meantime. Zevi keeping it competitive, but overrun. Little golf clap. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, excuse me, sir. There will be no celebrating.
I hate it.
You cannot celebrate, because if he claps 6 times, that means go B, right?
It's so sad.
It is sad.
Well, that's the Valve rules, everybody.
Yeah.
I'll take it up with them in a couple of weeks' time. Don't you worry about that.
I think we need to get Zonic in, you know, because they need to have a face-to-face. Say, listen, I know I was a bit loud.
I think just grab that clip, and if your heart doesn't feel a little bit of pain seeing that.
Yeah, I can see you're expressing yourself, and I see that you're full of joy. Could you not do that, please?
Hi, I know this is a competition, and some of the greatest highs that you can feel is, you know, competing. But if you could please contain all of that, bottle it up, and never do it again. Otherwise, we will have to deduct some form of a penalty. I don't know what the penalty is. I'm not sure. Oh, the coach should get sidelined. He'd get a red card.
No, they just slowly remove his limbs one by one.
Okay, hold up a second. I didn't read that in the rule book.
I don't know. I think that's pretty...
You know me, I'm from front to back.
That's true, you are.
All right, well, the CW... grab the pistol round. Should be able to grab the follow-up. And it is going to be an eco, so a deagle to work with, sure, but that is the highlight of round number 2.
I think my highlight was focused on the call so much he forgot his pistol in spawn. Had to run back and grab it. That's probably my highlight. MP7 enjoyer. I didn't think Coolass could get cooler, but the fact that he's also a hipster with the SMG selection, come on.
What do you reckon his music taste is?
Oh, he's listening to hardcore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's modern hardcore?
Modern hardcore's...
He's not listening to Parkway Drive anymore, are they?
He might be. He might be.
Blood in the water.
Come on. Exactly. I can hear it now.
I'd rather see your face in hell than speak another word in this perfect world.
I didn't know you were a cultured man.
Keep it to myself. Flash and go. B. 20 seconds left. Fluxo. Can they break in?
Flash and go. And Controls gets himself 2 on his blind spray. There's that Kai D. Short-lived. Controls his USP is good for it. And Art, good job he picked up his Glock, because his kill was slightly interesting. He got a kill. I thought it was going to lead to a plant. That's my fault.
Couple of kills on an eco. Nah, that's fine. You're allowed to get excited with a couple of kills on an eco. All right, gun round now.
He's not shouting at his teammates yet.
No, not yet. I think that the stress of map number 1 being under his belt, and now they're on their map choice, he can actually focus in a little bit more so. Looking at the teams that Chinggis Warriors have lost to on this map consecutively, there's not really that many crazy names, so maybe there's a chance, because this is a comparable level opponent to who they're used to going up against.
Right down the gullet that HE finds Kai, but look at him go. Sharp shots. Really does look like he's in the flow state today. Interesting.
This is classic Art, though,
it's like Phelps.
With all this
he's doing the Phelps.
Yeah, and look, Art is a whole different level of craziness. Hey, guys, I'm in jungle, and Ariukul is trying to track me down.
He knows. He knows. What a lovely clear, good catch. Controls Orps B at the same time, and now the bomb's moving back to A with Art in mid. He makes his presence known, draws attention away from... wait, Zevi and Kai are pivoting. Is it just a Palace, or what are we doing?
Okay, we're trading guns, and look, indecision.
The mother of all duck-ups.
But if they don't know what we're doing, and we don't know what we're doing, then nobody knows what we're doing. Look at this, Art. Will he clear? You might just get given an opportunity. Yep, Coolast oversteps the mark. So 3v3. Gap on A.
Yeah,
gaping void, I might call this one.
Zevi's walked up sandwich, and I think he's going to be able to get across completely uncontested here. Zevi's got a good idea of that possibility. Great shot. Great awareness as well from Zev. Controls is on CT. He doesn't even go for the wallbang on that planter. He's hoping for an overextension. That's what he was waiting for. Zevi gives it to him, and an opportunity that he will not take lightly. A headshot, a hard shot. He connects into the skull of Kai. Now up against 2. Rue gets the information, gets across safely. Only 40 HP now. A smoke on the bomb, and a nade scuttles underneath him. What a way to pick up a round. Chinggis Warriors on the board. Woo, 3-0. They just keep racking them up.
Yeah, there it is. And that right there was a number advantage post-plant situation after the entry over towards middle, the entry over towards A, all the space taken. Some really good shooting. This second one's a thing of beauty. It's quick as well. Catch that in the replay. Bang! Controls. Beautiful work from him.
Yeah, fair play. That was a stunning shot. Really looked like Fluxo were about to break through there. Zevi with some nice shots. But Controls didn't know he had opening in him. Didn't know.
Good to see.
We're learning more and more.
It's going to be a timeout from Fluxo, so Coach with an opportunity to try and get the level heads back in the server. Don't mind the Fluxo logo.
No, I don't.
We've got 2 television networks, FX and CW.
Now we see which one's better.
Well, yeah, I don't know what.
Like superheroes, or do you like Archer?
A bit of comedy. Well, yeah. there's definitely been some of that throughout this series. All right, well, just a partial from everybody besides Art. So a couple of Galils, an AK, a Deagle and a Tech 9 with a light smattering of Utah, window smoke, top cat smoke, the standard as E-Fire plays through Con on the flash, peppers through, spots 1, knows that Art is across the tap, or at least could be. That communication will flow to his teammates as they leer out short. Okay, Rue.
Okay, Rue.
Rue. 2 Rue. Who Rue? All right.
Who knew that E-Fire had that one in him?
Remember, 17% in the last 3 months for Chinggis Warriors on this map.
Yeah.
5 consecutive losses. A 13-0 loss to Rare Atom.
Yeah, and they lost to Hotu. I was just trying.
Did you sneeze?
Hotu. Spit on that thing. No, Hotu.
Hotu, yeah.
How you say it.
Oh, how's Zevi gotten away with that?
Oh.
He got a slap on either ear and still got the kill.
E-Fire and Rue are fine. They got theirs.
Mr. Richardson.
Yeah, Mr. Birchall. Coolast is, well, he's dead, isn't he? So the bomb's B. So what do you do now? Because the CTs will react to that. Oh, Controls gets a freebie back. Never mind.
Controls is kind of the GOAT.
He is actually the GOAT, yeah. 9-1. That's impact, baby. Let's go. Bomb planted for short. Does Controls play ahead of the rotation? Because Ariuko's miles away. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He's actually the best. Let's go, Controls. 10-1.
We've been saying it for years. Controls is the GOAT. No one's been listening. Yeah, everyone's talking about Coolast being the Mongolian simple, but don't forget that Controls, the man sitting in the middle, he's the one making art unravel live on our screens. This is the opener. And another opening death.
Remember the name, Chad. Unu Delga. Basan Jargal.
Now, if anybody is Mongolian, send Alex a tweet, an Instagram DM, whatever you like. Let him know how that pronunciation was, because he gave it his absolute best go. But this right now is a 4-0 start. Bomb goes down into the buys again for the Brazilians. AWP for the Zevmeister. Feels like he's just a character from American Pie, like with Stifler.
He does, yeah.
Zevmeister.
They're boosting the AWP. This is going to catch Zevi. He goes just an inch, a millimeter too far. Ooh, missed his chance. Running up mid, though. Controls likes the way that AK feels in his hand. Little nade break, Orb was ready, Zevi getting active on the cross, Control's trying to punish on the cross back. Nice headshot, he's going on! Get another! Zevi denies! Okay, that's pulled Mulzin back. They are fighting for mid. Zevi's trapped behind the boxes, and Ariukal wants him. Incendiary forces him into the fight. Rue will collect his head. Just scalped immediately by the M4A4. A lot of work for Mulzin to do here. Like, he doesn't want to fight, he doesn't want to die, but he also doesn't want to lose that bomb, so scoops that up and gets away towards B. Oh, that's great. That's perfect. EJ holding for that short rotation back to B, gets that one tap. He doesn't know that B site's clear. Oh, and actually, you know what? I don't know if Kai's going to be anticipating this. This is a two-man push through under. He seems actually aware. Yep, perfectly positioned. Traded out for a 2v2. Coolness coming in from Market.
Smoked off very deep. Gonna play through this. The madman, he's gonna jump through the window.
He certainly is, Chad, and no one knows he's gotten this far out. Pyrrha's behind the smoke. Oh, the cover! The cover just in time. The smoke just faded. I was watching. It just dissipated. Now E5's screwed. PJ's delivered some impactful frags. Now E-Fire, only USD gives it a go. Mulzin, haven't said his name too much, but that's a 1v1 his team needed badly. Puts Fluxo finally on that board with the T side.
Okay. 4-1, the scores on the doors as we do find ourselves staring down the barrel of what will be a hodgepodge buy put together by the CT side. You can see here the pressure just on that top mid box, but a great shot from PJ to open up the account, and Kai even could have had the double there, but regardless, PJ with a couple of impactful kills as part of the first round. Going to be 2 MP9s, 3 M4s up against the buy that's turning into an A Executors. Well, Zevi spots the cross. Cool, as you can't step back into this, Chief. Well, I guess you can now.
Yes, he can. Gets himself across undetected.
They know there's nothing middle, Alex. E-Fire played ahead of the window smoke, so they can batten down the hatches on these sites.
Yeah, but it's just going to be Ariukal up close first, and he's got the perfect weapon for this kind of engagement. If they were to force, that MP9 would just be ready to farm. They'll respect this ramp smoke instead.
Well, it's actually allowed for more heavy rotations from the CTs. Coolast, Ariukal, Rue, and then E-Fire from Connector. Here they come.
CT's in that right place. You want that MP9 to play first. Oh, no. Molly's the sandwich player. It's going to make life awkward for him. Coolast flushed out. Lovely finds Kai and PJ into the site. Rue hold on. Pre-fires there. Flying out of Palace is up. The Prince of Chaos and his Palace.
Good poise under pressure there for that execute from Fluxo. They take their time, they don't force the smoke, they allow it to dissipate, and then they use their utility advantage to make sure they clear out those pesky corners. So well handled now to get their second round and keeping the lion's share of their players alive. Just PJ lost in the fray of things as E-Fire and Controls the GOAT look to save.
Goat's just lost all meaning. We need.
No, we should do what everybody else does. The amount of people just throwing GOAT around willy-nilly. Everyone's the GOAT. People in Twitch chat, they're the GOAT.
I think you're the GOAT, Chad.
Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
I'm going to pick a GOAT in Twitch chat right now.
Yeah, who's the GOAT, man?
I want everyone to tag the GOAT when I find him.
Yeah.
But I'm scouring Twitch chat.
There are some, I'm sure, an assortment of different types of characters in there.
Different types of goats.
Different types of goats, you know.
Mountain goats.
Can't name another goat. Small goat, big goat, medium-sized goat.
Hungry goat.
Obviously a hungry one. Kind of like the Seven Dwarves, you know.
Oh, of course, it's Clusia. K-L-U-S-I-A. That's the Twitch.
Clusia's goated, man.
Clusia's the goat.
Shout out.
Twitch
Clusia
goat.
one time. Goated, man.
Eco now. Eco goats.
They are the goats of the eco. But yeah, greatest of all time, what that actually stands for.
At least what it used to.
It used to.
I'm going to change the dictionary definition soon.
Oh, it couldn't be a better time to be.
What a goat call.
Yeah, it's that call's goated for sure.
Rue. Just got an opener with the Ulspin. That's another dink.
Nah, I'm not entertaining this.
Nah. Okay, I will.
Thank you.
I kept an eye on it for you. Looks like they're going to keep at least 4 of the 5 alive. So there you go, 1 casualty as they mop it up and make it just a 1-round game.
That's right. It was LaRue with in for the kill, and she also did another banger.
Bulletproof.
Bulletproof.
Where's she from?
English.
Okay.
Let's go.
Far away,
far away. I think we might have just harmonized for a second there. Like, not on the right note, but I think there might have been a harmony. 4-3 though, but certainly seeing a bit more synergy and harmony out of Fluxo. 3 consecutive. Gunning it out mid is art. Here we go, swanging. Into that mid fight. They missed their window smoke, or no, it's arriving late.
The con smoke.
It's the con smoke instead, and Rue, not bulletproof here.
All right, well, Coolast makes his way. Oh! Back into connector. Tags up Art, stalls the progression, and gets away with his life. We stabilize into a 4v4. Just rolled across middle right now. It's the extremity that you want to take a look at. A ramp. Will there be any activation coming in from the Kaiman? It could be key if you change the speller.
Controls is, well, he's one of the 2 left. His teammates have just dropped like flies. Don't worry though. The go.
Here comes the go!
Flush forward, tapping bodies, farming frags. Aryukel and controls connect. Aryukel gets another. 2v4 goes 1v1. It's Kai though. You've got to get past the superstar of Fluxo. Let's go on go action here. He's got a little bit of sight line. Oh! Really close to picking him up on the cross with the bomb. Would have had to have been a headshot.
Wow, the transition back. You know he was jungle.
Huh? Oh! 12 HP!
Not my goat.
Oh, Kai takes it. Ties them up each 4-4. I can't believe he's brought the fight to him. Haven't you done the hard work getting across?
Yeah, and I think his consideration is with the molly, maybe he quickly pivoted vent room to CT, right. And then if I get stuck firebox, I'm not in a great duel. That's left eye into that. So if and also, I know you get the extra man being the bomb, but sometimes taking the fight
is the play.
Yeah, it was labored for both of them there to finish things off.
I mean, it was on such a sliver gap. Timeout called. And understandably, at this juncture of the game, it's just been 4 consecutive. You are going to want to take a moment as the CTs just to talk it through a little bit.
Yeah, you can offer yourself in with a couple of partial investments here on the Mongolian side of the server. So the Chinggis Warriors will get a pistol of choice most likely, and then next round will be the rifle round. So look, sometimes the coaches like to take the timeout just to say, it's all right, boys, don't stress. We're going to get the guns out into the next. We can give him 5, but we can still get 7 on the half.
There it is, 12 points of health, a single bullet, yeah.
Yeah, he knew he had it, or he knew he had a chance, that's for sure. Hey, there he is. Hard out top mid, double kill at range, and they know that it's against the economical.
However, the 5.7 is a powerful pistol. Finds itself up close at good range versus Mulzin on these jiggle out. Off your toes. Couple of extra bullets there.
Just wanted to make sure. All right, all 5 staying alive. Beautiful work. Art opens up the account, and it's PJ who closes things down. Here's that double. Look at that. That's crispy from Art, isn't it? First one's a burst. Second one is controlling the spray of the AK-47, and he does that with poise and grace. And this is where we can find out, is there any fight left in the Chinggis Warriors? The fact that they are called Warriors, you would hope that they fight down to the nth degree, but remember, this is not their map pick. This is the choice of the Brazilians. Fluxo, heavily favored in this. Back into an A execute again. E-fire up close towards the balcony. Aryukel playing from ticket. Cool has to rotate in from connector, and here they come.
Okay, full exec. Coolass, does he have vision? Flashed off. Missed shot. Art with an opening. Tifa trying to spam him down. They have players in sandwich, Tetras, nades, bodies thrown at the problem. And it seems to have gone absolutely swimmingly. There is only one man here. It's an AWP. And there are 5 Brazilians surrounding this A site. That's why he's the simple of Mongolia.
That's audacious, isn't it? That right there.
Simple of Mongolia right there.
This is, what, is this going to be 3 rounds in a row? Well, it's definitely 2 rounds in a row without a casualty.
Yeah, that's rough.
So the eco and then a full gun round. The fact that they're getting rinsed like this, so the half is dissipated from them very, very quickly. 8 now available. No saves, max loss bonus, around the 3.5K mark. That's all they have to work with as Chinggis Warriors. I think the sobering reality of the situation is starting to sink in.
Well, I know what they're missing. They're missing that constant multi-kill in the feed from control.
Yeah.
Just needs to do that some more.
How much can the GOAT do, though?
Yeah, I mean, the GOAT can only do so much. They're pushing Palace. Kai's going to get 2, probably. He has done so. That's a nice kill.
Saw that coming.
I did.
You're like the Oracle.
The spoon isn't real, that's what they say. There is no spoon. That's right.
Okay,
there
so
is no.
we just went to the Matrix. I'm just keeping up.
Yeah, Oracle. That was what took me then. Yeah. That lady in the kitchen.
Great flash. So blind. That's a full white screen there for Paul Roux.
And now I quiz your Counter-Strike knowledge. What is the duration, approximately, of a full flash?
Oh, that's a great question.
I actually don't know. What would you guess? 2.5?
I think more.
More?
I think you're talking like 3 to 4 seconds.
3 to 4.
I think of a full flash.
Yeah, a full, like it's just popped in front of your face. Probably, yeah, 3, 4. Wow, I actually don't know the science on that.
I don't know either.
I feel like I should know.
That's not it. Well, I always turn flashes. So
Sure. Oh, yeah.
I've never been full blind.
Of a full flash in CS.
Never full blind.
It's all right. Whether the screen is completely white depends on the angle of the player's blah, 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 blah.
So does it have max duration?
In real life, a flashbang can blind for up to 20 minutes.
Okay, well, lucky we're not in real life. Could you imagine you cop a flash in game and then you're out for the rest of the half?
Yeah, guys, sorry, I'm still blind. Yeah. How's the half going, though? That would change the game.
It would.
That would change the game.
Maybe just close your eyes.
It's typically, it's a pyrotechnic metal oxidant mix of magnesium, aluminium.
Alex, you're getting further away from the answer.
Oh, yeah. I got distracted. Being thrown bright. Bloody hell, guys. It's a lot of words to find. Here we go. Angle from player's aim. If it's 0 to 53, which is what we're talking about, time of full blindness is only 1.88.
What?
Total time of blinding effects, 4.8.
There you go.
So like the full white screen, then it starts to fade.
Yeah.
But 4.8 for a full flash.
All right, well, this is Fluxo putting on some of their best form of the tournament so far. In case you are just joining us, welcome. This is a 0-2 game. Loser of this will find themselves eliminated as the team in last place at the Blast TV Austin Major for 2025. First 32-team major, first major in the US in 7 years, first major in Texas, Blast second major.
We're not in Paris anymore. Ifar, Coolast, connecting shots, the CT side clinging on to hope. It's been a long time between drinks, but on the end, the very tail end of this CT side, they've remembered who they are. The GOAT goes down. It was 7 consecutive, a run from Fluxo, but just at the tail end, just to recover a little bit of hope, a little bit of pride. The Chinggis Warriors will be taking a fifth. Just Zevi, the last piece to fall. They'll bring him down. Okay, is it workable? Can the Chinggis Warriors turn their hopes around, or is this where their major ends on Mirage, a map they've been struggling to win and are struggling here again today? I've received some pronunciation assistance. And we asked, as we were talking about controls, do you mean Unudelga ba Sanjargal is how you say it properly. They roll their R's.
And lengthen the A's.
And lengthen the A's if there's two of them, which kind of makes sense.
So good hustle, but it's a good hustle out of Fluxo. Their map choice, it is Mirage. It's the second map of the series, and Kai keeping up the strong performances from map number 1. It was 7 rounds on the trot to give them the lead going into the halftime break. It was the pistol with the conversions, and then a bookend round from Chinggis Warriors to give some hope. So can it be 2 from 2 in that department?
A nice little no smoke delivery for Ariukal to have 2. And Molzin takes his dual Berettas up close. He's looking to just unload 30 bullets of wrath.
It's both Berettas. So Zevi on the balcony. These two are going to have to stall this out to allow for the rotation, because currently Fluxo have gambled a bit heavy over towards B.
What are they waiting for? Controls is only working towards the underpass and goes back. Coolast has the util for the flashes at least. The smokes from Ariukal. Very intense, very complicated for a pistol round. But what's their wait? What are they waiting for? They're waiting for controls. They want to go with 5, and it's working. Molzin and Zevi are still just the 2 of them.
Well, here comes the util. Calmed out now.
Molzin, awful lot of work to do. Zevi to be tested simultaneously. He hits his, and so does Molzin. 2 solid defensive frags. There's Zevi with more, trying to contract the head. Hard shots to hit onto Ariukal and Coolast. And now Art on CT ticket. Doesn't have an angle for one, but he does have one for the other. Quick headshot from Ariukal, backfiring for CT. He had an opportunity there. If he kills PJ clean, he can dip away, play the 1v1 versus Kai. Doesn't happen, and it is going to be a convincing Fluxo pistol in the end.
Well, that's exactly what you need from the dual Berettas if you're going to go for that setup close towards the choke point, both of them delivering kills and making it so much easier to get in for this retake. The bomb does go down. That will facilitate the force buy for the Mongolian side. But this is getting away from them quickly. Good shot there from Zevi, the same from Molzin simultaneously. And then just stay composed, knowing that he gets to take those headshot angle duels. Art's easiest kill of the game so far. And a tough clutch attempt there from the young gun.
I mean, it bears repeating that not only is this a map that's not comfortable for Chinggis Warriors, this is the map for their tournament life. Their run at the major could be a 2-day trip. An achievement in itself to be here. However, you know, a victory, a map, anything to hold on to. And he had the perfect placement of the crosshair there, but so blind, he doesn't elect to continue to tap. To an early casualty, Rue went in for the kill, doesn't find it. Ariukal quite progressed up that catwalk.
Palace smoke there from Zevi. Fun way to lob that one out. Safe attempt, but controls the GOAT. He's ahead.
Yeah. Hard shot, back of the head. Long range, MP9 up against him. His teammates have fallen. Molzin's in so much trouble. His teammates a mile away. You just saw it there. PJ's coming in from mid. Oh, and he's gone down. Too easy for Coolast. That's their round. Second round conversion. Denied.
All right, well, there's a few more twists and turns available on Mirage. Right now, I think it would be a good time just to give the understanding of how bleak it looked going into this map. Now, I understand there's no head-to-head between these two teams, but the last 5 outings for Chinggis Warriors on this map, it was a 13-0 to Rare Adam loss. They played Hotu, they lost 13-4. They played against Eruption, which is another Mongolian team. Maybe people aren't too familiar with them, but they lost to them 13-10. They took on the Huns, they lost 13-8, and most recently at the Mesa Nomadic Masters in Mongolia, they lost to Heroic 13-3. So only against domestic opponents have they been relatively close. It's a great little push there from Controls ahead of the smoke, and even has so much time to line up that frag on a jumping Zevi. But it's Coolast.
Wow. Haven't
seen too much from him. That's a beautiful little 3-piece feed on the AK-47 to secure the round. Tactical timeout called. It will need to be the force buy back from the CTs if they want to contend for this economic control. Because of the loss bonus situation, that's exactly where they find themselves. Deagles, 3 of which, 5-7 for Molzin, and a scout for Zevi. Couple of smokes to try and constrict these rotation points. But right now, a chance to draw this into a level game. If Chinggis Warriors win this round, it should be the eco going into the following, and you'll get to see yourself all tied up 8-8. Odds on your screen. Fluxo heavy favorites as Missed window smoke from Chinggis Warriors. That one definitely not intended, has allowed Hart to take a couple of extra pot shots.
Yeah, replenished now, or replaced with a more effective one. Looks like it's going to be a pinch into B. Only one man here. Perrier Jr. down.
If this goes the third, I don't see any reason that Chinggis Warriors can't win this on Nuke. We got to cover their Nuke match yesterday.
Yeah, they had legs, definitely.
It was a bit of a strange game against Legacy, but regardless, it was a 13-10 scoreline loss. But yeah, if we do go the distance, the conversation is still going to be wide open. And we might have everybody from A-Stream joining us very shortly. There's only 2 matches going to round out the day. It's Imperial versus Metasport. They're on map number 2 as well. Quite a condemning scoreline currently against the Swedes. You can go and check that out on your own accord. And then we have a much closer affair going on with Mongolia versus Brazil. But I think for Metasport, a very miserable tournament from start to finish. Goes off. 4 players getting to hold on to their investments from Fluxo, so an opportunity to give it another crack. So slow and steady. Some yipping and yarring going on right there, so sounds like...
a bunch of cowboys just made it into the server?
Well, maybe Metasport won the pistol and they're celebrating, or Imperial owned them and they were just making a lot of noise. But regardless, it's the latter.
So, what have we got here?
We have the retained upgrades trying to insert themselves into the round. Controls the GOAT will hold on. 18 kills for him. Austin, Texas, Alex, is known for a couple of things, isn't it?
Yep. Cowboys, music, and of course, goats.
Controls, he might like it down here. He wants to stay. But they have a 2-man advantage to work with right now, and this should be theirs. Just need to sweep a rug. A rug? Don't sweep rugs, use vacuums. But you need to sweep this round under the rug, or put it in the closet or under the bed.
Probably better in a dustpan, but we can sweep it under the rug if we're in a rush.
As long as nobody sees it.
Yeah, preferably. With 3 players just gambling on that B side of the map, it does just feel like an inevitability seeing Ariukal maneuver that bomb towards the A site. Maybe E-Fire is going to get himself a little freebie.
All right, well, slow and steady wins the race. Bomb gets planted. What was that noise?
Was that a bomb plant noise? What was that?
It felt like... Was there a Zeus in the mix? Did it recharge? I didn't see it. Was there a Zeus?
No, that was a new sound. I don't know what that was. 8-8. They're focused and, ooh, requesting a timeout does Carnage.
Okay. Well, they will take it. It's the Chinggis Warriors who call this one. That's going to be their 3rd of 3. The coach expending the timeout now when we're all tied up. This will be the last chance that he gets to take the wheel. So right now, the rest of the match is going to be in the fate of his players. These better be a bloody valuable 30 seconds worth of talking time.
I mean, okay, the way I'm framing it in my mind, from his mind, you know, like what I'm seeing is that they lost the pistol. By winning that 2nd round conversion, your hope has just skyrocketed, right? You're suddenly thinking, okay, maybe there is a 3rd map. Maybe we aren't leaving the major in a 2-0 fashion. And so you just take that time out just to remind them of all the bits and bobs that they may have forgotten about during that that peak of emotions.
Oh, well, you're right. The emotional weight of chasing a major, even just turning up to one, that in itself is a victory for a lot of these teams, but you don't want to go home in last place. Once you're in the competition, once you're in the server, once you're locking horns, this is where the thrill really gets turned up a notch. But neither team with a clear indication of fights early. CT's not vying for mid control.
Oh, we saw that. And he's going to combine a nade with some bullets there. That's Molzin that confirmed it's an AX sec, but there's no one behind, or rather in front of the smokes. Everyone is behind. A boost perhaps?
Devi's calling for it. He's not getting what he's looking for. Smokes have a bit of a weird gap going on there, and they're going to start to fade. The bomb's not going to get planted in time unless there's replenishment.
Yeah, they've thrown a new con smoke. Brute is up close. Oh, it's going to be tough here with flashes. Weird smoke from the CTs in front of the CT ticket can give up a bit of freedom to move forward if he wants to.
This has gotten really weird, but Controls, the GOAT, look at the flank right now. They can all just hit the brakes. Let the GOAT work.
They've completely evacuated. He said the B site's clear, and Controls gets nothing!
Not my GOAT.
Pyria Jr., that was the kill. And now, oh wait, now they're going to be convinced, okay, everyone's going to be running B. Just have to wait a little longer. Just wait a little longer. And all of those CTs have evacuated. It's just PJ and CT. Controls his play actually still goated if they win this.
Okay, well, there's no utility to constrict the rotations back in. No defuse kit either. This kill right now, Ariukul turns into a 4v4. There's a chance.
There certainly is. Not going to be comfortable. Oh no, Rooney's going to be planting. He's lost the bomb instead.
Okay, well, overstepping the mark and going to have to fight their way out of this. It's just Ariukul. They know where he was. He doesn't have the time to get back into this round, and Controls, that is going to be in his nightmares. The fact he pulls off the flank of a Century all the way through B, mark it behind a free kill, but he can't connect the dots, and Fluxo up to 9 rounds.
Yeah, he's just going to be kicking himself, knowing that if that's just a couple of like composed taps around their head, one of them connects, a little spray, little burst perhaps, but this is how it goes down. You can see how labored that was even from the CT perspective, and he's the one that got the kill.
In terms of how you feel about that moment, the emotions there, that's probably going to stay with you now.
Yeah, and then you think about it, you don't have any timeouts.
Yeah, that's true too.
Like
so
that might
right now, you're testing the mental resilience of somebody who's at their first major.
Yeah, first major, and you're going to be in your own head for a must-win map, or the remainder of it.
Well, at least they have the money for a buy. It hasn't forced them onto Eco, so there's a positive there. Controls, if you can bounce back after that, I'll tip my hat to you, son. Smoke fades, Art.
Oh, great shot. A little bit of a overstep there from E5. Didn't wait for the plume of the smoke. That's a good find back, actually. Still trading.
Well done from
Art's done very well. Controls is lucky to be alive. He got dinked there. I think saved.
Unless you force the issue on the Chinggis side, there's no reason for Fluxo to step into any of these crosshairs.
No, I mean, Kai's given one up.
Well, that's what I was saying. I guess the overcommitment, well, it's not actually in connector, or is he? Mulzen. He is. So, okay. Then I can justify the fact that you've got Kai aggressive. He's trying to connect with his teammates, stay tethered to one another. But that opportunity, is it a way back in? Cool-ass top mid, Controls rotating back over towards A. Ariukul, he's all been able to push all the way out. But the bomb is going to have to transition back. 30 seconds on the clock. This one's going to be down to the wire, and Art looks like he's in a strong position. Could even be an ace for the in-game leader.
Yeah, his first 2 contributions were in mid, but he is going to be on the receiving end of all 3 heading A side. They've got 18 seconds. He tucks in. He knows a bomb denial here wins the round. And he'll do more than that. Takes the head off of Ariukul. Cool-ass knows where he is. And, oh, actually hitting a shot with a smoke down, but open to Mulzen. They pull it off. There's an unwinnable round for Controls. Forced to just knife out, get away, and concede 10.
Feels like this one is just going to peter out of control.
It's slipping, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lost its intensity. It's always tough, right? It's a player's dream to get to compete in events like this. You've heard from a lot of the players, especially there's so many rookies in this stage of the tournament, and being asked, you know, what was your first major memory? And you read some of these interviews, some of these excerpts from the conversations, and it's recent history, right? Because we're dealing with young players. We had Bait, then he went 3-0. They were the youngest team, or are the youngest team in the major. And a lot of these players, to get to play in what is the World Cup of Counter-Strike against the world's best, you get stickers in the game, you're immortalized. That's what it's all about.
Oh, nice shot. And one's already through. He's spotted the leg, a cheeky bit of thigh. Thank you very much. Oh, Mulzen mows down 3. A solo hold of the A site.
Might be his best round yet.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, I definitely think so. Mulzen just pops off, quad kill, and Controls runs into Kai. Hits the first headshot. Is another one. Teammates holding. Art's ready. And the round has been seized by just one man on A.
All right, well, do they want to give Mulzen, a young lad, another major rookie, a chance to win this? A 1v5 goes 1v3, and individually spread out Fluxo now.
Oh, what is going on? You know where Mulzen was, and you know he has the bomb. The unknown entity is PJ, who's walking under. Oh, it looks like he's going to catch the timing. His control's got this flick in him. Has he got that lizard brain flick? You just flick without even giving it a second thought. He's definitely not pre-aiming this. His back will be presented. A valiant couple of shots. But PJ closes.
Okay, well, looked stressful for a moment there, didn't it? But Mulzen, massive round from him, 4 kills. Then the fact that it gets down to a 1v2 situation, it's crispy from both of the players on either side of the server. But that's 11 rounds now. Bomb doesn't go down.
That's a great shot, well flashed as well. And the 4th, pretty spicy too.
The 4th stage loss bonus is going to come in too late. So right now, we're only going to get the 2,400, 2,900 into the next. They'll limp in. Couple of AKs, couple of Galils, very light in the util department right now. Oh, and just a shot through the smoke.
Yeah, can't catch a break, can they? It's a nasty opener to stomach. Such a high-stakes game for the Chinggis Warriors. Limited resources. Now a player spammed through a smoke to start you off, hamstrung, and Art's getting cheeky with it. Flirts with aggression. In spite of that man advantage. Oh, Zevi just averts his gaze and now controls his across his sightline. This might be a bit of an element of surprise. He can just park himself in ladder. Are you call for the finish, moves that bomb towards B. That's the fight Rue was waiting for. Art gets a little aggressive, a little impatient. Oh, and Kai steps into the crosshair as well. Awkward, very awkward. A man advantage just spirals out of control. There's only one man here, it's PJ. Messy spray, what's he got, 9 bullets? Puts them to good use, gets 2. USP too much to ask. But that's a little sign of life out of the Chinggis Warriors.
And when Control's got the 3 kills in the last round, now they make good on that. It's actually put Fluxo in a really tough situation as you get what is becoming a classic head shake out of Art. So the fact that they lose so many casualties in the previous round that they did win, there's the opener from Zevi. Looks great, but the fact this one's battled back, it's always been said about Asian Counter-Strike that individuals can shoot. So when the fights are coming their way or they're getting to take the duels on their terms, they're able to hit some big shots. Now, it's only 1,900 lost into the next. Mulzen, he's left a K left over the 750 for Art. It's hodgepodge right now. Chinggis Warriors aren't out of this. It felt like it was going down the gurgler. The momentum was taken away, the competitive nature of the match gone, but right now we're back on. As long as they can get past these light investments. Not only do they have a chance to get up to the double digits of 10, they win this, and like I said, we'll have to go for a similar looking purchase or maybe even lighter into the next. That means we can tie things up at legs 11 down the stretch. Chinggis Warriors, staying for the namesake, not giving up. Staying strong and looking for the fight.
What do you make of this angle from Kai? I mean, I think that's quite cheeky with the unbroken vent. You're probably going to start focusing your attention elsewhere. PJ gets it. Okay, so that's a very pushed up CT. Finds himself in the mouth of Palace. Ariuka will relay that information. You need to recover, and Kai going down to controls is a good start. Rue will hold on to that jungle murder hole rotation. Controls tasked with CT, he gets there in time. Now Coolass is going to be asked to plant. Where you're looking the wrong way, still gets his. Zevi gone. PJ's flanking from the ramp side, so this is actually going to be very difficult for the Chinggis, the Warriors. Two from CT. Held by that AWP, he's going to be a quick flick up. Perfectly executed. Coolass has hit the shot necessary. There's only Art. And there's no hope here.
That dink at range. There's 80 damage there on a Coolass. As Art wants to hang around and try and find some damage, but probably would have been better holding on to the AK. That's going to be 1 round the difference now. And as touched upon, that loss bonus situation puts them in a very, very tough position going forward on the Brazilian side of the server. So they didn't go for the all-in force. It was a little bit of a weird investment, and then they do find themselves now having to take an eco again. So they didn't go all in.
Maybe they went too far in?
Yeah, look, this is the thing. That they always were going to be in this situation because the money's been broken late, but I'm surprised they didn't just force everything. So you're either going all in or you're not. As right now, Chinggis Warriors have found some pep in the step. They're just going to
Hustle their way out. Controls. Okay. Yeah, he's definitely not backing down from any of these duels. A great flash, but Ariuku recovers in time. And this one of the quickest rounds of the map so far. It's just PJ. He's going to be noted.
And Ariuku doesn't play scared. Dude, there was a nade coming for you. You had low HP, you had a Mac 10, and you still get the kill.
Okay, well, this is it. We really could be going to a third map right now.
That's right.
This is very much available. Chinggis Warriors have the possibility to go for another bye, even if they lose this round, so they can vie for overtime. But if they win this one, and there's no saves coming out from Art and Co., it's only 2,900 loss bonus into the next, which could see Chinggis Warriors snatch this away. Remember, 5-map loss streak on Mirage. Do or die, elimination, first major for all 5 of the Mongolians in the server right now.
And in their first major, will they be able to pick up a map win up against these South American counter-strikers? Good nade. Actually, not too much damage, just 40 spread amongst 2. Right in the ladder room, safe from the flame.
Looks like an ace split on the table. Ariuku ramp, Cool-Ass through Palace, the other 3 to come up and pipe in through Connector. Keep your eyes on Zevi playing retake over towards Ticket with the AWP. Mulzen in jungle connecting with Art, so that crossfire be able to set up between window. Kai might have to push short to deal with the Connector players because they're starting to trundle up. This is all going to happen quick.
Mulzen hears them. He's tucked and they're not looking. Good find from Rue. It has a little premonition, a sixth sense, a tingle. And now Rue should be able to get that bomb down. E5's provided the cover, taking the fight. He's taken 2. Art and Kai gone. Just Zevi with that AWP. You talked about the saves, Chad. I think that's the conversation now, is how many can you get away with? The round is locked. I mean, where do you save?
Look at E5, though. If he goes back through the B apartments, they're going to try and hang around. Boys, you need to make sure that you're not pushed here, and fortunately for them, they are going to get to retain these guns. So Ariuku, Cool-Ass both passive where they started the round. Ramp as Palace, Rue heading over to join E-Fire, and he's going to be miles away. So bomb is going to go off. That does mean if these 2 players stay alive, with 2,900 lost, they are going to be able to drop 2 M4s.
Yeah, big
They
difference.
can have a full rifle round to try and push this into overtime. The Brazilian's not dead yet, but this is crazy that Chinggis Warriors have been able to pull this game back into contention.
Oh, E5 had a HE. He gets around the corner, spots them. Damn. He actually nearly got there.
For Carnage right now, the coach behind, we've already seen him celebrate a pistol win and get told off. I think if they do win this map, he should be able to celebrate. The game will be done and dusted there, but talk about tactical timeouts, the last 30 seconds. Carnage, an opportunity for him to talk, and that's at virtue of Fluxo taking this tactical timeout.
I mean, I'm still kind of baffled after what you'd highlighted regarding Mirage specifically for the Chinggis Warriors. This is not a map that they've had much success on in the last 3 months, just a 17% win rate. A single win versus the Huns. Everything else against, you know, domestic and international competition has not gone well. And yet here they stand, 1 map away from elimination at their first major, and they're putting up a fight, an impressive fight.
The question for me is about Fluxo's approach to this next rifle round. Are they going to try and dictate the flow of the game? Are they going to be aggressive in middle, get the mid control? Are they going to boost somebody up towards the B apartments and start leering in? Or are you just going to sit in a passive setup again? Well, the AWP starting over towards B early could talk about that boost I'm talking about. Yeah, you boost up Zevi, he takes an aggressive line, and now you can call that side of the map clear if he starts to investigate. But during all of this, Control selling the mid control on his lonesome, the GOAT. He's going to set the boys up while Cool-Ass ready to throw a util. The rest are going to waterfall out Palace. Here they go.
Yeah, Mulzen, what have you got for us? Oh, E5, did he poke his nose out? Yeah, he does, but somehow hits his shot. Takes down Art. Mulzen does recover the AK, dips down, trying to establish a crossfire with PJ, but behind a smoke, Controls arrives. Comes in, clears it out. Quick headshot found. This is for everything. This is to take us the distance. Only 3 members of Fluxo can stop them. And that's an opportunity. It presents itself. PJ in and out, gets his. Bomb down, retake on. Zevi's AWP, and an only kit on Kai. He's coming in from con side. Controls fighting for CT with that deep smoke still up. PJ's going to either walk through it or play the fade. Just walking through. Chinggis Warriors taking a Mirage. When their life was on the line, it's tantalizingly close now. Despite this man disadvantage, PJ brought low. Light on time from Fluxo. Good pick off. Kai gets it. They're playing for the OT here. Just Cool-Ass to the 1v3. Stopping the cross. They were counting, banking on it. And the defuse will come through in time.
Oh!
Yeah!
Oh, they got it!
They done it!
Chinggis Warriors, they break the Mirage losing streak and they push us the distance right down to the wire. Fluxo stunted at the final hurdle.
Less than a 0.1 of a millisecond between that and OT, but we will need 3. Fluxo, it's not a guarantee. Chinggis Warriors have won a Mirage and we need Nuke.
Oh, the intensity of that one. And look at Fluxo, they are coming unstuck right in front of our eyes.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're watching from. We're back with a third map. Unbelievable scenes. The Chinggis Warriors have forced us the distance. It was an expectation set by Chad Sponge Birchall, who's sitting beside me here, coming into this series, that Mirage was not going to be a shoe-in or easy or even likely that the Chinggis Warriors had a chance on that one, posing Ancient as a must-win. However, they conceded that, and a map with just a 17% win rate for the Chinggis Warriors, they managed to pick it up when their major life was on the line.
And we've already seen some frustrations from the most experienced member in the server so far. That's Art of Fury of Fame. Once upon a time, not happy with his troops throughout Ancient, which they did win, and then the same coming into Mirage. But here it is, Nuke, third and deciding map. Elimination on the line, and everybody wanting to know who plays who tomorrow in the major. Want to see the conclusion of this one. Waterfall smoke on towards main. P250 in the hands of Full Aston. Hart already opens up the account. He's either finding him or giving him, but this time it's the opening kill on the pistol.
What is going on? That was a jump just to get his feet on the ground. Ariukal. Get another one!
Never the burst!
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, but the burst, it's audacious.
It was a multiple burst.
I love it, though.
Significant amount of burst.
I know I said never the burst, but sometimes
the burst, yeah.
And this pistol round is going to be falling in favor of the Mongolian side, the Chinggis Warriors. Just have to get past the Zevmeister.
You're disrespecting Zevi like that. It's crazy. Ooh, okay, yeah. Yeah, no, he's bugged. I mean, understandably, trying to fight the GOAT like that, it's just gonna, there's only one outcome. Controls will pick it up.
And look, there's a reason we're calling Controls the GOAT. His level of input and impact on Mirage was huge. He had one fumble, one slip up, one massive mare. A free kill in the back from Market on a B flank around the world. But guess what? He shrugged it off. And he continued to deliver down the stretch of Mirage to break a 5-map losing streak. And now they're on a 5-series losing streak. 5 players, all rookies, first major. Is it the first series win?
Well, let's find out together. I think just something I want to highlight regarding Controls and why we are calling him the GOAT, although little tongue-in-cheek, is also just because of the underperformance we saw from him on that first day against Legacy. He was at the bottom.
He was shaky.
He was shaky. You could see that he was very, very much influenced by the stakes of the game. Kai 5-7, they're asking questions of it. The smoke though, do you really want to push through a grey screen? They have. Flash is enough to facilitate.
Yeah, did well at limiting his op. What is this? The founding Mac-10 in your face, Ariukal.
Yeah, but hey, Art's flanking them. He's already fast in this. Yep, loud about it. Gets punished. Controls slaps him away like a pesky fly.
All right, well, you don't need to now trudge into the depths of the lower site. Olsen and Hart.
Yeah, just timing, isn't it?
It's just no wombo combo.
Nice shot. Tracks that swinging Mac-10.
Oh, the GOAT's down. Ariukal and E-Fire low.
Ooh. Weird state of affairs for the Yard duo. It's PJ on one side, E-Fire the other. Olsen anticipating heaven for the finish, but they've got time to pivot. And pivot they shall into Kai. Messy on the 5-7. He really did have a golden opportunity there. If that first one's clean, perhaps the round would have gone Fluxo's way, but instead it's just fallen into place.
Not ready for that one, was he? Running knife out into E-Fire, and it will just be the save of the Mac-10 from Mulzen. So 4 players to stay alive, and they might even try and track this one down. E-Fire is on the search. He's not too far away, to be completely fair, just encroaching the T boxes. I'm sure he'd love to hold on to his weapon as opposed to giving a Galil over, but that's going to be the 2-0 start out of Chinggis Warriors, or CW versus FX. Network television. You can watch it on YouTube, you can watch on Twitch, you can watch on Blast TV. It's 4K on Blast TV. Get your major simulator in there, your fantasy, your Counter-Strickle. Good stuff as they've identified his position, but no point overstepping the mark. Just chipping through the smoke with a couple of peppers on that Galil, and there you have it, 2-0 into what should be light investments. A Mac-10 could be dropped across. A 5-7 also available. And trying to stay to his old tricks, which he was once known and loved for. It's been a fall from grace since then.
Back in the day, wasn't it Art's Furia that were unable to throw the wall of smokes?
Yes, they never went outside.
Yeah, that used to be a thing.
Yeah.
So I am interested to see what the T-side approach looks, but we've still got a whole half before we get there. Nice little openers. As we got the odds on screen, and damn, this is close. Maybe closest odds of the day, Alex.
Yeah, I think you're right. This battle of the 0-2 teams.
Oh, back up. So show themselves low up, or at least make the steps to do so. eFire sells it with the Molotov, but they just pivot back in towards A, and that's an open runway. PJ, not very procedural in the way that he was rounding that corner. Controls will make sure he is a non-issue, as eFire could be set up for the double trouble. Bra and
blah.
All right, well, Kai, you were the star performer on map number 1.
He dropped down loud. Was like, oh, that was a bit loud. Should probably go up. Oh, I'll go back down. Actually, I'll go back down. Now he knows where I am. And I'm not going to be able to see him. But 3-0.
That's all right. They get the rifle back, so they leave the MAC-10s on the ground in the previous round. And now we get ourselves into the rifle. Zevi equips the AWP. Now, I know it feels like I'm isolating him here, and I'm definitely not trained in body language or anything along those lines, but I do know what a frustrated in-game leader looks like, as I was one for many years.
Yeah, every time, you know, that black mirror of the screen pops up, you saw it.
So we'll have to keep tabs on art.
Okay, so you're smoked off, eFire. You're going to have to respect that, right? Or is your teammate lining up one of those cheeky pop flashes? Perry is in a very poor position.
Right through the smoke.
Yep, free frag. Oh my God! What's the opposite of free? Expensive.
Mentally taxing.
Yeah, that's absolute.
If he just stood still instead of...
Was he wiggling? Did he do the...
Looked like he was...
He did the Perrier shuffle.
He's A and his D keys there.
Ah, yeah. Well, you get away with it sometimes.
If your name's Donk.
Yeah.
Kiyasuke or Magnajez or...
Any of that lot.
Not PJ. Okay, we'll forget about it.
It's fine.
No, again, this was one of the earlier talking points, the amount of rookies in this matchup. Yeah. 8 out of the 10 players in total. This is their first major, and that's really only afforded by a 32-team major. But still, you get your stickers in the game, and you're in the biggest level of competition you've ever been in.
I think the stickers in the game point. I mean, surely 32 teams just means that more players are being supported in pursuit of their
it's
passion.
definitely not a bad thing, as the GOAT's going to plant the bomb backside. That's a cheeky smoke that he's dropped. Third vent rotation. Controls. Combined with Ariukul. There's a molly for the post plant. No smoke for the bomb.
Lurk, but where
no kid, Alex.
Where is he? Okay, coming ramp now. His 4 HP isn't much, but could be a useful component. That smoke's a bit suspicious. Controls is going to have so much work to do here. Okay, drawing attention to himself, then gets active. Good trades, good frags. Kai double kill. Jobs are good. And that'll be Fluxo's first CT round.
And see the coach there, Carnage in the back. He did get a bit of a whack on the nose for over-celebrating a pistol win earlier in the series. So definitely going to have to restrain himself as we find ourselves in map number 3.
Can you look frustrated? Or is
I think you can, but you just
joy
can't, like, you can't be moving around. No, you can look joyful, you can look frustrated.
Sound.
But you just can't gesture.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Okay, so
I'm glad I've got the rulebooks downloaded in your brain. I can just reference it any time. That's lovely.
Definitely no clapping.
No clapping.
No hooting and hollering.
Absolutely none. No nices.
No finger guns.
Nice! Nice! Go me!
Guys are rushing A. You type and go there. All right, well, smoke wall erected once more. Cool ass for the AWP. We didn't see a lot of the AWP on Ancient. Definitely starting to be more of a fixture on Mirage. Looking across the smokes. eFire on the timing. Lurk smoke dropped out of Squeaky. Lots to consider if you're Fluxo.
So you get your bodies down. There is someone down there already. On that jiggle with the smoke is PJ.
PJ!
Oh, he's mishandled that.
That's
nice
one of the rookies, Alex. The nerves are getting to him.
Yeah, he's been thrown off. That was messy. I think he saw them and just second-guessed it. Now Kai, though, he has been solid. Make no mistake, Kai is not affected by the pressure, and he's going to amplify it now. Denies the plant. Nulls it, holds on. Oh! Jumps in the vent for the AWP to collect. Stralis plants Zevi in the 1v2.
Baked it.
Planting the smoke, safe to elope. E5 doesn't want to give this one away. He's just going to be holding for himself, holding for his own push. Zevi eye pressed to the scope as he tries to clear through. E5 finds the tip of his head and straight back to winning ways. Chinggis Warriors, we thought it ended on Mirage. We thought Fluxo would have a 2-0, they'd see play tomorrow, and instead the Chinggis Warriors have disrupted the dialogue.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in this. Regional head-to-head. Yeah, this is they had two very, very, very rough moments. The lobby push, Squeaky push with the ultimate whiff. Making controls look good, really, from his attempt on Mirage and that one right there. So the speed wobble's coming in right now. This is a regional matchup. You've got Asia from the VRS going up against that at South America. And currently, Mongols, or Mongolian Counter-Strike, I should say, is definitely delivering. Sure, it's scrappy. Sure, it's not the most polished, but going up against Fluxo, who are also lacking in that department experience.
So just to clarify, the fault of PJ there was just not trusting his instinct to drop that smoke. He had like a secondary, because I've always framed that as like a impossible to counter play.
Also, think about the way he pathed.
Yeah,
like, you want to drop that smoke and then start going back vent side, not over towards double door.
No. Okay, yeah, so just stressed. And oh, the art signature M4, it's out.
Look, he hasn't changed his ways since in-game lead in Furia, so he needs to find impact. He's actually the yard rifler. So this is the thing. There's a lot on Art. If you're going to take the start positions, you're going to need to be delivering, not only having to make the calls, but having to find the frags. Now, there's a lot of people here not to watch these teams succeed, but to fail. Remember, the pickups, the community's favorite part about all of this. Both of these teams considered to be 0-3 possibilities. Blocked for now, but still with plenty of time on the clock. They don't need to force the issue. There's one more smoke on Zevi, as PJ is going to try this once more.
Valuable info from Art and his push.
You've known you've lost the lobby control. You'd love to have the F4 in somewhere that can be a little bit more instrumental. Now, if it is going to be an up heaven finish, it's tough for Art to get involved in this. Zevi smoke, unless it's used towards main, I can't really see it offering up too much. And he's considering that right now as E5 sells the B play again. Molly lands on a player into the 5-7 of PJ. Crispy.
Very nice first.
PJ's first kill as well.
Yeah, Art. Oh no, goes down empty-handed with his hero rifle. He may not have changed his ways, but he may want to change his name. Because Chinggis are coming for him.
This is 5 rounds on the T side already.
Already, Chad. I think from what we've seen, just at the output of Fluxo in this first half of our third map, it's showing that of all the teams, you know, of all the candidates, you just highlighted it. Chinggis Warriors, 5 rookies attending their first major. And yet the speed wobbles are coming out of the team that houses experience. Devi, Art, they've been here before.
Yeah, and those two, in terms of their contributions, haven't really been anything to write home about. I've enjoyed what I've seen from Kai. PJ had a couple of moments as well earlier on in the piece, but all in all, Fluxo not in form. And could be getting sent home in last place alongside of Messersport. The Swedes eliminated by the countrymen of Fluxo. Imperial getting to play another day. We need this one to conclude to find out what the 2-1 matches and the 1-2 matches will look like tomorrow. Third day of Stage 1 just around the corner. 8 teams will need to join Stage 2. You've got your Falcons, your Phasers, your Furias, your MIBRs, your Pains, your 3D Maxes, your Virtus Pros, and your M80s. Did I get them all?
I think you did. That sounded like 8. Look at that smart glass. You get a little glance. Get to give him a wave, a wink in between rounds.
Now might as well be a Rice smile because you've got a huge haul on the T-half already. How many more can it be?
Oh, you know what? Aggression is an attempt from controls. Aryuka will at least strong arm a little bit of a response, but it's just shaped up perfectly here for Fluxo. Change of pace and change in results. Fluxo will take this one convincingly. It's just call out Zorp, and what an incredible first shot. He is gonna be caught by the... no, he's not. They just turned around. Why? They've given him room.
Why have they allowed him to leave lobby?
I'm not so sure, because now he can kind of make something of this.
Yeah, he's been given runway to pick up the bomb.
Which he will do. To heaven, Molly. They might push on this. He's not looking. He hears them now and just gets overrun. Okay, a second necessary round here for Fluxo.
Okay.
Triple kill out of Art, by the way.
Yeah, maybe Art called it off, so then they dropped back and made sure they regrouped to play together. Regardless, they are able to convert the round, so it's just a 3-round difference right now. But the big conversation is, when are they going to be able to make a dent in this money? Well, one more CT side rifle round, and they'll have humbled the finances of Chinggis Warriors. We'll have to eco going into the next. Now, obviously, that's going to depend on the lay of the land.
Yeah, how do you play this one?
Pace change didn't work. Coolash just taking a fight outside. Art sat on his ass immediately. In-game leader watching from the side. Now they're in front.
A golden opportunity through the HE. Starts to unload, but the Zevi's there. Oh, and he gets caught. Overrun. Controls a necessary one onto the follow-up. Molten goes down. A nice quick tap from the lobby.
1v1. Minute 20 on the clock. PJ racing to try and get down that vent. No, he doesn't know exactly where it is.
Does now.
Penny drops. Down he goes. Cool. Controllers the go. Can he do it?
Should have this one opened, the door. PJ just 2 frags, but this one is worth its weight in gold. Denied! Controls keeps it up. Top of the tables. Untouchable. First on Mirage. Comes into Nuke. Does not dip in form. He keeps the output high.
What a lightning round this is. Coolash playing ahead of the smoke wall. Catches Art off guard. They're able to brute force through ramp, going 1 for 1, but it's Controls. We can't stop saying this kid's name. And Coolash getting fired up with that 6-2. Pressure back on the other foot now as the finances bleak. M4s are plenty. Scout in the mix. Util light or not. A single incendiary to stop a top rush.
Oh, you've got such a golden opportunity right here and now. They put all their pennies into this. And you have an advantage. And you've got 6 rounds on the T side. Will you find a 7th? Art's taking a nice opening. Gets away. E-fire. Slow in this one. Caught by Art.
One will get down.
Oh, just between the wickets are 2.
Unfortunately, nobody peppered upon as they are across. And look at Controls. He's just doing whatever the hell he wants. Now he's in hut, patrolling the rotation.
I think he saw his foot. Oh, maybe he didn't.
Okay, well, Rue's the loose piece. And Art's gone down, so they should be able to get in towards B. Kai to respond from ramp. He's up next.
Doesn't want to overcook it, overcommit it. Wants to wait for the rotation of his teammate. Zevi's coming down with that scout. Oh, they get the info as well. He dips out through the flames. He's not interested in being isolated here. They know they've got that man advantage, but Rue is a little bit of a joker.
They need to stay alive towards... Oh, it's going to be back-to-back in a second. I don't think Rue's going to get cleared. Now they're trying to clear... What? What?
That looked crazy. What? That looked like he had X-ray. Nice find, but you're overlooking another, aren't you? Yeah, don't worry! Zevi's dead! It's Rue! His moment in the spotlight.
The round is meant to settle. Rue's meant to be given the opportunity to play. Coolash keeps finding, or keep fighting and finds a kill. Then Rue activates. Yeah, why not? Instead of just taking 1, I'll take 2 and we'll take the round with it. 7-2 the scoreline now.
I can't... Can you explain why that Coolash frag looked so dodgy?
I don't know. It did look strange as hell.
Yeah, it looked weird.
Like it was sliding into it.
Yeah, it didn't look normal.
Let's go back to map number 1 of Ancient. Remember, we had some translators, some lovely individuals in Twitch chat who were letting us know, because Art was going off his tree, right? Yeah. It sounded like he was definitely having a lot to say after certain round wins or losses. And the communication coming to us, which we do trust our lovely people in Twitch chat, was saying that he was saying, just shoot them when they're in front of us. Let's just fight them. Yeah. That was essentially the sentiment. We're trying to fight him now. You got nothing. They are hitting hard. Mongolian Counter-Strike here to play.
Controls out of the round. Who steps up? Art steps in. This is the shot. He gets the shoulder and it's moving. That's why. He was just moving.
Looks odd as hell.
And then he gets 2 from Rue on that lovely flank through heaven. Or I should say hell.
Sending Fluxo there now.
Yeah, it feels that way.
That was a round where Fluxo had very limited utility to go around the weapon.
Kill, bro.
Yeah, sure.
You had the 5v4, and you couldn't make good on it. You need the rest, and look what you're bringing in. A saved M4 and a smattering of other SMGs and pistol.
Oh, smokes. Waterfall's missed. Yeah, you can see it here. It looks like a marshmallow.
Yeah. Molten, he's managed to find some more. Very cool. Okay, the fight's come through. There's just 1 from main. Kai in lobby. Art could join him, but he's here on the steps, entering the site from main and just in the open, wasn't anticipating the fade. Kai, aggressive! Oh, an opportunity.
8 rounds, T-side nuke, map 3, elimination on the line, and Chinggis Warriors about to send Fluxo home in style. Nothing can stop him right now. Sure, that was a lighter investment. The gun's about to come back out. But they're in the doldrums. Art's not even bothering with the critiques anymore.
Holy intensity, Batman.
Nice!
Oh, they're locked in. Chinggis Warriors, a third map, and Fluxo to be the first team eliminated by a Mongolian opposition. Stage 1, baby. If they can keep this up. Smokes arrive just at the right time for Coolhouse to keep his walk up. He's just going split top. Yeah, that seems to be the play. PJ. Oh, the break doesn't expose him. Walking through now, mis-executed that. The flash did come through. A team flash? Okay, PJ pops off, gets 2, just walking into his crosshair.
Most impactful moment from PJ so far.
Yes, sir. Kai is that ramp anchor, and he slipped off. They have no intel about the descent secret stairs, so it has given them this window of opportunity. And now Kai gets more than info. He gets a bullet between the eyes.
Good util for this. They get Molly stairwell, smoke single.
Yeah, but look at the disruptor. It's more. PJ wants it. Slams the door shut.
Actually allows the smoke in.
Oh, this is not easy to retake, Chad. This is not easy.
The smokes have just gone down, and there's even more.
Molly single. What is that? Guys, stressed. Rue, stressed for sure. Control side after plan. Channeled them primarily through the double doors. Rude to take the first contact here, but he's active on the line. Spots the thigh. Good pre-aim. There's a trade out of Ryukul, and now PJ's low. Puts the 25. Art goes swinging. Is Ryukul comfortable? A 9th round is theirs. PJ, despite his best efforts, he's gone 2. Big impact round out of Ryukul. 3 in the after plant. 9 already for the Chinggis Warriors.
That's a 5v3 situation. PJ gets a double kill. He deals with this lurk coming through. The combo of utility, it was just a little bit off the mark. PJ holds the wolf at the door as far as main's concerned. Kai comes up, they're silent, their contact out ramp, the jump on him, the util's still there, and they brute force in. Post-plant victory, 9-2.
What do we think is the reason for the Kai fallback there? Do you think that that was just the moment someone said they could be down secret, and that's when he reacts?
I really just think they're lacking some base level protocols and rotations right now. They'd be getting caught off guard by that.
No nades, no art. Okay, controls is gone. Aggression is the remedy. But you've traded places, so what the hell is going on? 1 minute 35, there's a T basically heading towards hell. Xavier's going to be smoked off main with no intel, but look how ahead of the play he is.
Yeah, there's been so many of these rounds where we've gotten into it so quickly. This is a minute 20 on the clock, and you already have a player about to peer in from the heavens.
Like, Xavier's just going to be exposed, right? His legs will just be sticking out.
And now you have a player on T-roof about to bear down behind them.
Zevi.
Now they can usher in main.
Rolls in.
He's going to have to drop and make noise.
Did they hear that? Did they clock it? Kai in the lobby. Rolls in. Yep, down already. Comfortable find from E-Fire. There's PJ. Reveals his approach for the retake. Comes up from secret stairs. The nade will make it clear where Kai is coming from. And yeah, impossible. That's only how it looks, and even more so now. There you have it, 10-2. The Chinggis Warriors, everyone's condemned them to a 0-3, but they're here to change the narrative. They're here to knock out the Brazilians. Fluxo on death's door. Fluxo, heading into this major, they came in with a point to prove. They couldn't handle the Australians, they couldn't handle the Americans, and now they can't handle the Mongolians. They've taken a trip across all the continents in this stage 1 affair. This is the best of 3, though, that most expected Fluxo to have the edge. The bookies, everyone. Keeping Fluxo as the favorite, but here come the Chinggis Warriors. 3rd map that we never saw coming. Look at the odds blown out in the Chinggis Warriors' favor. They are just 3 rounds away from picking up an unforeseen best of 3 victory. And seeing another day of play here in Austin. Out the door, aggressive with the Glock, handled well for the first, and there you go, it's already fallen apart. This is what it's been like from Fluxo here, map 3, just running to their demise, running at them with knives, controls, he wanted to finish it off with a kill, and now it's Mr. PJ punishing their arrogance. 3 kills is great, a 4th asking a bit too much perhaps, but there's low HP on Coolest. That's probably what he's just said. Ariuko, chill your jets. Cool off. Position now for that hut. If he re-emerges out of Squeaky, he is dead. So backs away. The bomb is under CT control, right?
See, he's taking a moment right now to compose himself. PJ. Early stages of Nuke struggled. Some absolute mess, some misplays. His confidence as a rookie looked like it was an all-time low. Right now, a 1v5 on the pistol to breathe life into Fluxo's T side.
Silent on the ascent, held by that low HP on player who's just looked away, and he actually exercises the trigger discipline. He knows where they both are! Oh, incredible! Oh my God! 4 of a 1v5, how often does that happen?
I don't know how the coach of Chinggis Warriors would have been able to contain himself. When I see my players running with their knives out, it was a 5v1 situation. The hard work was done. Knife into the hand there. We catch it from the GOAT's perspective.
Oh, he hits some bangers.
Absolute beautiful shots there from PJ on the Glock, but the final frag couldn't be his. A great attempt.
He really did save him there. I mean, that would have been a real momentum shifter. You don't get more mad, more salty than losing a 1v5. Especially when the game's right there for the taking, but especially when that pistol should just secure it. That should be the nail in the coffin here. Well, if it's not that, it will be this.
They had to force buy in, no option about it. An AK for Art, sure, but here's a pick from Root.
Oh, headshot FAMAS, but covered by the D. Zevi, that's an important frag. Puts another weapon into the mix as well.
Art hanging around and putting bullets through the smoke with the AK once he got dinked down to 20 HP. Audacious maneuver, but still Art. 2 players down towards B in that collision course.
Yeah, okay. Ariuko's actually going to go investigate. They're holding for this, so this is going to be a headshot anyway, okay.
Instantaneous deletion.
Nice deagle headshot from PJ. E5 waited long enough to catch Mulzin. Oh no, overstay. Controls has been punished, and now B site should be accessible. Quick rotation down the ramp.
Does Kai call them back up the vent?
Yeah, he might.
That's the bomb.
The bomb's just gone down on B.
Peter just ran out the door with smoke in hand and allowed the bomb to trundle onto the floor of the site.
Yep, there it is. You can see the flash. Okay, Coolast is just...
Another idea!
Yeah. Oh, and the 1v2. Seems like a guarantee. With 20 HP, Ark would be doing something impossible. Turned around at the wrong time. Knife out, knife to a gunfight. And poor play to a major. Fluxo are in trouble.
Pack it up, pack it in. Let the Chinggis Warriors 0-2 spree begin. Great shooting, but not enough. And overplaying their hand again. 8 rookies in the server today. Stage 1, 32 teams. An awful lot of nerves in a matchup like this. But Chinggis Warriors, after losing on Ancient, have really turned their fate around. Fought hard on Mirage and have come locked in on Nuke.
Yeah, they were close versus Legacy. That was their second loss on this very map. And oh, Kai, he seems aware that controls could be coming, but a quick switch has cost him. Opening death for Kai.
Oof. Some famous people live in Austin, Alex. You got Matthew McConaughey and Owen Wilson. Controls living in the head of Fluxo right now.
That's for sure. As this one's already over. All of them on the floor. Chinggis Warriors live to fight another day, and they throw the knockout blow. Fluxo's major without a win, 0-3, bottom of the barrel. controls is a highlight for me. Aryukel, the stop on PJ's clutch, I know it was practically already over, but I've got eyes on Aryukel. Across the series, I think this has to be something that will be admired. Carnage, Coach Carnage getting, abused by the admin for having a good time.
Yeah, well, he can celebrate tonight. Look, there is going to be a crazy performance to even consider Chinggis Warriors to make it out of stage 1. But the fact that they get a win on debut with this roster, another Mongolian team in the mix, and it's just seeing some of these individuals, the highlights that they were able to deliver, and the fact that mentally they're able to pick themselves up and get back into the game. On the other side, you just have a shell-shocked looking Brazilian roster. Art-led Fluxo, Zevi, the other of experience, the others all new to this. And they were definitely nervous, they were definitely shaky, but the shoe was on both feet for both teams right now. And it was definitely Chinggis Warriors who delivered a higher level of Counter-Strike today.
That's absolutely right, yeah. We're going to go ahead and jump into an interview. Fantastic work from the Chinggis Warriors.
There's always heartbreak when it comes to the majors, and this one definitely going to sting for Art, who you've been through this before, but with this one going 0-3, I want to start by asking, the first map obviously looks good. It's their pick. You come through strong. We come into Mirage, and it felt like it was in your hands, especially with the T side you were able to put up there. So can you just talk me through where you felt it went wrong, especially on that CD side right to the end where there was almost a chance of overtime?
It's hard to say right now. A lot of things going through my head. I just think overall it comes down to playing shit CS. We need to play way better if you want to be at the top in Brazilian scene or even competitive globally. So I think you just play better.
You say about playing better. We saw a lot of frustration. I know you were trying to rally the troops together and get things going. Was there a lot of emotion in this game for you?
Yeah, definitely. I think Mirage came down to it. We had the control of the game, we had the economy. We were just letting it slip round by round. Economy-wise, we throw some 2 rounds and it's just close game again. No, there's definitely no way of coming back after mental is broken.
Yeah. You said the mental was broken. Is that why Nuke went the way it did? Because there was not any fight from you guys on that.
Yeah, it has to come down to it. There has no explanation. We are playing City Nuke is always favorite side, so it's kind of just player. Each one has to play their own side and just defend and just sort what they're doing out, and we're just struggling to even do the default. So it just gets hard after they snowball. They're playing very well as well. So if they're playing the way they're playing, we need to play better.
Now, Art, you're a player who's been at the very top of CS. I can see the emotions in your eyes right now. How much does this sting for you? Is it as bad as it feels, as bad as it seems?
It's definitely fucking worse. It's just bad, bro, you know. We want to get better, do most big things, but it's just struggling. You cannot do anything about it. It just feels bad, man. As of for now, it's just, I don't know, anger, depressing, it's everything.
But you are a man who's been through this before. I'm sure you can pull them back out of this, right, going into future events going on after the major. Do you know what's next for you guys after taking a bit of a break?
Yeah, it's now play break. Nothing we can do as of right now. It's the last tournament of the break. We cannot do anything right now. We just need to reset and then sort things out during the play break. And after play break, just come back ready with different mindset, something.
Thank you very much, Al.
Thanks, bro.
Well, I tell you what, popular pick Fluxo to go 0-3 and be eliminated early from the major, but you wouldn't think it by the look of devastation on Art's face and in his words. He had much different expectations than most people with Fluxo.
I bet some of those people that picked 0-3 are gonna feel a little bad when they see what Art is giving in terms of how he perceives his team, how he knows they didn't play up to the standard, and the level that got them to this tournament. But for me, I would celebrate every team that's here. I feel like Art, as a leader, has shown that he can now bring, I don't even want to know what to call it, third generation Brazilian talent into the fold. Like, it's not even the LGSK wave or the Furia wave, it's the guys after it. And now he's leading a new group to qualify for the major. This is a stepping stone for them as they begin their journey. Many of these guys rookies here in Austin.
I think we saw it too after like the shocking loss they took on map 2 before going into map 3, and you can see it now. Like Art's still just like trying to work through these issues and still being like, this has to be this way, this has to change, this can't be like this. I mean, you saw that frustration. I think for Art too, probably compounding frustration when you consider coming from Furia, playing with K-Serrato, playing with Fallen, playing with Yuri, playing with all the top dogs in Brazil, and then having to drop down 1 or 2 rungs to try and retrain the next generation. That's going to be extra frustration on top of everything else.
Yeah, it was a weird one because when I'm talking to him there, you can feel the sadness, but you can feel the frustration, I think, because He knows they had them on Mirage, and it just slipped out of his hands, and he didn't have the answers.
I respect him more for this interview than if he had just shrugged his shoulders and said, we were not the favorites.
No, he was honest, right?
Yeah, he wanted to see some dub in the column as you walk away from this event, even though so many of us, myself included, did pin them as an 0-3 likely.
Yeah, and this is it's a weird situation for Art as well. Like you mentioned, Moses, he was at the top of Brazilian CS, and then you're trying to build your way back up with some young players. He's obviously seen more potential in these pieces, right, than what they were able to show here.
I think too, like I think the perspective I hope he has is like I got to kind of view this as a sort of challenge that you need to overcome, right? Like as you mentioned, like developing some leadership skills and being that leadership figurehead. Like this is an area where you have to find a way to make the team better moving forward, and you have to find a way to bounce back and make sure everyone still feels part of the family, part of the team, and that everyone's going to be working towards the same goal. So I think it's obviously a bummer here, and it probably won't look at it with this perspective for some time. But I think for Art, if you find a way to come out on the other side of this stronger and a better team, I think that's going to go a huge way to you as the captain of this Fluxo squad.
Now, there are positives on the negatives as well, right? When we look at today, we've had qualifications as well as the eliminations.
I'd like to stay on the depressing stuff, James.
You want to stay on the depressing?
Keep it sad.
All right, we'll start.
0-3 barbecue. 0-3 BBQ. Let's go.
You're a sick
I don't
man.
want to sit in depression, so I'm going to start with heroic FlyQuest and on the positives of this all, because it was positive from both sides in many ways. The fact that we got 3 maps is what I wasn't expecting out of that one, and FlyQuest still with a fighting chance throughout all of this.
Yeah, and looking pretty good while doing it as well. This is Heroic obviously going through qualifying 3-0. That was like kind of a lock, right? Like that was the team you looked at and you were like I can't see them dropping a map, but even if they do, it's not concerning in any way. So they're able to breeze through off the back of great performances from Tenier, from xCloud, some Pius with the op delivering great calls from LNZ. Like they're just playing great.
The more I see from everybody on Heroic, the more I like. xCloud's multi-kill ability, the rotations, the way that they even play off of each other, they trade in different ways. Almost every time they take space, whether that's on top of each other, a delayed swing, like they all have these fundamentals that makes Heroic even stronger than the sum of their parts. And some of these guys we know are bona fide superstars, likely top 20s for the future.
And then we've got to look at Bates' qualification there, because the full Ukrainian lineup who struggled when it came to the Armada, they changed 1 player when we now come into the second major. Obviously, Shanghai was Heartbreak. Kenzazor, you can see in the background there on the screens. That's the difference maker, right? A little bit more fire to the team, a little bit more experience under their belt, and a lot of grinding.
Bait were a team that were just held down by the pressure for so long. That's how I always perceived it, James, that when they play online CS, they were one of the best tier 2 teams in that sort of CCT circuit. It's just that the big moments, the Shanghai RMR, the qualification events, the fact that they even had to go through the latter stages of the European MRQ, beating Astralis in a crazy back and forth game off the back of an Alex 666 clutch. Like all of those moments, finally the weight is lifted off of their shoulders and they can play the CS that we know they can.
And who knows what they can do now that they get a little bit of confidence beneath them as well. Like that every team that's on the rise, there's like a win that like flips a switch that gets them to a new level. And I mean, maybe qualifying to stage 2 is theirs. So we'll have to see what they do in a couple days when they after they get a chill.
Now the much harder fights begin for them. But Moses, guess what? We're going to your favorite part.
Heck yeah.
The depressing parts where you get to see Metasport look sad as the all Swedish lineup.
Why do you like this, Moses?
I know.
Why do you enjoy this? I thought you were a nice guy.
No, I'm sick and twisted, bro. No, I mean, I just look. Like is a strong word, but
like is a strong word. Okay, I beg to differ, but okay.
no, the emotion of like the moment, like the emotion of the loss. Like I mean, there's something romantic, I guess, about the devastation when you see, like, because we know too, like with all we've seen these players around the world at different events, the sacrifices they have to make. So when you see how much it means to them in these losses, I think it really gives you an appreciation for how much effort and how much time and how many sacrifices they've had to make to accomplish this goal of getting here. So a lot of these teams we've already talked about, and contextually probably didn't have a whole lot of hope of going super deep into the major, new rosters, roster changes, whatever it might be, a team that's not really ready. But celebrating that they're here is great. And I just enjoy seeing I enjoy seeing the devastation just because it is like a sign that they just care. They just love it. They just want it so bad.
Yeah. I mean, Isaac looked kind of happy, weirdly, after
Did I style that out? Did I stick the landing? All right, great.
At the end of that, you really saved it, Moses. You've got experience in this. And you know what? You specifically requested this. He wanted to see Fluxo's losing moment, even though we just saw it again.
That's so not true. But actually, now that you say it, I do.
That was actually
rock and roll.
No. After that heartfelt interview that you had with Art, I don't really want to see any of these players suffer in this kind of fashion. I know the reaction shots are where the blood, sweat, and tears are what these players give to the game every single day as they prepare for moments like this. But unfortunately for Fluxo, not quite enough. I think the players that are more in terms of less experience, the rookies here, are taking this in stride. But to see Art really despondent in the fashion that he was at the end shows that he is a competitor through and through.
Yeah, and I mean, and now you have to tap into that competitive nature, because now you got to go talk to the boys and come up with a new plan and see where things went wrong here and come up with solutions to all the problems. It's not a fun job.
Not fun, certainly not easy as well, but we get to now keep moving on to seeing what our matchups will be tomorrow, as more chances to qualify, more heartbreak to be had as well, and look what we've got. So you can already see all the ones we've talked about, who's gone 3-0, who's gone 0-3. Interestingly, let's start looking at that 2-1 bracket. OG going up against NRG. Now, NRG did well against Complexity, but that's a big scalp to go up against.
Nemiga is a big scalp to take. Okay, with how he's been performing at this
Just
one.
Nemiga.
Yeah, the juggernaut on the other side of things. NRG finding themselves in a position that I don't think many people pin them in. I think most of the experts online didn't include them. I was close to putting them as 0-3, but I'm glad that Daps bullied me out of that decision.
Yeah, I didn't actually even put them going through either. I wasn't really sure what to. They're another one of those teams where it's like, I've liked watching your rise within the North American region, but I'm not really ready to like kind of stake a claim against the.
You're not jumping on that one with the flag in hand?
No, but like, I mean, you got to say 2-1 right now. Give me a good game against OG, and then we can start talking about some belief. We can start talking about that bias that we like to meet us halfway, baby. We'll get there with you.
I'll quickly go down the rest of the matches, and then we can get into some more detail on it. So after that, we've got Bait taking on Wildcard. Wildcard obviously putting up a good fight against Bait line.
That would be Bet Boom.
Bet Boom, sorry, thank you very much.
I did it yesterday.
You've done it for me now. This is great. And then we got FlyQuest going up against Nemiga. Then going on to the 1-2 side of things, Complexity taking on
Lynn
Tyloo.
Is that Lynn or Tyloo?
No, that's Tyloo.
Oh, Tyloo.
We are so blind.
No,
the
just
screen
the
is
monitor
so
is
far
small.
away.
Okay, I'm not. Oh my god.
The Swiss bracket graphic. There's a lot
Can we
of
zoom
things.
in on the dot?
There's a lot of things on this.
And then
I'm wearing my glasses.
Then we've got Imperial versus Legacy, and then we've got Chinggis going up against Lynn Vision, a Inter-Asia matchup on that one. There we go. We don't have to look at that screen anymore. That's fine. The hard part is over. Can't see anything. It is greatly difficult on that. What is quite interesting there, though, is FlyQuest going up against Nemiga. That's a very good game for FlyQuest.
Oh,
they already took down Bet Boom. This Nemiga lineup, I don't think, is ready for a best-of-3 against FlyQuest, who've been performing like we've seen.
Nedic will humble Risky Bob. You heard it here first.
I don't know. Risky Bob had that MP9 round the other day. That MP9's fierce. At least for the one round.
No, Nedic's better. Nedic clears.
Nedic does clear.
Inns will humble Lear.
Yeah, it'd be a great win for FlyQuest. I think on some level, I think everyone in the world roots for like those underdog regions, like wanting to see a good Australian team, wanting to see a Chinese team. Like no matter what, like who they're playing against, you're kind of like, it'd be great to see these guys have a good win. That'd be great.
All right, well, guys, we're done for the day. We've got to the end of it all. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you've been enjoying the major so far. There's still plenty more action to come, more heartbreak, more success and cheers. We'll have to see who gets that heartbreak and who's going to be cheering tomorrow.
It's stage 1 of the Blast TV Austin Major, and that means we've got a whole lot of major rookies. So let's get to know them. We're going to do some introductions. It's time for Hello, My Name Is.
Hello, my name is Call Me Sue.
Hello, my name is Spook. How would you define yourself as a player?
Quite versatile, I'd say. High energy, but also calm.
Surprising. Just surprising player all around.
I'm young, a little bit talented, spend lots of time, more than normal people, I guess.
Now, when did you start playing Counter-Strike?
2017.
I started playing CSGO in 2015.
Oh, 2007. I didn't take it seriously until like 2018, but before that, I was playing casually, you know, when I was like 7 years old, probably.
2016. I first started playing when I started, like, first time I played, I was 7 years old.
And where does your nickname come from?
Sue, like SUE, is from like a museum in Chicago. It's like the biggest T-Rex fossil you can find on the planet. It's called Sue. Also, my last name is Sue, like SU. So I just went by like Call Me Sue.
Well, my nick is just my name.
Fair enough.
It's quite a long story. Back when I played Dota 2, there was a streamer called Admiral Bulldog, and then I made my name Admiral Kitten, and then somehow I just flipped the kitten backwards and just kept it. Thought Nedic was cool.
It was like my
father's idea. It wasn't mine.
It came from Xbox when I was looking for a 4-letter gamer tag, and I just started searching up some, and that's when I found.
It actually comes from a League of Legends skin, Spooky Gangplank, it's called.
What's the first thing you ever won?
I think I've only won one LAN. It was like Philadelphia, Kansas City, a couple months ago, or a few months ago.
I haven't really won anything, to be honest.
Philadelphia.
The first tournament was probably King of Nordic, I think.
ESCA IM division, I won the final.
As a major rookie here, what's your experience? How are you feeling the event?
I was feeling pretty good before the match, but now after the first match, feeling even better. And we're stepping up a lot from how we played in Dallas, so happy about that.
The path was very easy for me. I thought it would be a lot harder, but I've only been practicing with the team like 2 months, and then we made major.
I don't really care what I play. I just play Counter-Strike, which I want, so it's been pretty good so far. I just treat it as another event. I try not to overthink it or put extra pressure on myself.
So far, so good. We're 2-up now, 2-1 up. So yeah, I feel good. Is that it?
That's it.
All right, you're welcome.
Nice, thank you.
Yep, that was good.